Futures liking some lower yields this morning. A bit of a downtick for both the 10-year and the 2-year this morning. The U.S. dollar under a little bit of pressure as well, sending stocks, for the most part, right across the board, nicely higher to kick off not only a brand new month, but the first of 2 Fed meeting days. So we'll get the interest rate decision obviously coming up tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. But day 1 of the Fed meeting, it's going to be, it looks like, a 75 basis point hike, but more attention and more focus will be paid to the accompanying statement that comes out in the press conference, obviously from Fed Chair Powell tomorrow afternoon. Positive earnings, meanwhile, also helping stocks overall here in the pre-market. Uber with a good report, SoFi with a good report, Pfizer with a good report as well. They all raised their forecast going forward. So pretty positive start to a brand new month of November. As I said, a little bit of weakness in some interest rates, helping things getting back to the upside so far this morning. A ton to talk about. Let's jump right into it. It's Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. What a look to kick off the month of November here. Already 1+% for the S&P, the NASDAQ leading the way, 1+% as well. The Dow struggling ever so slightly. You know, it's coming off its best month since 1976, but ho-hum, a 0.7% start to the month of November. Positivity top to bottom. Good to see. There was a huge pop in crude oil there, up 2%. It was basically flat at 1 point, 0.6 for Bitcoin. Ethereum already 2%. Welcome to a brand new month, guys. It is November 1st. It's the first of a 2-day Fed meeting. Obviously, the big day going to be tomorrow. And hey, Elon is going to be CEO of Twitter. So there's that as well.
Good morning. I don't know what else we were expecting there. Take charge kind of guy, and he's taking charge. So that should be exciting. Obviously, a lot to get to today, but tomorrow we get the Fed rate hike, and tomorrow's action, we know that's going to be interesting. But today, I was just looking at my quote board, and it's like everything is up today except for Mullen. And so it's one of those, like, you look across the board, I don't think I've seen, like, there were a few earnings misses, but I don't think I've seen anything that we track that disappointed. So a lot of gaps to the upside. To be watching the entire Chinese, all the Chinese ADRs are up significantly. You got deliveries from the Chinese EV names. And then, of course, we still have big tech making some moves. So there's a lot to look at today, a lot to cover. We touched SoFi, Uber. There's just so many out there. Carvana, which that's up 10%. You can't even tell on the daily chart. But yeah, it's going to be a lot to get to. Should be pretty exciting. Yeah, it's going to be hard to top, obviously, the Halloween show. I had a lot of fun last night, but I kind of feel like the market might give us a few more opportunities, even better than yesterday.
Better than yesterday? Yeah, yesterday was a little choppy for a bit there. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's nice to see 1.45% right now to the north side, and it's nice to see China sort of rebounding a little bit as well. I think that's it's not that that's the next leg to drop. I mean, they're already dropped, or the shoe to drop, I guess. You don't want to drop your leg. But next shoe to drop there on China. I feel like it's coming back upside a little bit. NEO is now above $10, which is nice, touching 10.60. And I just want to give everyone a little bit of an update there. My sticky note is out. You can find that at Trader TV, Sean. But we are right now watching the status bar of the watch list going out. So it's right now in loading phase. So be very, very patient. Thank you for all the love again on the Halloween show, man. I mean, I did think it was a fantastic show, and we got a lot of talk on that on our social medias and everything. That picture of Neil and I was over 350 likes or something, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for that. We'll be watching also, maybe today, a little bit more weed names.
Tilray 420.
Yeah, Tilray's above 420 now.
No, not yet.
It's at 417. Yeah, so here's Tilray right here. Up to 417 right now, Tilray. So that's going to touch that 420 mark that it hit magically yesterday as a top, basically, as well. I think it got to 418 yesterday, something like that. But yeah, you're going to touch that today. So that should be a fun little stock to look at as we get ready to trade. Many things, man. Call of Duty, apparently, the new game, the #1 sales worldwide for its first 3 days. So maybe Microsoft knows what they're doing with Activision Blizzard here. So, okay, Brendo, we'll just keep updating people when the watch list goes out because there's 35,000 people.
Yeah, I'm a man of my word, by the way. We forgot the cheese head. So
I forgot it.
Okay,
Not
well,
we.
Well, it's.
I don't want people to think, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I will wear the cheese head. I did
It's
lose the bet.
at-
The Packers covered the spread, so I mean the Bills might have won, but the Packers covered the spread. I'll wear the cheese head when it comes in. It'll be on. We love to have kind of fun like this. Although I don't think we'll have anything for the Grey Cup when it rolls around. Although if the Argos win it,
The Argos will win the Grey Cup.
I don't think they're that good actually.
I
but
don't. I have no idea.
we have no idea. No.
I have no idea. Oh, I just got the watch list.
Yes.
So the watch list is now in the building.
Before I
So if
celebrate.
I got it, hopefully you guys got it as well. Although we might be. Did you get it or no?
Not yet.
I was gonna say I might be one of the early subscribers, so maybe I'm first in the list. But as the watch list comes out there, futures jump ahead of Fed following strong October gains. Very,
you got
very
it.
good. Headline there, Brendo. So the watch list now is out. So please refresh your email, and we'll be going over this shortly anyways. What's up, Brendo?
The delay on that, but should be in everyone's inbox at this point. We have reached 100%, so there's that. Here's a headline that jumped off the page when I sat down this morning. Yields downside, that means mega cap tech stocks back to the upside. I mean, the entire market back to the upside, but these specifically getting a nice boost today. There's Tesla, Apple, Alphabet even back to the upside, Amazon as well listed on this. But we'll talk about some of these Chinese names coming up. These are just rumors apparently coming out of China about this change or potential change to the zero COVID policy from the government. But here they are. That is the 10-year right now. That is the 2-year right now. So both looking very similar on a 4-hour chart. 4.10, we'll call it at the top there for the 10-year, above 4.5 for the 2-year. Both down significantly overnight here, helping obviously stocks get back to the upside. But I mean, we can go many different directions here, obviously, guys, but we saw tech specifically kind of lag the overall market. I mean, have a look at the Dow on a monthly performance. Have a look at the NASDAQ on a monthly performance, single-digit percent. I mean, they were all positive, all three. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ were all positive on the month last month, but it was tech that kind of lagged. Maybe we see that change heading into November.
Well, we'll see. I mean, well,
4%.
I'm trying to remember the term that like everyone keeps talking about the inverse Kramer, and the last thing he said was pretty negative on tech, and that they could be in the penalty box for a little bit. I believe he called it the tech tyranny. I mean, I don't know, a group of stocks holding up really well and being fantastic investments over a bunch of years. I don't know if that's tyrannical, but to each their own. The SPY here, we talked about the Dow the other day and sort of how it was breaking out and holding major support on the daily chart there. And the SPY essentially has a chance to do that, and that's what I'm watching today. You're pretty much up testing previous big levels and holding that 50 period on the daily. This is a really good place for it. But let's remember, there's one thing to remember. Like every single time we've had a rate hike here in this year, it's been essentially the same kind of playbook, right? Like we rally on it, and then that ends up being a temporary top, and then we head back lower. So I kind of feel like the real test is going to be tomorrow. That being said, you are in the midst of a pretty nice break. There are a lot of names out there. I mean, Caterpillar's having an unbelievable little bit of a run, names that we don't talk about enough. We'll definitely talk some Pfizer today. Healthcare has been pretty strong. They had a great beat. I think that's going to be one to look at. I mean, heck, it wasn't until the end of the show that some of the viewers were pointing out that Disney was having a fantastic day, and we'll definitely be watching some of the streamers in there as well. But I think we're going to be led by earnings. Big tech still there. It should be interesting to see if Meta can get a bit of a bounce. I know Amazon's already put in a very good bounce off its lows. I want to see something like a Meta, which has been under pressure. If that starts participating, then we're running into that Fed number tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the cues. I talked about it only up 4% this month. Yeah, we're still stuck in a range here. So this is the NASDAQ 100. It still needs to break above. You're getting closer to taking out that 50 period, which is really nice. The last time we did that, we rallied a nice little bit. And it's this 50 period is at the same spot now that it was last time. So this 291, 292. We took that out. We ripped the 340 last time in almost a straight line. There was, couple days of pullback there, but straight line to the upside, nicely cooking there. So I think we can get a 10% move if we could take out this 290, and it might happen tomorrow back up to some of those August highs. I mean, we're already, you just got to look at it. It's like, are we through peak pessimism pessimism right now. I believe we might be, maybe we are, right? I mean, all I'm hearing about now, and we're just going to see if Fed throws cold water on it, but are they done now raising? How many more raises are there? Have we gone through all the pain? Has all the money been taken out of this market? Sure, there's going to be some names. Neil mentioned one like a Meta, that just, whoops, I got to go on the right chart, that just hit 52-week lows yesterday, despite having a 4% rally in the month. So this name just continues to be cracked lower and lower and lower. So there's going to be some names that are going to remain in the doghouse. But when you were talking about big tech, I mean, we just heard that about ATVI with Microsoft. You're seeing Google. You're seeing some of these names that I think have some rally to them. Apple's already reported and came out, and they're back to 155. I mean, this was a 130 not too long ago down here, right? 130, 135, back down on October 3rd. So it took about a month for it to get right back to the 50 period and above. So yeah, with China sort of easing up a little bit now on some of those lockdowns and maybe COVID zero policies, although with President Xi coming on now term for third term, now being elected and not going anywhere, he still remains pretty tight on COVID. But Apple could rally this market. I just talked about Microsoft. You're getting some of the Chinese ADRs today as well, back up to the upside, like in Alibaba, Pinduoduo. I know some of you guys are talking about that. Alibaba up 6%. Neo, and again, I still don't think they're investable. It's not. I don't think this is a huge rally cry. But yesterday we had a 65 marker that we were looking at. Now today you're above that, up to 68, and you could take 70, right? So yeah, there's a little bit of positivity here in the market, and I think we can continue that, especially with a couple good readings from Uber, from SoFi. Let's just see. We talked about that, right? Some of these beat down names, and that's why I'm throwing watch. Palantir is going to be the only one that misses. But you've put Palantir in that bag, Roblox, SoFi, some of these beat up names that can really move on really just subpar earnings, but not horrible, right? So there we go again, a big green candle to the upside here. And this is what I mean by these stocks, right? Is like, and we're going to talk about SoFi in a minute, and just talking about the rally of the market is like, you get so, like, it drips and bleeds down, but then like one good report and you get this huge green candle that's taking out everything that we've done in October, September, and October. You're taking out right now some of those September highs. So, I mean, there are opportunities here in the market. If you pick the right names and you get them on board, you could have a big little bump here. So let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, pretty impressive moves. I mean, just sitting here looking at some of this list right now, like Crane shares, that ETF is up 8% in the pre-market. PDD is up, Pinduoduo up 9% in the pre-market. We'll get to Carvana. I want to talk about CVNA with a nice bump. I mean, Shopify's up 4% here in the pre-market as well. We mentioned healthcare. Here's a couple of notes to be aware of this morning in the healthcare space. Anyways, this one, monster deal-making news. First off, $16.6 billion. J&J picking up ABMD. There is Neil, you can touch on this, maybe a contingent value, right? I think on that one. But we can talk on that. A huge deal in the healthcare space. And then this as well, Pfizer raising their sales forecast, a huge monster raise from $2 billion to $34 billion. So not just a little bit better than expected.
Yeah, so look, if you're watching this ABMD, it's $38 in cash, but it's like a $35 contingent value, right? So essentially, if certain specifications get met with regards to product, then that can go into play. What I think usually this does is it puts a bit of a floor on the stock. I mean, you can forget about technicals in this case because it'll probably be around that deal price. But at this price, a lot of times you'd be sitting there for that scalp trade or just going longs. Understand, at $380, I mean, this thing will chew through like a couple of bucks here or there, no problem. Like, he could hold that 380 level and maybe test down to 78 or 79. It'll be on my radar. I think if you see me in and out of something, it might be ATCO. Atlas is being bought for cash at $15.50, which is a little bit easier to wrap your head around for that sort of scalp trading. But yeah, it's a big deal it's a big expenditure for J&J, to be sure. I think it's a decent sized premium and a monster sized deal, but J&J's been doing a little bit better, I want to say. Like, this actually just closed above the 200 period. Should be interesting to see. A lot of times you'll have the acquiring company start heading to the downside under some pressure when they make a big spend. Yeah, and they're just above their 200 period, closing there and pulling back. So I'd be a little bit, I mean, if 172 broke, a lot of times I'm looking for an opportunity to buy the acquirer on sell pressure on the first day, typically around 10 to 10:30 when that opening range settles down. So if it breaks 72, maybe like J&J heads into a 170 and you get a bit of a dip buy there. A lot of times, if you really like the company, these can be opportunities to get in as the market says, hey, you're spending a bunch on this acquisition, dump it for a couple of days, and then maybe it rebounds. J&J is a solid stock. I don't expect a lot of volatility, but I do like them on day one to take a shot if it holds the 170.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that bid yet on that stock, but I mean, I agree. Whenever you get companies like that, the J&Js, the Procter & Gamble's of the world that have a little dip down because they're acquiring somebody, I'm just going to assume that they know more about who they're acquiring than we do. So, hey man, maybe it accrues on earnings and they're able to take advantage of that. Probably takes a couple quarters, but I would just say buy J&J anytime it dips down. I like the company. As I watch SoFi, reading up some notes here on Uber as well.
The travel sector, I noted, a little bit strong this morning as well. CCL just popping up on a volume alert here. Yeah, I mean, already almost 1 million shares here. For Carnival, up 4% for this one. There's a few others, some of the airlines, positive territory as well. I mean, positive talk anyways on the COVID front coming out of China this morning. We'll get to that. But worth a note here, guys. I mean, 4%, the market itself up 1 to kind of 1.5 right now for some of these travel names.
Yeah, like they've been on a steady recovery. They got beaten up so badly, and who knows long term what the effects are going to be in terms of how many of these will survive. You hear it all the time that maybe CCL doesn't have the best balance sheet with respect to NCLH or whatnot, but I just sort of look at it now breaking away, and it'll be a little bit frustrating because I tried this break at 9 when it first happened. It ended up being a failed break. It got to about 9:10, 9:15 or so. And then you had this decent consolidation top in yesterday's trade, holding $9 and then 9.10, setting up pretty nicely for a breakout. Well, you've gapped above that level. So the trade for me in CCL, I don't know if I like it up here at that 9.50 in the middle. If it comes back to 9, if it goes to 10, maybe there's a bit of a fade trade. So I might have to sit this one out specifically on CCL. They're not the only things that are moving. I think you alluded to, we've talked a lot about, yesterday we talked about Wind particularly. They got a breakout. They're up another 4% here today. This is something that, it's in breaking the 50. It's still got a lot of room to go till that $70 level. I can probably sink my teeth into this range here back into 65. The breakout was solid yesterday. I kind of like that 65 level on a dip here and win. Nothing against CCL. It's just I don't like diddling in the middle. That's what I kind of see happening there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities here. So just only pick the ones that you like the best. There's no need. Even if a stock looks like it's in play, like CCL clearly is, the level I wanted to be trading off of isn't going to be there. But I do see a little something in win for that dip buy in front of 65. Not a lot of pre-market volume left, but I like the casinos today.
Yeah, I like the casinos too. I was just checking out. I saw some people talking about Twitter shares, and yeah, it looks like they got paid out, so that was good. I just checked my account. They're gone, and cash is now in there. So, yeah, always nice to have some cash, especially in this environment. And you know where I might be shopping? Shout out to Henry right here. Palantir is now breaking out, by the way, above $9. We talked about this down at $8.40. I hope some of you were able to pick some of that up down there when it was down there. It's been on the sticky note. I think it was on there once or twice last week down at those levels. Down here at 840, we've bounced off that a couple times now, and now you're trying to take down 9. So I just want to watch out for Palantir here, trying to break above. Looks like it's trying to take 9. Well, it did take 9. So this is another one of those beat down names. You mentioned Shopify, Brendan. I mean, this is another one that I just checked my account. I'm still down like 35% or something on Shopify. It's still pretty disastrous, but this has been a nice move, and I didn't buy any at the bottom, which is why we're still down that much. But nice little move back up to the upside, trying to break out through 36 right now as well. So I mean, some of these names. Let's just for fun, I don't own any of this. I just want to see what ARC is at, because this is a name that I actually haven't heard that much about recently. Obviously Kathy Wood is sort of the brunt of many jokes heading into what was obviously a nasty 2022 for her. Yeah, I just wanted to check this out where we were, because some of these names that we're talking about here, Roku, Tesla, Shopify, Palantir, another name, UiPath, Teladoc, some of these names that have come out with I don't know if they're good reports or not, but they're rallying off of it anyway. SoFi, another one of those names. I believe SoFi's in one of these, I would think, probably in this one. But I don't know if she does too much in finance for SoFi, but we'll see. I go as more DeFi. $40. So yeah, I just wanted to see where we were on this. So you're still pretty low, only 35 to 40. I don't think this is an investable name right now either until the Fed really does come out tomorrow and say what they got to say. But then you have Roblox, another one, just another beatdown name that I believe was $25 at the low. Yeah, they're even lower than that. What am I talking? $21, $22, but let's call 25 a reasonable spot that you could have got it a couple days there and a couple days there. Now, I think you're going to take 50 pretty soon on Roblox as well. So there's a lot of actionable names here that if this market does get healthy all of a sudden, we could see some big movements to the upside in many of these names. So yeah, let's get ready to get buckled up. I think today could be a little bit of a risk on day, to believe it or not, where people will start to come in and buy, thinking that tomorrow might be a little more dovish than hawkish. I tend to think Powell will stay the course and actually be pretty hawkish tomorrow. So let's wait to see what happens. It's 8:50, 40 minutes till we're open.
Yeah, I mean, nothing has really changed on the inflation front dramatically anyway since the last one. So we'll see what happens tomorrow afternoon. A couple of highly shorted names to watch out for today. Here's one of them. Avis Budget reported better than expected earnings. 10% I'm seeing right now on the short interest on that. There's also Carvana. We'll talk about CVNA coming up here, but this one, if you remember, guys, there was that one day that it ran all the way up to 550. We're back to, I mean, 250 in the aftermarket after earnings yesterday for this Avis Budget, up 3% right now. Light volume here in the pre-market, but these are a couple names anyways that can get going.
Yeah, look, I think Avis, at the time, it looks like it's about like 11% short float. At the time, it was significantly bigger. I do remember those that couple of days. It was pretty intense trading, and I would say a lot of fun in terms of opportunities, because you want things that are extending and getting into new ranges when it happens. But this is not quite as crazy, and I look at it with only 3%. It's at a good level. I'm looking at that like it's trying to break out. I mean, trying to break out 250, but you're not actually a little bit lower than that. So it's at a good level where you could break one way or the other, but that just hasn't happened yet. And then you look at something like a Carvana, which is now breaking the bottom end of its channel. It has a decent short range as well. It's trading 12% to that upside. Like if this were to get going into the 16.5, there are like shorts that certainly could get a little bit jittery as it breaks the bottom end of its channel here. So I mean, in front of 14.50 to 15, certainly there's some like little dip longs, but that's inside of the range. Once it starts extending, or if it starts extending, I should say, to 16.5, that gets a little more interesting. Yeah, but Avis, a bit of a disappointment. I would have loved to have seen that trading and starting to break that 250 level, but it's just not there yet. Carvana looks like it has a better chance.
Yeah, as far as the car names go, I mean, I'm just going to look today. Obviously, we're always looking at Tesla, and then you have a Chinese ADR here, NIO, always nice to trade now above $10, trying to break out again to the upside off that $9 bottom. I mean, I feel like you might want to look back and say, oh my God, this was a great opportunity to buy this name. So there could be some possibilities there on a $9 bottom for NIO. So yeah, definitely have a look at that one. I think we'll be trying to go long on this on an 11 break. But again, I want to be patient. Patience really worked for me yesterday off the open. Again, we didn't trade it too much yesterday. This was it trying to break 10, and we wound up losing on that one. So it had a hard time yesterday at $10. We'll see what happens up here at 11, but it's nice to see it up 8%. Let's just wait. I'm not like super excited to go long through that 11 mark. More want to see what it does, or if we can pull back to this 10 spot where we had a little bit of issues yesterday. So there's a few things to look at here for NIO. So that's just, again, up 8%, but I feel like it could fade. Quickly look, oh, there it is at the top. I just want to quickly look here at the imbalance locator. All buys this morning, right? We have WFC as a small sell. Banks have been pretty strong in the last couple of weeks, so that's no surprise there. Well, still a surprise, I guess. Uber pretty small with a beat. We're going to talk, Uber's at 30 right now. We are going to talk about that one, trying to break out through 30. I love the 30 break long. I just wish it wasn't going to happen right now. So that's something that I like. And then other than that, there's Alibaba on there. I mean, all these names are up 7-8% here. Well, now 6%, but lots of names happening here, Brendo. Let's start working on this watch list.
Let's get into some analyst moves here as well for you this morning, including one that is on the watch list here. Uber downside, it's a price target cut from JP Morgan, but Uber notably downside here. That was aftermarket yesterday. MasterCard on here downside. Steve Madden and Veronis, never heard of that. CBNA and Monster Energy I saw was doing some volume in the pre-market, both coming from JPM as well to the upside today, and XOM on here.
So like look, the thing is, I mean, Uber, that's a $48 price target cut. So it just means a lot of times, like regardless of good or bad or what do they think about the stock, when you get earnings out, you're going to get adjustments, right? Because you redo your projections. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt because they're still saying $48 and it's at 30. So,
right.
you know, I don't. You know, it's on the right side to be sure, but take that for what it is. I just want to get to XOM very quickly here, and I saw some people in the chat talking about this one. Double top 113. We know there is the talk of the administration coming at profits and trying to tax them there for some of these oil names. And look, they got record profits. It was a fantastic quarter. If it does fail 113, there are probably some opportunities for shorts if you fail this high. Although it hasn't been failing many highs recently. But everyone's going to be watching, and Uber's the one. I would have loved to have seen an opportunity as you broke this channel 28. Yeah, that's great. It's going to be gone now. There was a point where it looked like we had a chance to reject 29, dip back down in there for 28 dip. Instead, we've already broken 30. There's a New York book order there, but not a heck of a lot of liquidity on that 30 level, and it is the pre-market, and chasing something 13% to hit the high. Not really my cup of tea. I'll be patient looking for dips. I like 28 before. I'll probably be looking at that 29 channel as I zoom out. There you go. Zoom out on the 15-minute. That's that previous high going back into last week. So you know that 29 level looks pretty solid. 28 pretty much come and gone there. Have to wait around for Uber to open up. First of all, if it opens up and holds 30, that's one thing. But I'd rather be patiently buying the dip.
Yeah, I have bids down here at 28. So my bid is actually 29. So I'm bidding down here at 29 just to see. I do like it. You're up 13%. I mean, all it's doing is running here today. I do not want to be short this name, but obviously I'd like to be long at a good spot. And I wrote down 30 break. I mean, the 30 break is huge here for Uber. It's just doing it right now. I mean, I wish it happened in the middle of the day, or at least once the market opened up here, and then we would smash that. I just don't want to be long right now. I do have good trades in the pre-market. It's just I have a hard time determining the share sizes of it. So I'm just going to stay away from this until the market does open, but I do want to play any pullbacks. Uber, obviously. What I was going to talk about was here. So they beat on the estimates of their revenues, right? 8.3 billion versus 8.1 billion. And they guided ahead there. They expected to grow between 23 and 27% in their bookings. So not only did they have more revenue this quarter, but they're also expecting more revenue next quarter and moving forward. And their drivers are back to 2019 levels. I believe it was Uber and Lyft put a hiring freeze on drivers. It might have only been Lyft, but maybe if they are expecting a booking increase, then they may need some more drivers. I don't think service has been affected at all. I mean, anytime I get into an Uber, it's still pretty quick around here. So hopefully that's good. Their pricing is good. They still have their promotions going through. And yeah, they have so much more going for them. Uber Eats, I think, is still firing off as well. Plus they're working on a few different things like Uber Freight and whatnot like that. So I like them, and I think it's nice that they're above the 50 period right now. So when you're above the 50 period and you're kind of rallying like this, I'm looking long. So Uber for me today is a long. We just got to find out where, and I just hope I don't miss it. So I'm already bidding down here 29. I'm going to up that bid a little bit now that we broke it up to like 29.50. See what we do there. I don't really see the reason for this name to come back down to life here. So hopefully we can get that at 29.50, and then we'll start playing it. But yeah, if we're wrong, I guess it's going to be back here at 29. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to get out on a downward move here, but I think we're going to go upside for the most part here today, especially since we broke 30.
Yeah, we're going to get into some key levels, I guess, coming up here. We'll get into the rundown in a second, but let's get you caught up on what's happening first in the overall market. Here's a look at Europe so far. Very, very positive right across the entire board. 1+% top to bottom outside of the Swiss market. 2.5 there for Turkey. So not only are North American futures pointing to upside, we're seeing that globally as well. It was a really nice day for Asian markets overnight. 1+% across the board, Europe as well. Following suit, here is the social sentiment board. Yeah, not really following suit at this point on social media. Pretty negative, in fact, so far for both this one. SoFi and Mullen remains on here, has been for a week or so. NIO here notably as well. We got Chinese delivery numbers as well. It's the first of the month, so we'll talk about that in a second. Meta on here downside as well. That's Tesla, hard to see, but also red. There's Alibaba, all this alleged positivity, not following suit on social media this morning. This one popped up, wanted to mention MMAT, popped up yesterday. There was a note on MMAT, one that's former runner, back to the upside again this morning. GME on here as well after that move the past couple of days. Let's get Arun in here and get a check of the overall market, talk about what to expect. Back to the upside, as we said, for the overall market here, ahead of what's to come tomorrow, the main event, I guess tomorrow afternoon, Arun, but looking pretty positive to kick off the month.
Yeah, to kick off the month for, right at the beginning of the month, the market tends to go to the upside. It tends to lean to the upside, not always, but I mean, more often than not, it will lean to the upside. And here we are breaking out to the top end, taking out yesterday's, I guess, late session, not yesterday's, Friday's late session high, which is around that 25 mark. Barely took it out, but at the same time, we've gotten above what I would believe is the volume zone that we need to cross through, which is 15. So going all the way up until 15, we would have had some trouble. We got above there now. Now it's a matter of seeing what's down there again. So if we were to now drop off that old high here around 25 and go back into that 15, 10 to 15, if we start to stabilize, I think the long would be confirmed at that point, and you would just look on the long side there with 90 as a stop. I think that's what I'm going to do here. Take a look. If the market comes down, I would want to see some stability around that 15, pretty much going on from south of 20 all the way to 10. I need some stability. If that you get that, then the long is there. So 90 would be the stop there. If we break through 90, we've got a zone down below. We saw this market really stall out around that 75 area. We're going to say use it again one more time. We're going to put 60 as the marker this time around. So pretty much 75 going all the way down to 60, potential support zone. If we get down there, we start to see stability. We're going to do the exact same thing here and see if we can't find a long down there as well. So a couple levels to work with, but again, tomorrow's the big event, right? That's when everyone's going to be participating. For now, take these moves. Don't be too greedy if you get them, because in this environment, when you have the Fed coming out soon, it tends to get quiet fairly often. So I just take the move if you get it, and then you just take your profit, come back tomorrow, and trade Fed day if you are capable of trading Fed day, because it does get volatile, it does get quite aggressive, and sometimes it's more often than not, it's a lot easier to lose money than make money on Fed day. So tomorrow will be the exciting day, but there are some levels to work with today, though.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in tomorrow. Going to be an interesting one ahead of the Fed. We'll see how the volume pans out as the session goes on, not only today, but tomorrow. Make sure you grab that every day. Again, we apologize this morning, guys. There was a delay on getting that sent out, but you should have it now in your inbox. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you sign up for the watch list. Absolutely free for you every single day. Before we come on, make sure you get that and then come join us at 8:30. Let's get into a number of interesting notes this morning that could provide some opportunities coming up here in about 30 minutes when we get the market open. Yeah, Uber beats right across the board. It was a loss, so there's that, but it was a smaller than expected loss. 72% increase in revenue, however, to $8.34 billion versus $8.12 billion, but still a loss for Uber.
Yeah, well, I mean, the company hasn't made money in a real sense anyways. I mean, the adjusted numbers, you get like adjusted profits out of them. But at the end of the day, people are betting on the future here. And for terms of stock price and what we're looking for in today, it's a pure momentum play. Like, it found big time support. Like, remember that $26.50 level from the other day? Like, it actually attempted to break that and could not do so. So there was some buying support that continued at that price. It's coming off of a pretty good base here. If there is a caution, it would be, like, were it to fail the 30 break, you do have the 200 period here, which I suppose if you hold below that price, you could always get a bit of a rejection. But why it's worthwhile is the room that there is on this move. Like, it's got another 10%. Does it do it today? That feels like it's a bit much for it to get up to that 33 level and go 10 from here. I'd be a little surprised if it got that high. But, I still like the dip. The 29 level is also the 50 period moving average. So if it stays inside, the 29 long looks like it can be pretty solid in there. Not really going to be watching any lift. And just one note, I saw a couple people asking about what's going on with Cineworld. Obviously, they trade in London, and always worth watching the cinema space. I know sometimes AMC will go on sympathy. They did reach like a bankruptcy agreement or settlement, so they're up significantly. Worth watching. I didn't see AMC really moving much on that news, but that's up like 400% over there in London, so we'll be on the radar for sure. Just, AMC hasn't even broken 7 yet.
Yeah, that's a good call there on AMC. We've already sort of done a little bit here on Uber and some talk about them already today. But yeah, you're above $30. I really like that breakout. I feel like it's above the 50 period now, starting to go. That's 29.30. We are bidding lower. Hopefully we get a little dip dive here in Uber. Again, we just talked about it, man. Drivers back to good levels. Their revenues were higher. Obviously, they're still not making money like Brendan mentioned there, but they're expecting to have bigger numbers next quarter. So if that's worth paying up for, people decided yes on that one. So I'm going to be yes as well. Coming back into here, and some of this consolidation is where I'm interested right now, 29.40, 29.50. But I agree, it's 13%. I mean, that's a decent move, man. So let's. For just beating by a little bit, nice move. So, they get punished when they miss. They go upside when they beat. So, nice little move there for Uber. Starting to take out more highs right here. I like the name and I want to get long. It's just a matter of where. So, hopefully it does pull back. The market is pulling back a little bit and Uber's going upside. So, that's sort of telling me one thing. And then right here as well, Uber's on a buy. But you don't look at this. All buys. We have WFC as a sell. That's nothing. 100,000 shares. They're pretty much always on here. It's only done 15,000 shares today, but this has sort of been the tail of the tape here when we see all bids, right? Bid. So, definitely something interesting here happening in the market today. It's up 1.3% ahead of Fed. I could see an inside day where we just sort of hang around, go down to like 0.7, then back up to 1.3, and then back to 1, and just kind of hover around. So that means we're going to have to be very specific on the stocks that we trade. And I think today, Uber, just because we're on Uber right now, I don't know where it just went. It went back to Alibaba there. But I think this is going to be a name that you're going to want to watch out for. 4.15 million shares already popping off here today. Uber, definitely on my radar. Already bidding, man, 29.05 and 29.55. So we're already in there. We just got to wait to see if it does dip down. There's still 24 minutes to go before this market opens up. So I could see even some profit taking happening before the bell opens here on Uber. Maybe we get a 29.50 bid before market.
I was just watching some of these Chinese ADRs taking out pre-market highs currently. Here's Alibaba up 7% right now, just breaking through 68 there on some volume, guys. It's funny how Neil and I were discussing a little bit in the pre-market. A 7% move on the daily chart, like you can't even see it at this point. It's pretty insignificant. Anyways, a couple of stories to discuss this morning. We get the monthly Chinese EV delivery numbers. So XPeng, Li Auto, NIO, can put that on one side of the list, and then the rest of these up on, it's an unverified report that Chinese officials might be discussing a way that they can revisit this zero COVID policy in a more positive way and maybe get rid of some of these lockdowns or continued lockdowns. So positive moves across the board.
You'll see me in one of them just now. Pinduoduo broke 60 even. We talk about wick bottoms all the time. Well, on the daily chart, you've got one heck of one on PDD. We just had this move happen when the entire group got cratered, and PDD was a great short. I'm not gonna complain. The 49 short was fantastic when it made this break. It broke 45. You see the wick down to 40 even, and then just going absolutely. I mean, the words. I don't know what words you want to use to describe it, but probably whatever it is doesn't do it justice. You're then right back to the 50 period, breaking out 55, to the 200 period, breaking out at 55, and now we're above the 50 period, trying to take out the next gap level upside at 60. So it's a significant level. I get it. If you fail at $60, I mean, there is a huge gap back into the downside if you fail this break. If it gets through 59, you can see, it's a $3 gap that we put up, and this was into resistance to that 56 level. So I'm going to respect the fact that if it gets through 59, this could get out of hand pretty quickly. But that's too big of a level not to take a shot at. Just going back to a couple of other names here, Alibaba certainly looks like it's going to be in play as well. I mean, the 60 level on Pinduoduo was what caught my attention, and the strength in its daily chart. But Alibaba, as it loads up here, not quite at what I think would be the bigger level. That would be getting back into that 70. It's got $2 till it gets there. And then if you pop down, it's got 65, which I think could turn to support. So BOVESPA's kind of putting an inside day feel to it, although you could still break a 68 and get to that 70 level. I just like it when you're climbing into almost like new territory, which is what Pinduoduo is doing, whereas BABA, it's all over the place in the middle. And if we're doing the entire group, NEO, the delivery numbers came through as well. Li Auto, year over year, they're good. I mean, there were month over month declines, obviously with some of the lockdowns and some of the issues in China, but these stand to benefit as well. NEO a little bit in the middle, although if it were to dip, it's got that $10 level that you can put on it. That should always be pretty interesting. So I am looking for that 10. As Sean mentioned, 11 looks pretty significant. And then I go to Li Auto, because you don't want to ignore something which might have a bit of a breakout for it, and this is at 1540. If I wasn't looking at that PDD level at 16, Li Auto might be set up to try to go 40 to 60 here for a scalp style trade. But the monster level again on Li Auto is 1650. Now this one, it's exactly 10% from here, and we're up 11%. So if we go another 10% up on Li Auto and we do see that 1650, it still is just getting back to that capitulation level. I mean, Pinduoduo was breaking away from it. Li Auto's just right back here for a couple of days. If it gets to 1650, that's a short for me. I did miss that at least one of the times up here, and I'm going to kick myself. If we see that another 10% higher in Li Auto specifically, that's the one I want to fade at those highs. I don't really see any. I mean, Alibaba 70 maybe, but 1650 on Li Auto definitely.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about NEO and things like that. I mean, I just sort of am with all of that talk. I think that you got to buy some of these. One of the best names here that's been running. Did you talk about Pinduoduo at all?
Oh yeah, I just got into the long.
You're in Pinduoduo. Okay. So that's
also, I'm not in this ATCO. I just got out of it. It keeps showing up there.
Yeah. So ATCO, did you explain it? It's just a buy out there.
Yeah, 1550.
So similar to what Twitter was, except for not as spicy.
Not nearly.
Well, no, it might be more spicy. I mean, Twitter was only spicy because of the volume the last couple of days, yes, right? The moves were pretty. And I saw someone say, oh, why? Like, because I guess I mentioned getting deposited the Twitter money and blah, 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 blah. And then someone else in the chat was like, yeah, they just got theirs as well. And why didn't they buy more? And I mean, I think we always thought, all of us could have easily.
It's easy to say that.
We could have easily got long at $45 a month ago and then just sat there, took your 20% and got 54.20. And that is what it is, man. I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel, so part of me actually feels like Elon Musk might have done all that on purpose and then got long somewhere, either in his accounts, his brother's accounts, his mother's accounts, his 12 kids' accounts. I don't know whose accounts, but I feel like if he knew, imagine that. Like, imagine, it's his own money. I get it, right? But it's also finance money. But it's just like, what if he was buying at 45, and then all of a sudden, then he gets that dripped back in there at 54.20, and again, some of the cash coming from some of these banks and some of these lenders. I wonder if there was some fun games there, because he switched real fast, man. Like, it was like, we're going to court, screw this, all these bonds. He's like, okay, I'm buying it. I'll take this down for 54.20.
Yeah,
no problems. Like, I feel like they could have settled at a better price for him, but now I'm seeing that he's tweeting about. So he came out and said maybe $20 a month to use Twitter, and now he's come back to $8 a month. I know people don't want to pay anything, but even $8 a month, and look, I don't know, I mean, basically it's the only form of advertising we have, but $8 a month is, what, 40 cents a day, or something like that. I feel like
working day,
there is, working days or whatever you want to do. But I feel like there still is some value there, and I don't know if he's going to run away from charging anybody anything. And a lot of people will probably not use Twitter if they charge it, because we are so used to social media, being free. And I know Zuckerberg has also talked about charging way back in the day for some of those services. So we'll see what happens with Twitter there. But wouldn't it be so funny if they actually start charging $5 a month or $3 a month or something, and then the revenues go way up, and then he brings it back to market at like $85 or something like that. But that's going to be real hilarious. I believe the Twitter story is not done, but it's done for now, Brendan, as we can no longer trade Twitter.
Definitely, for the time being anyways, but I would not be surprised if that was the case in the end. Let's talk SoFi, shall we? Another one looking very, very strong here. Here's a summary of the numbers for you. Pretty impressive right across the board. They also raised their full year 2022 guidance, expects between 1.5 and 1.517 and 1.522 billion going forward. Q3 earnings per share still lost 10 cents versus I think it was 19 that was expected. So better on the loss side of things for SoFi. The new user numbers also pretty impressive, 424,000 in the quarter, which was up 60+%.
Yeah, like these are good numbers by SoFi. I'm not going to complain about any of them whatsoever. But the last time SoFi made a gap like this, and maybe it was different when this was at $6. It's now at $6.50, by the way. The last time I made a gap like this, I remember not really chasing it, but looking for the dip a little bit too high, watching it come back. And then the second day, like the day after, it was fantastic. So it's one of those like fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, can't get fooled again. That situation is what I'm feeling like on SoFi. I can't be a buyer at 650 for the day trade when you've now gone this far. When I sat down, I was thinking, okay, you're defending the breakout at 580, so 6 seems relatively reasonable. Now you got to pull back almost 10% just to get there. Went the wrong way there. If you go to the daily chart, it is getting pretty close to, $6.80 to $7 would be some theoretical resistance up here. And the last time it got to these levels, it did reject it. So it's a little bit closer to where I would be looking for a retracement short than me trying to catch any kind of a significant buy on any dip. So it feels like the first trade could be if it gets bought up into that 680 to 7 range that I want to fade it. And if we don't, let's see what happens when it bounces back to 6. Because at this point, the dip buy I was looking at is 10% to the downside. And I have a sort of like a rule for myself when it comes to buying dips. I can have ideas for a short and target that's 10% higher because you wait for it to get up there. The curl comes on, you don't leave the order out there. But I don't like to have bids just sitting 10% below, because what if it just craters into that level? You might like a little bit less the way it comes in. Sometimes you want it to calm down first. And I kind of feel like we're past that point for me on SoFi. We refreshed the position board, so until we take a fill, it's not going to show anything. I am still in Pinduo Duo on that 60 break, though.
So smaller loss than expected, 61% increase in users. So, I mean, SoFi's doing the right thing, man, building the user base, losing a little bit less money than expected there today, 9 cents versus 10. So they beat on their EPS and they beat on users, right? So, we judge sort of social media stocks as daily active users. So SoFi, they're obviously not social media, but as they grow there, that's the kind of number that you want to see increasing. So the more active users they have, the more likely that they're able to turn a profit on some of those users. The first part is getting them into your ecosystem, and that's apparently what they're doing. So it's a very, very good one right now for SoFi. It's a great number, great report. It sucks because I was going to take 630 break, and I should have done it. But again, in the pre-market, I'm a little bit shell-shocked here from taking trades in the pre-market, and so we're just going to wait to see, though. But that would have been a great break of 630. I'm still waiting back in here into this consolidation back down near 615 or so. So let's see if that can come into play. I think I'm going to up my bid to about the 620 area right now on SoFi, so that's something that I'm looking at. But again, some bullish numbers, man, coming through there. Adjusted EBITDA, and I'm more excited, honestly, about those daily active users. 421,000, bringing the increase of 61%. So now they have over 4.7 million users, I guess accounts. I don't know if those are daily active users. I shouldn't say that, but they've signed up more people. Obviously, they have promotions and stuff like that going on. The Rams won't be in the Super Bowl this year, so we don't have to worry about SoFi Stadium once again, although obviously...
It's non-zero chance.
But what I was going to say is the Super Bowl doesn't go to the team that are in it.
No.
I think it's in Arizona this year. But
yeah,
SoFi got some pops last year on that. And I was just thinking about this, and I said this to Brendan too, and to you as well. Like, it sucks that the game got rained out. Like, I don't know what MLB was doing last week. They waited a whole week to play the World Series.
So stupid.
And it's just like now it's November 1st, and we've only had, games 2, 3, like you're not even close. You're going to be ending it hopefully this next weekend, but just sucks, man. I was thinking about it, like if it starts snowing, it could snow in Philadelphia. Now I haven't checked the weather. I mean, it could snow here. It could snow anywhere on the East Coast, I guess, right now, Northeast. But I just find it crazy that they're still playing baseball right now in November. But I guess Reggie Jackson's nickname was Mr. December, right? So hopefully that will come.
Reggie
through.
was Mr. October.
Yeah,
and I think
obviously.
Was it Jeter is Mr. November? I don't know. Somebody's got to be Mr. November. Somebody.
I think Jeter probably has different nicknames, if you know what I'm saying, with that guy. But Derek
got
Jeter,
one for every month.
Yeah, that guy's got one for a lot of things, I would say, for that one. But yeah, World Series is some rough games in the cold. I would agree, man. You couldn't pay me enough to sit out there. It was under 0 temperatures. But hey, that's what beer's for, right, Brendo?
Absolutely. Cold beer at that. Let's go to Tesla here. We finally get a date and a production timeline for the Cybertruck coming in 2023. They hope to reach something that resembles full production and manufacturing by the end of the year. So 2024, full quarter of production expected, coming from the man himself, multiple CEO. Sounds like an award or something. Multiple CEO, Elon Musk, talking about that aftermarket yesterday. Yeah, side note, he's also now going to be the CEO of Twitter. So, I mean, there's still only, last time I checked, 24 hours in a day, right?
Well,
Not if you're Elon Musk, there isn't. Elon's got it. Trust me, he's got his own clock or calendar, or however. I guess calendar is what.
It must be easy to run Twitter because remember Jack Dorsey, he was running Twitter and Square. So why can't Elon do both?
He's a beast, but he has a good team around him. He's already pulled some engineers over. Look, let's talk Tesla because there's a date for the Cybertruck if anybody's excited about that. But what's more interesting for Tesla here is just since the earnings, you had a wipeout bottom at 200. Everybody remembers it. And now we're going off to the races. We've finally broken out of this channel in front of 230. 231 was that high. You're gapping above it, so it's not going to be that complicated. I'm going to like that 31 level coming back in, hold that for a bit of a dip. I mean, it sets up for a long break that you could give to 31. That's, at this point, risking $2 at the open. I hate doing that because I usually find at the open you get a chance for those prices. So I want to be looking back at this 231 area on Tesla specifically. I think it can be pretty solid. Obviously we got delivery numbers out of China that look okay. The news out of the potential rumor out of China, that's obviously positive for Tesla as well, right? Because they sell over there. So I think that's going to be pretty big news for them if it does happen. Remember, it is just speculation that they're formulating a plan to come out of the zero COVID. But anyways, if it's true, that's good for them. So just a couple of positive headlines for Tesla, and it was already relatively strong. It needs to hold at 231 at the open, but it's breaking out on that daily. So on the 15-minute chart here, that's what I like to see. If you reject the 31, and we get a red day, then you'd be pretty much set up for some resistance levels as well. But the first look for me is going to be longs in front of that 31 level on Tesla.
All right, so we only have now 8 minutes to go, and we still have Tesla to go. Okay, I was going to talk about Tilray right here as a possible breakout. We haven't done weed stocks yet, but I just look at that 420 level, and I just want to take the long. I mean, whether or not it's yeah, there you go. Lucas got to find the 420. That's okay. There it is. But I just you could break that level, so I'm just getting ready for that. We put an order in, as well as put an order in down here as well for Tilray. There's also CGC Canopy with Acreage Holdings closing, so there's some stuff there. But I'm also getting long back in here, sort of yesterday's consolidation before we popped as well. So a bid back down. I mean, I just put the bid at 70, so I feel like I should go a little bit higher than that. But we're down here for Tilray in case it does dip, and then we do have a rip possibility through 420. Remember, legislation, I don't know if it's getting any closer or not. But, whenever there's talk about it and there's social media buzz, as Brendan sort of already talked about it, I do think that Tilray has a chance to go, so that's another order. I was just reviewing the sticky note, SoFi, Uber, Meta, AMD on there. AMD reports tonight, I believe, Brendo, so that should be really another exciting name coming up here. And the rally could be on here today in some of those chip names off a decent number from NXPI as well. So I'm excited AMD tomorrow is going to be, hopefully for me, like our own Game 4 World Series. I think it should be a lot of fun there tomorrow with AMD right now as well. Amazon with a little bit of news out. I don't really see it moving either. So, all right. So far, so good, man. That's Tilray. That's Tesla. And now it's time for Carvana, Brendo.
I threw that on here this morning, guys, because a very, very positive look. Obviously, there's the short angle to this, but a number of people talking, wow, look at what's happening right now. Right on cue for Carvana, taking out the highs and then some on decent volume. So there is the short angle, as we said, for CVNA, but it's all on the back of a JP Morgan positive note. I mean, they go to neutral from underweight, but I mean, positive is positive.
Does anybody know how to wait for the open stocks every now and then? But look, Carvana, I think we did talk about this, just preferring it to Avis based on where it was trading and holding above 14.5 to that 15 area. It looks like the break's already ongoing. I mean, I obviously was sort of looking for it to hold 15 at the open, maybe take that trade. But it's not a ton of liquidity or volume, and that's one of the reasons. If you don't like the liquidity level on a stock in the pre-market, then the rule of thumb for me is don't trade it unless you're absolutely in love with the level. So if we were really breaking out and sort of trying to have that gap fill above 1650, if we were consolidating up here and breaking out, then I probably would have this in the pre-market just taking. I think it's got a bigger shot if it were that high. That's not where it is. It's at the secondary level, which means I don't want it in the pre-market. Maybe a test back down into 15 for a bit of an ad. I did want to get to, Sean just talked about the chip space. So yeah, I mean, yesterday was probably the first day in a while that I was looking for longs on Intel. I did have the long break. It was a failed breakout at the top, as you can see. Once you flip back to just going short on Intel, it went all the way down to 28. But it held support at 28. Look, they're up since the earnings. They're making higher lows. Any way you look at it, you're consolidating and grinding higher to that 50 period. So I want to also look for the dip at 28. I'll be on the bid in front of it. If it breaks 28, I'd get out of that long. And then I'm shorting off the top. So if we get any kind of a pop in Intel, I'm already sitting off of the highs from yesterday. On the chance that we don't get those, there is that 29 level where I was short in front of it at 28.85 in yesterday's trade. So I am looking for the shorts in Intel until it stops going. I just have to keep going to that. Well, and I did mention Cineworld, but I didn't really show you what I meant about AMC not doing much of anything on that news. So it rallied in sympathy to GameStop yesterday, failed to break it. This is pretty much exactly when GameStop turned around at 35 is when it failed at $7. You're kind of sitting here. It needs to get back above 7 for there to be any chance for it to go. And one last one, only because a few people asking about it this morning. Mullen did break down that 46 level. So that last support that I did like on the week, that's not holding anymore. I said if that one broke, you're probably waiting around into the 30s. So I mean, it's down into the low 30s before that gets interesting again. So unfortunately, yeah, Mullen breaking support. It's like down 9% when everything in the world is up today that I can see. I don't know if I don't know if you showed the imbalances just yet. A couple people asking about that. So just quickly, we have about 3 minutes to go here. I didn't see anything terribly gigantic. I mean, AT&T you see, but NEO stands out. 900,000 to buy NEO. And then Uber, of course, on earnings, 500,000. You get XPeng. Of course, the delivery number is 300,000 there. So those are the big names. NCLH, 270,000 to buy. It's mostly buy side, except for a couple of names I do not really recognize down here. So buy side imbalances. We'll see if that means anything. But it's those Chinese EVs that lead the way. I saw Palantir down there but 250,000 on Palantir. And that's not that big. It is a buy. Yeah, Palantir is a buy imbalance. 250,000 isn't a lot of shares though for Palantir, I don't think.
No, not wow. I mean, it's in
I mean, it's a lot of
yeah, it's in relationship to like what else is on there, right? So I think it's just like you just went over it. So Mullen actually, did you see Mullen? There was a little bit of a bid there, 250,000 shares to go through. Yeah, look, Palantir up to $9. I mean, it's at another level here that we've been at before. There's some some up and downs there. Love to see this name back to 11.50. Obviously, for a lot of us that are shareholders in Palantir, I'm still going to. I want to be patient. I want to wait for all this kind of stuff to come through today. The market is pulling back a little bit here, starting to make lower highs. Boom, there now, and starting to sort of tick lower here as we go. So let's wait for Palantir. We'll have it on our radar. It's on our radar today. We do want to dip by in Palantir if possible. I just feel like for some reason I just feel like their report's going to be a little bit better than we think. Nice little move down here for Meta. I do want to test that 93 bottom again down there. The actual bottom, I believe, is 92.50. I will find out for you what the 52-week low is for Meta right now. It's 92.60. So 92.60, if we break that, we'll go lower. And then just on the chip names here, I was looking at 62.50. I wrote this down here for AMD, 62.50 high. That's where we stopped, recently. So again, if this market gets hot, I think we can break 62.50 and go long. But this is a name that I want to wait on. So we're going to be waiting for AMD. Yesterday's trading in that name obviously is pretty good. I mean, yesterday was a little wild. We were short early there on a 60 break. It went all the way down to that 59, bounce back here. But here's up where we're talking about here again, 62, 62.50. We're going to watch out for that on AMD. I believe it's going to be a short up there, but you know, we'll wait. Now the market, see, this is what I'm talking about. Now the market's starting to rally back. So Meta at the bottom, possibly trying to go long 93, looking at that 62.50, looking at Uber and looking at SoFi early. So yeah, a couple good names ready to get going here. Yeah, I believe Meta, I don't know, you guys are talking about filling gaps from 2016. We'll just wait on Meta. I mean, I was looking at my account. It's obviously a dumpster fire. It's one of the craziest names. I did look at my account and was really happy with Netflix. So Netflix continues to move up. So we've done well on that name. And then every other tech name not. But all right, Apple, here we go. Everything's getting ready to rock and roll with only 10 seconds left.
Yes, sir. We got Justin on the bell. Tony, hopefully enjoying that vacation.
Yes.
I know he is. But Amazon 105. Forgot about Amazon. 105, yesterday's high, big level there. Could come into play. But in 2-1, ring it, Justin. Oh, my goodness.
All right, everybody is awake. All right, here we go. AMD, the market really starting to pop off here now. So I do like a Meta breakthrough 96. We did talk about that. I don't know if that's going to happen yet
Tesla's
or not.
already gone.
Yeah, the market right now, oh, look at this stupid chart. The market right now is starting to pop through, so watch out for Meta, maybe 96. Some of those other longs, man, AMD up to 93.50, 92.50. We'll have a look at that as well. But so far, not into anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla, I just saw 235 on Tesla, but watch out, Intel. I thought with the market potentially going higher, I'd get that pop in Intel to be able to fade it. It's actually not going anywhere. So strong move in Tesla to start the day. Amazon, there's a spike. Oh, I got a crazy wick there. Apologies for that, guys. There's a spike to said 105 level and then rejecting it. That's the only price I like outside of 100 is going to be 105. All I have is Pinduoduo, which is hanging right around that 60 level, and don't want to rush into anything that isn't at a key price. Here's NIO. It's nowhere near that 10 for any kind of a dip, so I have to be at least a little bit patient with NIO as well. I think patience is going to be a virtue today, but Tesla, it didn't waste any time with Tesla.
Yeah, what's Meta doing? Yeah, 95. Okay, so Meta just flew to 95 there, so that's a good little rebound
Tesla.
back up. We're still watching for AMD, still 61.50, looking to take out that high of 61.60. Maybe we do go. Maybe we do go and test that 62 again, but there it is again, another fade to the downside there. So we're going to watch out for that 61.60 top there for AMD. I'm debating getting into a short right now off of that move, guys. That's twice we've been up there now with volume, so AMD continuing to make a move to the downside here. Watch out for that possible break lower. I'm gonna test around 61.50 to start the short. Very, very quick to get out, man. Break 61.70, we're out, but let's test an AMD short.
Yeah, it looks like PDD just failed that break. I was just typing in the chat there. It could not hold above. You're seeing it fade below. I'm looking for some shorts. Intel was the one that I liked. That 28.85 is what I shorted yesterday. So, I mean, it looks like it's going to hold up here with the market trying to go up and this starts coming down. I'll give it a shot off that first level, maybe even give it to 29 even. Amazon would have made some sense at 105. And SoFi starting to roll over a little bit here. So SoFi, I couldn't bring myself to buy it off those tops. You're seeing it fade a little bit now. I wanted 680s for the short on SoFi. And Uber, though, Uber's holding above 30. So yeah, so some strength there, at least still in Uber, as I just got into Intel for the first time here. But Uber showing signs of life above that 30 level. Tesla, I mean, getting into the Tesla long, maybe it's back to 35. I really wanted that 31 price, but I guess we'll have to throw that one out the window because Tesla is way too strong for that. It feels like one of these days where I'm going to be sitting here chasing Tesla all day.
Yeah, we just got in and out of AMD there pretty quickly as we got short there at 61.50, then out at that top at 61.70. So just, again, in and out. We tried that. That was fine. I mean, it's fine. We're okay with that one. No, I mean, it sucks to lose. Every time you lose, it sucks. But there it goes. Wow, it's going to test that 62 area. NIO's not doing much, so I think we got to stay on stocks that are actually moving a little bit more here, like that AMD. AMD just went to 90 there and stopped. This is a little violent right now, so I think we'll try to pass on this here until we get it settled down. But the same thing's happening in Meta. This is why I'm trying to be patient, man. It's like, let these stocks give us the trade. Meta's just back and forth $1 right there, like just back and forth, not really doing too much. So So for right now, I'm kind of stuck, between a rock and a hard place, trying to find some trades. What is SoFi doing? Okay, so that's
pulling back a little bit.
It's pulling back a little bit, but still, we're not at that level yet for SoFi. $6.15 or so on the low side for SoFi is what we're looking at there as well. So yeah, all right, let's just keep on looking for some names. What's up, Brandon?
A big reversal on Pfizer here, guys. Held 47.5 there, 47.75 on the downside. Now right back through to that last pre-market high here on a decent report for PFE.
That's something we
got to look for that one because I did like it. Pfizer for some dips, but just got some out of Intel. It's already down to the 28.60. This feels like it's going to be a solid short. I mean, well, I don't know. It's been a solid short forever, but it feels like it's going to be a solid short. But Pfizer does look interesting to me. Well, it's 48 already. I was about to say it looks pretty interesting off that 47.5, and then you've already bounced there. So I'm not chasing it up there. I'd rather hold on to some Intel, and then get back over to Tesla, which is trying to put a little bit of a dip. So it got through 35. I like it to 31. I think I'm only looking for longs if it's going to be above that 31 level. So I mean, anything to the upside, whether it's 33, which is a breakout price, maybe even that 35 level. But the market's trying to pull back, which makes me want to wait for that 33. Do not take out highs again. Come on, give me an entry into this bad boy. And I hate chasing it. The other one that we want to be looking at, of course, Alibaba and some of the Chinese names. I got stopped out of that break in Pinduo Duo, could not sustain that 60 level. Alibaba looking like it wants to challenge back into the downside. So the Chinese names are looking a little bit weak, but Bob is holding the bid, at least for now. I haven't checked on NEO, but I'm on the bid in front of 10.
All right, so we took a 624.25 long here on SoFi. It pulled back. So let's just wait to see what happens now with this name on a pullback here for SoFi. So pulled back. We're still going to watch out for that $6 mark. If we break too much lower than that, then we're going to get out of this name as well as SoFi pulling back on earnings. But again, this is a level that we've liked. We'll see if it can work from here. Now, I still want to get into Meta. It's bouncing around, and I don't really feel like there's too many good levels. AMD is like super strong again, man. It looks like it wants to take down 62. That's why I was shocked when you were like, Intel was going down. I know.
Shocked? No, you're not shocked.
Well, no, just because AMD's so strong. That's all. I thought that it would have been a chip space thing because Intel did have a good report, and AMD, of course.
Was it though?
I don't know. Well, the market thinks it was.
The market thinks I didn't think it was that.
Up to $62 right now. We just topped out there on AMD, so that could still be a short, man. Every time we go up there, it just keeps getting faded over and over and over again. So maybe we'll try something here at 61.80 if we get that again. What's up, Brendan?
Maybe catching a bit off the SoFi number. NU, guys, NU. Huge day yesterday, worth noting as well. But back above that high from yesterday. Just took out day highs for NU as well.
Oh, yeah. The SoFi of Brazil, I think that's what
right,
they called it.
South America.
South America, not just
you got to give a bigger blanket.
Not just Brazil. That's my bad. So the market, as it starts to come in, it's like all I have is Intel because I don't think I loved too many shorts at the open outside of Intel. So that's going to be where I'm stuck. SoFi, I did feel like I didn't want to chase SoFi, but it wasn't at the levels that I really wanted to be selling, at least confidently. That's the problem. If it gets back to $6, this looks pretty interesting to me for a dip buy. Tesla is now holding that 235, at least attempting to hold that 235 level. And of course, as I say, that's probably when it's going to chew through. This looks like a decent place for a nice consolidation dip, but I don't want to give it all the way to 33 or 31. I'd rather be taking that long 33s at 30 in front of 31 or like 32s in front of 31. I don't want to give it $5 here. So if we hold that 235 for a little bit, I want to try to structure along somewhere in the middle, 235.50 with like a 04.50 bottom, risk about $1 to try and take this little bit of a flag. But I want to see us go sideways, at least for a touch here. No need to rush into anything just yet. And I want to come back over to Amazon very quickly. Rejected 105. Headed now downside. 100's a pretty interesting bid on Amazon if it does get there.
Is that low right now?
No, it's 103. But it did reject that 105 level. That would have been a reasonable short, but that's not where I was looking at the open.
All right, we're here with Apple. I mean, Apple could be a little bit of a spicy meatball here as well, as they're trying to break down through 153. So let's see if it takes that. If it does, man, we'll be out of Apple pretty easily to get out of it. There shouldn't be too many problems here. But we're going to wait to see as we have now gone long Apple. So there it is, man. The long for Apple has now come in. So let's wait to see if we can, really just respect that 154 bottom there. It's ticked it down there. We'll see it go long. I mean, again, this market, like, it wouldn't surprise me if we do have that down movement here today in the market. So, that's definitely something that I'm looking for. Just in an inside day, but we're starting to take down to 1%. Like, I feel like we could float back down. I don't think 11,500. I don't think we get that down to here. But I feel like, just with this pressure, we're starting to make lower lows here one more time just since we've been open. I'm not really going to worry too much about the pre-market, but let's see if we can hold some of those bottoms. I mean, there goes Apple
Uber
right
held
now.
Oh.
Yeah, Apple. Yeah, Uber's done well.
Uber held 30.
We're 50 cents now or so in the money. Or sorry, we're done long at 20. So it's a big trade for me here on Apple. So that level seems to want to hold. So far so good here today. It just sucks because our AMD, which we were short, we just. Like, those are my bids that were sitting there from my short, which should have been like a 50-cent win, but that's okay. We didn't capture that, and we got out early on AMD. But hey, Apple's a nice win.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Like, you got to take the wins where they are. I'm not going to rush anything. So, look, obviously, the first didn't work. The second did, and that was Intel. The third is going to be Tesla. It just bounced off that 234.50. Like I said, get something at least a little bit in the middle. It just got to the high of the day. That was 1-to-1, so I took some out. But if we can break this channel, I want to hold for a potential break of this channel to said upside. If it can go, I think we've seen what Tesla can do in the midst of any kind of a break. Intel, like, again, I haven't really looked too much at AMD or NVIDIA, but like, this is it's just falling like an absolute rock. It's pretty crazy because, like, I'm actually a little bit surprised it's falling this fast. As much as I like that short, it's already at 28.50, and you were just saying some of the chip names were looking okay at the open. I look at NVIDIA, like, that's holding support. That looks like it has a chance to break back to the upside. Meanwhile, Intel is absolutely tanking. So take it with a grain of salt. I do feel like there is some support in the chip names right now. It's just not affecting Intel. If it gets to 28, I'm still going long at 28 because I like the level. If we get down to 28 on Intel, for now, just make it on the short. Brendo?
A big mover from yesterday popping back up here. SONN got an investment from Johnson & Johnson. If you missed it yesterday, it was up huge. Just testing these pre-market highs once again for SONN.
Oh, man, I was just looking at AMD here asking myself, what are you doing, AMD? And it didn't answer me, so I don't know. So here it comes right back up. We are going to try another short here around 61.80, giving it to that 62. If we break 62, then we're out. We have a great trade on SoFi right now as well, so that's going to be a good one for us. Hopefully we do have some kind of a bottom, but there's always reasons to take profits, so I think we could do that a little bit here on SoFi. It's back up to 32. Did I put a 32 offer there, or did I put a 33 offer? 33. So hopefully, oops, am I on the right stock? There it is. So there it is. So there, okay, it rips right through. So that's going to be a good little win for us there on SoFi. So we'll celebrate that. Long 25s out right there as it pops back to the upside. So good trade there on SoFi. We just missed. That went to 61.60 and then fell back down there. And Apple, we've been getting some out. We're out of now 40%. Let's see if Apple can make a move to that 70. I'm going to put an offer right there right now up near that 70 in case that's a move that we want to take advantage of if it does go back up to the upside. Just quickly checking on Meta down to 93. We have a lower bid there. Neil mentioned Amazon. I really like that name for shorting. I mean, we were short yesterday, got rocked. Well, not rocked. We got hit on it late, but there it is now today. Wow. See, like when I'm not short, like, see, this is what I mean yesterday. Look at all these shorts right at these levels too. So we'll have to look at that for Amazon as it looks like it. Stupid wick, man. I can't even zoom into yesterday. Nice move to the downside there, 102.70. We'll do some more work there, but there goes Apple. Oh, man, that sucked. We'll put a 58 out there. There we go. I'll cancel my 67s, and we'll go a little bit higher now. Nice little trade for Apple. That's starting to go.
Yeah, and I just got a reload on Tesla, but this will kick me in the junk, and that's going to be 10.06 is what hit on NEO. Any guesses at where my bid was going to be? Yes, I'm that guy that put it at 05. I'm going to move some to 7s if it comes down. I wanted to buy the dip in front of 10, but it might have just given you that 20-cent move.
Wow, Uber,
and then I missed out on it. So that's kind of a disappointment, obviously. Like I said, just reloaded in Tesla. It's still holding the channel. I don't know how much longer it can do this. A little bit better price this time off 235 as it continues. There it goes. It just got up there again. So, look, Tesla, it's giving you these nice bounces, but it's not really breaking out either. So what it tells me, I want to take shares out, maybe a little bit more aggressively inside as the market looks like it wants to try to come down here. And then if it breaks the high, just try to hold on to something for that high break. So Tesla working pretty well. Intel, someone was saying, when are you getting out? I'm getting out at 28. But this is crazy. This should not be falling this badly when I'm seeing some signs of strength. in the other names. Like, look at NVIDIA. It just keeps bouncing off of these lows here, 137. It's really tempting to just be long NVIDIA off of 137 when I see the kind of relative strength that it's putting in there. Intel's falling like a rock, and this thing holding up pretty nicely. AMD, I'm assuming, going to be holding up.
Yeah,
Look at AMD. Like, again, this is also holding these bottoms. It is real tempting to be long either one of these off of these lows in the midst of the Intel turn. When it gets to 28, I'm probably just going to be long Intel itself.
I mean, you got the right short on. That's always nice when that happens. We got a good long here on SoFi. We just took some 36s out as well on that one. So that's been really good here for that. Again, Amazon is just a level. Roblox is really breaking out as well. What about a Roblox long through 47? We talked about how well some of these sort of beat up names have been doing. Roblox not even that beat up anymore. Nice move to the downside here. And then now looking to take out 47. So Roblox getting pretty exciting here to the upside. There's 47 right there. I'm going to test the long, breaking 47 long on RBLX coming up very, very soon. Brendan with more.
On Netflix, guys, there was a move to the downside. Netflix, according to Business Insider, going to be cutting content spending going forward. So it did actually bounce quite nicely already, but just a heads up on Netflix there.
Content spending, eh?
Yeah, I don't know that that's all.
They probably spend too much on content anyways, but...
Yeah, but I don't know that's all bad.
You need to improve your content every once in a while.
Let's go Tesla. I find that one of the things about Tesla, it's sometimes hard to get into this thing when you miss that initial breakout. That's what happened in yesterday's trade. Well, not yesterday's trade. I mean, when it made the bottom, it's a little bit different than when it just sort of jams to the upside. But this was different. When it makes that breakout, and the last couple of days it's been dipping.
Wow.
Yeah, the market's going downside. This is why, again, I took shares out in front of the high of the day. Like, we're still falling here. And, wow, Intel's catching a bit of a bid. We're still falling, and I kind of feel like some of these names are going to... Yeah, it is. It's catching a little bit of a bid. I have to hit enter twice. It did not get to 28. Ignore that wick. It just bounced at 28.25 or sorry, 28.
Did something just happen?
28.20. But the market's heading big to the downside as PMI just came out, and Intel oddly is catching a bid. Brendo?
This is not the big one though. Just be aware. This is not the more important one, anyways. That's coming at 10. We get ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. This is the S&P one that just came out. 50.4 there versus 49.9 last time. So again, coming up at 10, I'll get that to you guys live. But they expect 50 for the ISM number.
Okay.
Yeah, 10's a big number.
Yeah, we got flushed out. Yeah, we got flushed out on Apple there. So we'll take a little bit more long. And again, this is not just... I don't want to be dug into anything here, right? This is just Apple, so it did flush down there. I just think that that's a big move to the downside, considering what Apple was doing, was hovering around there. Number comes out, we take a long, we get taken out at 154 as planned. Apple's fine for us today. That's why we took some out. I mean, we kept seeing that high, but maybe we can rally back a little bit. So let's get long. Well, we are long now on Apple, and then let's put an offer like sort of at 10 there. See if we can capture 20 cents or so, right where we got our last bid, and then on next level that I see this one. What about 154.30? Let's just put an offer there right now as well. See if it will rally back to that level, and we'll see about getting some more out. So here we go, a little bit of a move upside, hopefully for Apple on that disaster number there from PMI. So we do have ISM coming out at, not disastrous, but the market did fall down there, breaking that 1%, and there goes the NASDAQ one more time to that downside. So I feel like the shorts obviously are going to be paying off here today, but that might be the move. So now we just wait for the next one. Meta, for some reason, is pretty strong right now as well. It didn't even get near that 93. Maybe 94 Meta is the right play.
Yeah, and even on that number, NVIDIA still does not break the low. I'm just feeling like, I know I want to be looking for shorts at this moment. And I just actually put a bid on there on Intel because it caught a weird bid. Like right when that number came out and tanked the market, Intel made a low at 28.20. So I want to make sure that I'm getting the rest of that out, probably in that quarter range. This 137, I'm going to get on it for NVIDIA. I would like some exposure to what I feel like is some relative strength in chips, maybe even the 30s I have to step up to. Tesla, on that last dip, okay, held up. It did reject the high break there, but it's holding up pretty nicely, catching that bid and continuing to go higher. So I think 240 seems like it's still going to be in play there. One name that, well, if we can hold, now all of a sudden it's going to challenge those lows. I do have my stop in below that 234.50. I don't want to turn this into a losing trade after a couple of successful scalps. And of course, as it does that, it's like going to instantly. Like, why does it always like that? My stop just triggered and then did not fill. So that's always annoying when it triggers and doesn't fill there. And I'm still not even catching the fill on Tesla. Let's
Okay.
go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's go. You'll get the
I'm
fill.
not
You'll
chasing
get the
any
fill.
further. I'm going to definitely get it on the last little bit here. I'm now into Neo at 1010. I should have just left my order at 205 at 1005. In a downward moving market, always accept the fact that you are going to get the price that you want if you are trying to go long. It is. I say it all the time, and then I end up still getting some at 1010 here, as it's immediately testing that 10 even. So the next fill is right here at 10:01. I could have just had the entire thing down at these levels, but impatience, it always gets the better of me in this situation, so I'm going to kick myself over that. Neo's right at that 10:10. I am now out of that Tesla. Did get that fill after all. And NVIDIA long in front of that 107. We'll see how long, 137 I should say. We'll see how long that lasts. The pre-market bottom is down here at 137 even, so I am stopping out more or less. I don't like exactly an even dollar stop, but it's close enough to say it's just an even dollar stop, just a few pennies below that. I'm going to throw my stop and have a wider, I'm going to cross it a little bit further down than normal just to make sure I get out. But the relative strength that I saw in the chip space, it is still there, at least for NVIDIA and AMD. It bounces, gives me the scalp into 137.50. If I had shorts I liked, trust me, I'd be taking them, but I'm still seeing names that are relatively strong, trying to set up for some of those long bounces. And as far as Intel goes, it's getting right back toward that low. I'm going to get on the bid. You know what? No, I'm not going to get on that bid.
Denying that bid.
Old Neil would get on the bid here saying, come on, just take it. It's consolidating down there at 28.25. But you know what? If we bounce from here, I got the NVIDIA long to offset that. So I should have hold this to see if it tests down to 28 even. That's where I think support is going to be. So that's where I should be sitting on that bid. I'm sitting at 28 even on this name. And by the way, Tilray, I think we talked about that 420 break. It doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. The notion's there, but that's been sliding to the downside, unfortunately. So the 420 break will have to wait on Tilray.
Yep, exactly. We still have that order in, so you'll see me getting into that one once we do. We finally switched up our plan there. We went, this should be on the Apple chart. There it is right here. We're now short Apple. We're short 62. We just got a 49 fill. Now it's starting to go to the downside. We're waiting in the 30s as well down here for some more. And we just switched it up, man. As soon as we broke through there, 154, like that's where we got out. I should have reversed that into the short there. So yeah, that's, obviously making a move to the downside right now. We should respect it. Apple trying to make new lows. I do have a bid. Well, we are making new lows. 153.35, where we just touched down was 41. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a lower push on that one. We're getting close to getting filled up on our SoFi. We only got out of 40% up there. That was at the 50 period. I thought it was going to go, right? I mean, if that number doesn't come out, then we have, whatever. Then we have a little bit of a different situation. But it did. So there we go. We'll take another bid on Apple as that just made a move down into the 30s. So there we go on Apple. There now we're really starting to cook down into the 20s right now, as that's really starting to get hit now to the downside goes Apple. Good win for us, man. 50 cents now in the money. The only problem is, although Apple seems to be doing fine, our boy SoFi is throwing up all over itself right now. So let's wait to see where this name wants to go from here. But so far, not so good on SoFi. Nice little bounce back temporarily. We just got long at 13. It just touched 7s there on a flush. Someone just got flushed out of that. So let's see if it does retrace back to the upside. But here is the biggest and the baddest of them all. Apple right now 57 cents in the money, and I'm sure as hell glad that we reversed that trade a little bit for us. So that was a good reversal back down into the short and made some money, making pretty much all of it back now on that trade. And there's SoFi, man. Look, we might have got it. I mean, this is what? Okay, like now I'm just like roboting this
bouncing
out. Nice little bounce there in SoFi. Let's go.
Yeah, that 10 bounce. This is the thing. Like, just wait for 01s. You're going to get the price you want. So I'm now out of the nonsense that I got at 10.10 on Neo when it gets back there. I do want VWAP here. You got to make sure that you take the profit and run. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. We are trending to the downside. So you take the bounce where you can get it. I've already got it up. It's already up to 14, sorry. Got to get another offer out there. If it does reverse and not get through VWAP here, and this is a 3-minute chart, the 1020 level, I want to be out of half of it, at least if it retests that low, if not even more than that. Right call to hold on to that Intel short. It's still trending lower. NVIDIA's still, it's bucking that trend. It's doing its best. I'm skeptical we can get through this high with the market trending down. So I am going to take this out on the dip buy. If I can ever see this counter trend and have a chance to take it from the bottom to the top end of the range in a weak market, I will take the $1.30 on Intel on NVIDIA and run with it. Brendo?
Beaten down for so long. Back to the upside. Haven't heard from this one in a while. Here's Virgin, guys. Space up 8%. Just took out highs there at 5 on volume for Space.
That could be.
That's a hat
name.
size that's too small.
Yeah, that could be another name there to look out for with them. All right, so yeah, Virgin Galactic. We'll look at that in a minute. Just looking here, Apple's still trending lower, trying to break through 153. SoFi, man, again, planting those red flowers. Got that nice bid down there. We told you that we were bidding. We were bidding here from the pre-market. It came in, so now I think we can hold in case this market does rally. We have half left, or no, a little bit less than half left on what we had in total. Remember, our average price was 16 or 17, so now it says 13, but that's okay. We cleaned it up on the way down there. And part of the reason was we were holding on to this Apple short. So, hey, if the market fades out, we're going to make a lot more money on Apple here. There it is. Wow. Okay. Let's just take another bid at 90 on Apple if we can get it. Now that I'm seeing this market sort of collapse down here. Oh, come on, Apple. Give us that 90. Oh, we missed it. That's okay. Hopefully they'll come back through for us to the downside. But there goes Apple breaking through 153 to that downside. And then we'll take advantage of a little bit of that and to get out some more of SoFi right there. AMD is not doing anything, man. It's bouncing around. Wish there was an opportunity to trade that. There's not. Meta as well, down near 93 is the opportunity that I'm looking for. That doesn't seem to be happening either right now. So we're going to have to find some different names that are possibly moving. Microsoft is red today.
Yeah, Microsoft is looking relatively weak. Amazon's red as well, down 0.5% with the market upside. It's getting pretty close to 100, down at 102 now. That 105 short. You had to have it right away, and I was trying to find my way into Tesla. I can't complain because the Tesla longs did work until that last piece got stopped out. Carvana is still making a break. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting really close to that 1640 high from last week. I think it could be a bit of a fade in that level. Here comes Neo back into the downside. Said, got to pay yourself on the way up because the market is still trending down. You get to 15. I got another leg out there, fortunately. I actually want to take some out of 10s now if I can catch, and that's a big if. This is headed right back down to 10 even. I only have the old ones left, and I'm not letting this break 10. Well, I'm not letting it break 9.99. If it breaks 10, I'm getting out. Probably 98s or 99s. Don't expect a lot of slippage there. Uber continues to churn, although it's slowing down. It's now hit 31 twice and a bit of a dip, pulling back off that 31 level, so it is rejecting that just a bit. And then Airbnb, I knew I missed and forgot something, was trading this in the afternoon yesterday. It held 107 like a champion. That's a big level on the 15-minute. It is in the midst of a breakout, 5% into a down market. This looks strong. I did like 110 when I sat down, but that's come and gone. 111, there's a lot of consolidation. So if the market drags this back in, I like the Airbnb longs. I do believe we get their report this week as well.
102. I mean, Amazon is trying to bounce off of 102 again. Here, yeah, we're still watching Microsoft. Microsoft continues to be pretty weak, actually, down to the downside there. SoFi's battled back, so that's been a good one. Apple's back down now, sub 153, so that's also a good one. But look at this. Again, like, why do we have these wicks there? It's so stupid. I'm actually going to edit this right now, 9:45. If you are with us here on Day Trade the World, you can go in and edit this because it just makes it just look so ridiculous. 232.70 there. We'll do that, and then we'll do that. So there you go. Now you have a little bit of a better look here on that. Microsoft is absolutely collapsing right now, lower than we were yesterday. In fact, just broke. Yes, he missed opportunity there. That 231 was a great short spot there for Microsoft as it's tanking and coming in to yesterday's bottom. Wow. Apple, by the way, is $1 now in the money on that reload short. Like, this name just keeps on going to the downside. We talked about some possible protection around here, so this could be a good spot to maybe get some out. We don't have a huge piece on. We have 20% left, but it is making that move back down in here. Apple making us look foolish to go long early. We took some money on it, then dripped it down, and now we're now we're short about 75 cents now in the money for Apple. But you're bouncing off this level. I think this is worth taking some profit down here because there's the yesterday's bottom at 3 o'clock is right here, right now. Actually, let's just hold on to this. As the market continues to drip down, we can hold on to this Apple. I have an offer to get out at 25, so here we go. Let's fill us on SoFi here at 25. And like Neil mentioned, sometimes you wait. There we go. Yes, sir. Finally. Well, you wait around for a price and you get it. So there it is right there on SoFi. Long early and out in the 30s. Long again as we sit there and take that against us. And now SoFi rips to the high side. We just got some out there. I mean, not ripping, but nice little trade there for me out at 625. The next level up, man, up here in the 30s. Let's see if we can get there with SoFi.
Yeah, and I think there's one that I got to have right here. This is another name. Airbnb was definitely a miss because that was a play from yesterday's trade. Well, let's not forget Shopify. Shopify, it's above that 34.5. I talked about missing that breakout in yesterday's trade. Well, guess what? We held that at the close, at least barely held that level, and then double top. It just broke a double top. If the market makes a bounce here off the bottoms, yeah, you could go for some longs off the lows, or you can find something relatively strong and that's still breaking out and try to take that. So I did just jump into this one, give it back to 35.50. If I don't get the dip by an Airbnb, maybe this one goes. NVIDIA, at this point, it looks pretty solid to have gotten out off that low. It's about to retest that 137 bottom. I'll probably take a second swing at it, but you know, the second time through, I never like it as much as the first. It's just the reality for when I trade these. And if you're looking at Intel, still trending down toward that 28 level. I'm expecting there, as always, on the even dollar, to be a significant bid. I'll be long in front of it as long as if there's nothing there, then I probably won't even bother. I'll get out of the short, but might not bother with just jumping in a long trade. But it's down at that level. As NVIDIA tests down, I'm looking for one more long in front of 137 if it gets there. And I want to get all out of that Intel at that 28. The short's been pretty good. I always look at the entire chip space and kind of narrow down the names that I want. It is worth mentioning. I looked over and thought, okay, well, if Intel's down, maybe Micron's having a bad day as well. No, that's also up. Like, it's basically just Intel from what I can tell that's looking weak. I can't find something else. 10 o'clock already?
Yes, it is. I just want to talk about PayPal just real quick here because we're going to go to Brendan for happening now. But like PayPal's still up 3% right here. So this is an interesting name here. I don't know if it's on some Amazon. We talked about them getting that deal with Venmo, going through Amazon, having that pay option there. But PayPal right now at 86, a nice little level for those guys. But as Neil was mentioning, it's time for Brendan again, and 10 o'clock. Wow, that came pretty, wow. The market just dumped there on ISM. So, yeah, let's go to Brendan quickly. He'll give us the ISM number.
50.2, guys, versus 50 even expected. So higher again for the October ISM PMI, 50.2 versus 50. So both of these coming in higher than expected, the S&P and now the ISM. We can jump back to you guys if you need.
As well. I mean, yeah, here goes the market right now, bleeding to the downside right now, $1 in the money for Apple. So, yeah, we are starting to go downside right here, needless to say, in this market. So it's a big-time movement coming in for us on ISM. Bad number coming through there. There's Apple, just ticked down to 152 and change on that one. So SoFi coming in again. Well, not really. SoFi's actually okay. I'm waiting to get longer at 605 on this one, but there it is, Neil. A nice little move to that downside here on that ISM number. Yeah, wow, Apple really getting hit now, down to 152 flat. Maybe this is a Meta break too. No, Meta's up right now.
Meta's holding.
What the hell? Meta's holding. Meta's, yeah, nice move from Meta.
Amazon just broke support though. However, I did get out of NVIDIA. It broke that 137, had to have a stop, and Neo broke 10.
Wow,
so that's why you take some profit. This is looking pretty bad. Neo beneath that 10. I just reversed into it, so I am short now on NIO. Brendan again?
All right, we'll give you an overview here, guys. Happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 of their exits have delivered over 20% net returns. Go to masterworks.art/tradertv.live for more info. Here's a look at the board, guys. It is still green, but yeah, moving in the wrong direction in a hurry here. 0.28 for the S&P, the Dow just holding on to positive. The Russell, all three of them still positive, but only just same story. For the NASDAQ there. We were talking about this one as well. Just had a huge volume alert there go off for Tesla at session lows, testing session lows, still on the gap to the upside. SoFi as well. Same story. Again, if you missed that, ISM manufacturing PMI 50.2 versus 50. 2 in a row there, 945 and 10, higher than expected.
Yikes.
Yikes.
We're long AMD here.
Yeah, look, obviously you saw like NVIDIA come out there. Shopify's holding up, the dip buy in shops. So that's still relatively strong. It's back at the high of the day and continuing to break. But Airbnb, I remember it was like, okay, it's up at 1. I'm not chasing it at 113, right down to 111. So I did have that one come in on the number. And that's the thing, like when the number comes in, find something. If you like the long, it better have a good support level or something that you're really keen on. Shopify is just continuing. It just broke the top as the market's taking the bottoms out. So I got to take something out here as it breaks the highs. I think 37 you could definitely see at this point, but you're in rarefied air. Like I thought there'd be a bit of a challenge at this level back and forth. And if there is, I'm going to be buying the dips in the midst. There's nothing until on the daily till you get to 39.40. So going to give it some room to be sure. Airbnb probably concerns me a little bit more. The reverse on Neo for now doesn't look very good, but when you get significant breakdowns like this in a market turn, the high yesterday's trade was about 10.05. I want to give this to at least 10.10. I want to give it a chance. 960 is where we closed. If we fill the gap, that's 30 cents from here. So I think it's worth it trying to give it back into that 10.10 level.
All right, so we've already gotten some out here on AMD. I mean, we got our best out 78. We just got 76. We just got a 74 right there. So we're trying to watch out here as we have AMD maybe off the bottom. I don't know, and that 60-50 level held right there. So we'd say that we'd try to be like a sniper in this market and try to pick up good levels when the market does break and whatnot. So let's wait to see. We did the same thing on SoFi. Look, if it dumps out, we're already out of 40% of this trade because again, we don't. Like trying to see, here it goes. This is what I'm saying. We're trying not to be long in markets that are tanking. I mean, that seems to be pretty obvious, right? So we're trying to wait for that. And here it goes. Now we got to get out, obviously, on that break. I don't know where my out for AMD was there, but that is a good break. Oh, that's why, yeah, wrong price on that break. So we got to just adjust our stop order now and get out. But there it is. We're now out of AMD. We meant to get out on that 50 break, but we actually had the wrong price. So we pay about 10 cents more than we should have to get out of that trade, but that's on me. So there it is. We are now out of AMD on that break. That's why we took a little bit of profit. Like the most I could get on that was like, what was it, 13 cents? And then there's the slip down to lose about 20. So AMD to the downside. Good thing we have this Apple, which is now $2 in the money, but you kind of just wish we had more shares. It didn't expect it to break like this. That's a bad ISM number. NASDAQ now right now, guys, just turned red. So here we go to the downside as SoFi is now below our level, man. Good thing we just cleaned out this one. We'll see about more long here, but the market's in trouble right now.
Yeah, the market's in trouble, and certainly I just got reloaded on Shopify. We got that 111 on Airbnb, so it looks like that could also come out. I like the relative strength that it was putting in there, but it does look like it wants to hold. Shop the reload just came out. Airbnb is very, very close to taking me out as well, but you have to have an out. I don't want to be sitting here digging into these too far. If I think there's a chance it can go $2 to the upside, sure, that's room, but I don't want to give it too much more than $1 to the downside. You'll see a certain something is no longer in my blotter. Well, in the position board, I should say. Blotter is the term we have for it at Day Trade the World. $28 on Intel. So it just hit 28. It's a decent bid. It is not that significant, but it's big enough that I'm going to get on there at 02s and 01s and then see if it wants to hold. So that last line in the sand has been filled. It's filled not the entire gap because it wasn't up there at the highs, but from where it sat, all the way down to yesterday's support at 28. There's your Intel. Every single day of this stock, it's a short every single day at this point until it's not. The only thing I got left to the short side is going to be NIO. Reversed it at 10 even. I was looking to, I want to give you the 3-minute chart. I was looking to add to it above $10 if it could have got to 10.10. It didn't. It's now back at like 9.89, so back below 9.80. That means I want to start taking profit. 9.67 is where we closed. I think that's a reasonable target, going to get bids out there in front of 80s, in front of 75s, as this also heads toward the downside. So the market, it gave you opportunities to go short, but hey, I was looking at a lot of long chances, and that's just the way it was this morning. You know, Tesla, that's not going to hold up. You had to give yourself an out. Now this is breaking that 231 at the bottom. This is a level I want to see tested. If it can bounce off this, then Tesla might be able to show some strength, but I need to see it bounce first before I get into it.
All right, we're just going to start a small position here on Meta. I mean, again, it looks bad because of these wicks, but we'll start a small one here on Meta. I mean, I just can't. I'm just so. I mean, I can believe it, but I'm just really surprised at how well this name has been holding up. It's actually positive on the day, 1.2% off of that 93 bottom. So that's what we're going to try to base this off of. We are bidding more near 94 right now, 94.10ish, and then that bottom right there, 93.75. Look, if it takes down the bottom, then we get out of Meta. I mean, that's obvious. We don't necessarily need to put on too much risk into this name, but we are trying to put on a little bit of risk. So let's see what happens now with Meta, maybe coming back down into that downside here and give us a better long, but we are now into SoFi on a better long as well, as that's down to 607. Watch out for a 6 break, then we're out of SoFi. So a lot of these names, man, a little bit of trouble here today. Needless to say, I mean, Apple right now is $2 in the money. Let's go, man. Let's hit that for a good trade, but we are right now dug in more. Obviously, we have more shares now in SoFi as a risk spot here than Apple, so we're worried about this one breaking through $6 today. Looks like it wants to do that again right now. SoFi heading to the downside. That sucks.
You know how weak sometimes the market is? Like I just accidentally, so basically I was adjusting a stop on Airbnb, and as I did so, I wasn't quick enough to cancel the other one, so I accidentally reversed into the short. Punching out instantly was like taking 15 to 20 cents on it. Like you couldn't help but make money on that short, but I didn't want it, so I did get out of it. That's my rule of thumb. Amazon looks like we're going to see 100 on Amazon. I mean, not any second now, but any minute now. Oh, that wick, can I show you? Yeah, okay, yesterday's bottom, that's 172. I don't know if it holds up at that level specifically. I'm looking for the 100 level a little bit more. We'll see if it can do that. I mean, at this point, not much is holding up. Intel is testing back toward that 28. So I got out the first time it went to 28, but I did miss the shot at the long because I wasn't just sort of sitting there in front of it. Now I am sitting in front of that 28 level on Intel, see if it can catch a bit of a bid. And then NVIDIA, which I was long before, that reload at 37, so 137, it got to 138.5. It's now broken. This is also heading to the downside. All I have is the Neo short. So hanging on to Neo beneath that beneath that $10 level, and then watching Alibaba, which is finally broken 67. This took a while, but it's finally broken this 67 level, so it's broken support. Now I want to be looking for some opportunities beneath this for it to fill in the gap on Alibaba as well. I mean, I jumped into Neo in the quick reversal because that was a $10 level. I like those even levels. But I want to be a little more patient with Alibaba beneath this 67 area and VWAP, which you'd have to give it to. So I want closer to 67 if I can get it. I'm now long Intel. We'll see how long that one lasts. The last time I was long Intel in front of an even dollar level, by this time I was already out of it. So it's already better than the last time I did this.
Yeah, AMD, bye-bye AMD. I just saw someone on the chat say that. What's up to poor Richard? Hopefully you're not long AMD because then poor Richard might become broke Richard very, very soon. I'm long AMD as well. So
I'm already, I just went long 01s and 2s on. I'm already out of Intel. Like, it's like the longs on Intel, like it used to be so good.
SoFi
you just get on the bid in front of an even, it would work. It just breaks it instantly. So the short's where it's at. I mean, forget about everything else.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't give it much room, so that's probably...
I gave it 2 cents. 2 cents.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's not going to be a lot of room for sure, but we'll see what happens there. Good. Well,
we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, who knows where this market's going. I just got out of SoFi there because it did break back down below 6. Wondering if that was the sort of the washout bottom there down to 598. I don't know, but I'm going to try it. Whoa, okay. Oh, that just got excited pretty quickly there. We'll take a little bit of shares at 03, some more at 02, and then we'll watch to see what happens again on that downside. So, I want to buy it. So, hopefully, did we get filled there? Yes, we did. Okay, so we did get some 02s there as well. So we'll see. We'll see if that was a wick bottom down there for SoFi. That's fine. If it is, it is. I'm going to take a little bit more shares on that and just to see where we go with SoFi now. Long back at 02. We can make this all back. I mean, it's not a huge hit for us because we were able to get out of SoFi, and then it was just this. We took some 11s. That was a very small trade, but it's those 5s that we just lost on. So we lost to 7 cents on pretty much the full thing. So yeah, not great on SoFi today. All right, Meta's about to break as well. This was a name that I wanted to try long off 93.50. So we're now long. So now we're long into Meta off 93.50. Let's see if it holds it. We're long here at 94. You got to give this one name at least 50 cents, man, I would say anyways. So let's see if this wants to work back up to the upside. We need the market to bounce. I said I didn't want to go long if we're under the 50 period, and now we're well under the 50 period. So if there's a candidate for a bounce here, Meta is still up on the day, but that just might mean that there's more to come out of this name, right? So it's kind of a back and forth relationship when you play relative strength. The market needs to bounce for your relatively strong names to go up. So, I mean, if the market does not bounce, then yeah, Meta will be in a lot of pain. Well, not a lot of pain, but it would be a pain trade here to that downside. So let's just hold out hope that this market does bounce back a little bit here and get going to that upside. So right now, darn, stop. It's starting to go back down here. If we take down 93.50, we're out. Again, it sucks because we had that number come out at 9:45, which absolutely switched everything. And then ISM sort of backed it up at 10 o'clock. So realistically, the short should be what's in play, especially if we do think that Mr. Powell tomorrow could come out pretty hawkish. So let's wait to see what happens. But right now we're long Meta, but we're just like, we're hanging on by a thread right here. That could easily just swipe down and take down 93.50 like I feel like it's going to do. So come on, Meta and market, let's get back up to the upside.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can't go gates of hell. At least for Alibaba, broke that 67. I did wait for it to bounce, challenge 67 again. There's a wick top. It got to the quarters and then back down to the low. I already scalped some out through that low of the day. And Neo's also working, but I have to show you this. I'll get to Airbnb in a second. But I could have also just shorted 28 on Intel as well. Like, that's a pretty key level. I didn't. I mean, risk a couple of cents. It was right to get out of the long, but I definitely could have just shorted when it got to that bottom. We're getting really close to 100 on Amazon, not there yet. But I wanted to give Airbnb, which is relatively strong, another chance. I did get it accidentally short on that reversal in the long. Got out of it. If I held it, it would have worked. But now I'm working off of the pre-market lows here, down around that 108. Still a pretty strong name. It had a lower high at around this price as well at 109. So I want to give it one chance to go. I do have a couple of shorts on, but those are in Chinese names. I do feel like the market is retesting some of the bottoms. This is the NASDAQ. If you go to yesterday's lows, we're testing that. You go to the ES, exactly the same thing. So I want something that has a chance to bounce off of said bottoms that's relatively strong. That's Airbnb. And then the other one off of a key level. I mean, whether we get it or not remains to be seen. I still have that wick on Amazon. Getting down toward that 100 level. How far back can I go before that's kind of hard. I can show you yesterday's bottoms at 170. Those are now broken. 100 even, the next line in the sand here for Amazon. Let's see if there's a bid there just for that scalp play. But everything else, just holding on to the shorts that I got and then looking for some strong names on Airbnb, hopefully, although it's coming back pretty heavily. And then that round number of 100 on Amazon coming into play. And if you're still tracking Tesla, it's holding below that 231. A little more convincingly than before, but if the market bounces from here, it's still close enough to that 231 that I don't want to be thinking short on Tesla just yet. Like, you're still in the midst of it feels like you're still above that breakout price. So this is not one I want to flip short just yet.
So we're all the way back to positive right now on Meta, but I mean, it needs to still go, man. This is the name that, in my opinion, has the biggest runway back to the upside, but at the same time, there it goes. I mean, we just got to 94, could have got them all out. So we'll die on this one today if it does break that 93.50 here. We need the market obviously to rally again. We're back down to, I was saying, we're not going to get the market down to 11,500, remember? And then that's exactly where we went to, 11,500 right there, and then just broke it. And that should have been, like, I wasn't even looking at the macro really, and I should have been looking at the market and some of these. I was watching the market, but I wasn't watching these levels. Big break there for the NASDAQ to that downside. But here we go. Let's go, man. The bangs are back in the building right now. Nice little move for Meta. Let's go, baby. Now we're nicely in the money, and we got shares on board. This is what happens, man, when we sit in there, try to average in a little bit against a stock that we knew was going to be strong if there was a rebound in the market. So let's go, man. Now no more Meta. Let's just go to the upside here for this name. Now 50 cents in the money on a long reversal for META, Meta. We did try to get out of Apple down there at 150.50. We got pretty, like, once we saw that down spike, I should have just marketed it out right there. I'm going to get another piece out of Meta right now, 21s. Instead of just bidding, I should have marketed it out and got out of that one. But Apple, look at this. It's almost like, I mean, I know there's no news on it other than whatever. We had, like I said, the macro there, the ISM coming back down to the downside. But there it is, man. Apple, like there's something up with it, just straight to the, like, this is more of a move here today than we had on earnings. It dropped $4, almost $5 straight to the downside there. But hey, man, this is celebration time right now again. So we'll go awesome. And we haven't done this in a bit, so we'll spend the money now because there's Meta. Now we've got real money on Meta now in the money now, 50 cents, as that starts to go back up to the upside. We looked at Meta, we hit it, and we did pretty good on it, man. We had it pretty close to a full position down there on Meta. So hopefully give us that 45. We're right there at 45. There it is. Did we get filled? Yes, we did. So a good trade there for Meta as we're cooking up some profits on this name and also on SoFi. I just realized that right now. Let's put an offer SoFi 12, see if we get that, guys.
Yeah, and we just got bottoms on Airbnb. Talked about that pre-market low. We got it. We got 109.22. It just tested up to 110, so I'm going to take a leg out there. As that tries to be a home run, I mean, there's not much baseball going on. And I am looking for, someone asked if I'm looking for Tesla longs. Yeah, we recovered that 231 level. Maybe I don't want that order exactly there. Pull back a little bit. But we did have a wick bottom through 230. We recovered 231, so some relative strength coming back into Tesla here. I do like the long in front of these levels now. It's just on the higher time frame, I didn't feel like that had turned into a short just yet. Still feels like a long to me. The bounce on Amazon was not close enough to my level. So I wanted 100. It didn't get really all that close to 100. So I'm not going to be in that one. And by the way, Intel still at exactly $28. Maybe after all, it is catching a bit of a bid here. So they got down to $27.89. This could be a new fresh low on it. But the other way to play that is, NVIDIA, which is still green on the day, bounced off 135. I think 135 is a better level for a long, necessarily on NVIDIA, than that 28 level is on Intel. If it gets down there, I do prefer NVIDIA, but Intel is at support level. That's the big difference.
Where did we just get out right there? Oh, SoFi. Okay, SoFi got us out double twice. Double outs there on SoFi at 12s right there. I didn't know if I had 2 offers there. I should have looked at my board. I did. So some more outs there at 12, 1 out at 11, then doubles at 12, and then a little bit of a higher move, hopefully coming for SoFi. I'd like to get this back to the 50 period, which is right here. That's the pink line. So it didn't spike up there right now. That's 618. So let's put an offer now in and around there for 618 or so. You know what? Let's go to 620. Sorry, we'll go to 617, and then we'll put some in the 20s is what I meant to say. So we'll do that as well. Maybe we'll catch a little bit of a bid for that. And then just another rewind here as some nice trading happening on Meta, man. We picked out that bottom. And again, this is, shoot, can't zoom out too much. This is what's on our sticky note right here, right? So we had the sticky note today. We talked about Meta on there. We said watch out for a 93 bottom and or a 96 break long. So if this market does get going, we do have Meta on board now, and I like the stock. So hopefully we can make amends here and hold this for a little bit longer. We're now out of more than half. We're out of 60% of Meta. It came right back to 94.50. That's a good trade for us, man. We averaged in down here at our biggest price of 93.80. So of course, you know, we down to make sure we capture some profits. Okay, now SoFi's starting to come back inside a little bit. No, not really. Sorry, it just dipped down to 10 and came right back to 12. So we'll keep our eye on SoFi as that's going. Apple, I still bidding down here. Where is my bid for Apple? 150.50 or so. If that can come in, then we'll take that profit off of a monster short for me on Apple right there. So far so good today, but it only gets better. Is there anything you want to talk about quickly before we go?
I just missed by pennies on Airbnb to be able to get that $1.50. I'm going to take the profit and run if it gets back above 110, but I got the reload on Alibaba as the market's coming back down to those lows. Watch out Amazon 100. Brendo, it's going to be here right now.
Hey guys, yeah, small cap brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check out the code at the bottom there, TLIVE. Use TLIVE on checkout and get yourself 20% off. Shout out to Chart Prime. We thank them for coming on board. A bit of a quiet morning so far for small cap stocks. Here's one that was up in the pre-market on positive news. UBX was up a lot more than this. 375, 380 ends up being the high up there. This thing had a ton of room up to about 450 if it was able to get through that 375, 380 level. So I actually like the long here. There's a small float, it's about 13 million. There's a short percentage on this as well, about 15%. But that fails, obviously, with the market move. So 350 ends up being resistance after we break to the downside. So flip the long to the short, back to basically break even on the trade now. But still holding a piece here at 310. See if we can continue back to maybe where we were yesterday, down around this 280, 290 area. For UBX, I was also watching Tilray today, boo. This support from late in the day yesterday. Let go in the pre-market. I didn't see that break, but that would have been a great opportunity at 4 there, down to 380. But chopping around overall for some of the weed names, guys. Back over to you.
Patience pays. Wait for the levels. Allow it to get there. Don't get too early. You don't have to do it. We got the 230 wick bottom on Tesla. It comes right back in. Long when it bounces off 230, 230.50. Just took some out at 231 and change. It's now 232. If we get back to VWAP, I do like it. And then Airbnb. I said if it got to VWAP, I'll take it this time. Got 9s. Took some out in front of 110, but then waited for it to get back to that 110.80 level to take the next out. I'm going to hold on to Tesla a little bit here. But if the longs, back-to-back longs just worked out, I have to go to, well, you know, I'll go to Amazon in a second. It never actually filled. Unfortunately, Amazon didn't quite get down to 100 on that last market bounce. But the first leg of BABA did work. The second off VWAP, it's now breaking VWAP. If I still like the short off to the high on Alibaba, then I'm not holding this at 67.30 in front of VWAP, then adding. No, if it breaks and goes higher, I'll short it off the top and just wait for it to get to said top. NEO's a bit of a different story because it's still challenging and holding that 10 level, so I was able to get some in the 980s. So we still are holding below said VWAP. I'm not going to add to it until it gets back into 1010, but this is much different from Alibaba. BABA just a little bit stronger than NIO here.
All right, we're really cashing in now, man, because look at Meta, man. Thanks for the comments in the chat. It's a money stock today, for sure, Meta. Big trade there. We just, 80, 87. Where am I waiting? Well, I'm not waiting anywhere. Okay, I'm surprised. I'm not waiting to get out something here at 95. Let's get a little more greedy on this name for sure. All right, and then the other name that we're going to try to hit upside, we liked Meta up here at 47, so we got to like it down here at 45, right? Roblox. So Roblox, trying to take this level. If we could take out 45.25, then we're going to hammer that long and see if it can at least get back to VWAP, which would be 45.70 right there, and then we'll move on. But I mean, hey, look, if it fails, it fails. We don't need to get long, but if it does take that eye, then we do want to take a piece out right there. I'm seeing Meta just dancing here. We might as well, I mean, I don't know. Let's put an offer at 80. If we get it, we get it, man. I mean, this is going to be, there it is. So it's a big trade for us on Meta for sure. You know, that's $1 now in the money. So now we can hold it. I mean, we should have held it all for the first place. But again, we're still below the 50 period. And there it goes. Nicely done there on Meta. Oh, yeah. And by the way, we also... And hey, that number came out, so we're gonna go.
Oh my God. We're
gonna hit the oh my God on SoFi right now. SoFi, 20 cents in the money as well. But there's a nice little bid for us that we actually got on Apple, man. 150.57. So nice little fill for us on Apple as we take about $3. Was it $3? $2 and change, sorry. No, $3. $3.04 there on that Apple trade. So nice short, back down in. So $3.04 on that move. Good trade there. And there goes Meta, still trying to touch 95. Oh, it was SoFi that I want to talk about. Look at this, man. It sucks that we got ticked out, but that's how you sort of get some revenge on the name, right? You just buy it right back. So there we go, a nice little move upside for SoFi. So a couple good trades happening here today. SoFi, Meta, AMD short.
Yeah, watching out on that little market bounce there, Amazon didn't get above 101, so it looks like it's still relatively weak. The same way I looked at Airbnb, bounced off support on the way down, trending to the downside on SoFi here. It bounced off 6. 6 is the level I like. Once they show me that bounce, I want to look for the long off that level. Now it looks pretty solid. Not really going to be chasing it on the way back in here, but Amazon, I'm still going to have the 100 in front of it, but it's worth mentioning this is not catching that much of a bounce. So if you're looking for relative weakness, it's definitely here in Amazon, down that 1.6 when the market is barely, I mean, we're barely in the red in both the NASDAQ and the ES. So there is relative weakness. I will take the 100 bounce because it's still there. And Playmaker, I see you with Sonnet. So it broke that 280 level, but here's the wick top. And by the way, 280, this is that 280 level on Sonnet. It broke that 280 top, wicked to $3, and is now right back holding. So I want to see it hold this range. I never really liked those top breaks the first time through an overhead resistance at $3. Now I think it's showing some signs of strength if it can reclaim said 280 level or even consolidate right here and then break out from that consolidation. But I can be patient with Sonnet. If you have it from earlier, it's one story. But when you're chasing it up top, it has to set up just right. Ooh, Brendan, I think talk about it.
I was going to mention that, guys. If I saw a bunch of people saying, "What's going on with Son? What's going on with Son?" This was yesterday. J&J with a big investment into this company on a cancer treatment and a deal. So SONN tie up with Johnson & Johnson. If you missed it yesterday.
All right, I think we did miss it. We did talk a little bit about it yesterday. Remember, I was like thinking it was sober. But right now, yeah, big time movement there in Meta. Thanks for Corey Ring there. Yeah, even more strength. What's up to Mark Knight? Meta about to go. Could I explain why we chose SoFi? What's up, Jada Jazz? Yeah, I mean, SoFi was a pretty easy trade today because of earnings, right? I mean, a lot of volume came through. It did go down to that $6 mark. I have to get out every time at $6. I just have too many shares. But then once it regained that 6, we're able to get right back in. And so this is what I mean. Like when we wind up losing 7 or 8 cents on this first long there. Well, first of all, the first long we were getting out of it, and then we averaged back in and took a hit there. But then when it jumped right back up, we sort of absorbed it off of that $6 mark. So I know your question was like, why did we pick it? And I mean, it's really just simple for me. And it was just earnings, right? I mean, they had earnings, $6 a key level. It's up 13%. So I think that's what you really got to do. And if you were interested in anything, Jada, you can check it out on the sticky note every single day. I put on there some ideas that I'm looking at. So that was one of them, and so was Meta, long down at 93. So when that came down to 93.80 at that low of the day, we did like it. We're almost out. We're literally have about 80% left of Meta right now. Amazon's trying to hit that $100 mark, and there's SoFi again, man. Wow, up to 22s now. Right to VWAP. We got to take a piece out of this.
Yeah, I got snuck on the bid there. It just got to 112. I did get some 20s in there on Amazon as it tries to make a little bit of a bounce. But remember, this is relatively weak. So each time it makes a bounce off the 100 level, kind of want to take some profit out. And this initial bounce is sort of failing that 30 level. So maybe 35s will make some sense in there. And if you can hold it, it hasn't even gotten close to 101 since that big test there. Like it did test it earlier, got to 20s. It got to 180. So I definitely want some out in front of the 40. And then if it gets to that 80 level and starts to turn, I want to take some more out there. That 100 break is likely to be a crowded trade. I'll give it a shot, but it's going to be a relatively tight stop on that 100 break. Sometimes it's the second time through that is the better short because everyone gets stopped out the first time, and then you want to save it for when it retests. Tesla's still holding off of these lows. I don't see any reason to be out of Tesla the same way I did Airbnb. I just feel when you go to the higher time frame look of Tesla, we took the breakout because I loved it from here, breaking out. Now you're bouncing off at 230. I still think you can retest some of these highs. If the market can get back up, yes. I can see Tesla back in that 35 to 37 level. So I want to give it some room to work. Amazon obviously is in a different place than Tesla. They're reversed. One's up 2%. The other one is down 2%. And just coming back to Intel, where it all started, it's still holding the 28 level. It's a decent bounce here. You've gotten some higher lows. I was hoping I would get NVIDIA instead for a long trade. 135 is come and gone. You're back up to 137. I don't know if I like chasing NVIDIA. I'm going to find something else in the chip space that I can get a better price in. Otherwise, I'll wait for 135. The market is trying to buck the trend, but I got a couple of longs here that can still work out for me. And NEO's still holding below $10, so that short's still working out.
All right, let's just go again, man. Let's just ring that register one more time here on Meta, as now we're $1.50 in the money. We do have a new position alert, though. It's AMD, as we went long through 60s. So let's see, man. I mean, let's see where it holds. There it is. So a nice little trade there. We broke the 50 period. That's the only reason to go long. Plus, we had a little bit of a shelf. So we'll take something out there at 68. Not a big win, man. We always try to take out about 10% just for a little bit, because then when it falls down and we get out of a little bit more, it doesn't hurt as badly. But still, nice little upside move there. We're trying to hold on to some more AMD. I just don't want to get fooled on that bump up there, right? Like, the market is still pretty red today. So let's take that in consideration over and over again. There we go. We're taking another piece there because we are starting to head to the downside. So another piece out right where we got in. We're going to hold this, but not for too long. We've emptied out our clip a little bit here on AMD as it's starting to fade back a little bit. Trying to give this some kind of love, but not too much, man. We're going to take out 60-40 right now. We tried the long. Let's wait. It's only 10 cents out of the money right now. Good trade on Meta. That's still $1.50. And then SoFi, 25 cents in the money on SoFi. But let's not leave Brendan hanging for too long over there. Let's go over and see what Brendan's talking about at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, it was a positive day for not only stocks, but crypto as well until that PMI number comes out. Sends everything back to the downside. There was, however, a positive note worth a look anyways this morning from Bernstein, who doesn't typically talk a lot about crypto markets, but a positive note on ETH specifically, talking about a small economic recovery being positive for ETH, 4% deflation at peak user activity for ETH if we get a small economic recovery. I mean, it seems like a big move, but we're only back to basically yesterday afternoon levels for both stocks and crypto markets today. But downside, we go. We are still positive on the day up there. Tough to see. But a downside move, obviously, with stocks here. Back to just 0.6 there for Bitcoin on the day. 20,445 holds as support. Ethereum still 1%. It was up about 3 at one point. 1575, so a move to the downside. Yeah, Dogecoin liking that tweet from Elon last night with the Twitter jack-o'-lantern and his Doge dog all done up in Twitter stuff, guys. But 18% for Doge today.
So right now, Amazon has broken 100 level. I gave it a few shekels below that 100 because I said sometimes the second time is the better time through. If it's going to hold up, it has to do so right here, right now. I forget the name of that song already, but if it gets down below, it's right around 99.80 is where I do like it for my stop. I wanted to give it at least a little bit of room. It has not made any kind of a bounce, but it's also not really flushing through. I did get into that Sonnet as well because Sonnet reclaimed 280. So I got into this one on the way to that $3 level, but obviously Amazon 100, this is resolving itself any second now, and I do think this is going to be the more interesting place. If it bounces from here and you've trapped the 100 shorts, I think you're back up to 150 and then that 60 to 80 range relatively quickly. That's why I think it's worth about 20 cents worth of risk here. You know what? Now it's starting to settle down a little bit. I will go over to Sonnet. So Sonnet did make that secondary push through 280. I was able to grab some long here at 90, some at 88, and then some just above that 91. Averages out to 90. If it gets through $3, I want to take some out right in front of this big size, but I want to hold for a $3 break. Sonnet's got room. It's now clearing out since that reverse split. Sorry, clearing out on the daily since that reverse split, going to the upside to Sonnet. There goes Amazon through the low. So Sonnet tries to test higher, and now just rejected, by the way. Ooh, there's your rug pull. My stop's in here, beneath 280. 280 is the key level. It just tried to rug pull off that $3 level on Sonnet, but not quite.
All right. Yeah, so AMD right now is coming back in. We're trying to average. Oh, we tried to average into that. We missed. How did I miss that? I thought we were going to get that. We were at 41s. Oh, it went to 42. Ah, damn it. Okay, that was going to be an average in, as now we're starting to go back up to the high side here for AMD. Let's see if this one wants to run. Hopefully it does, and we can take advantage of that. Just like Neil was looking at, or is in Amazon on that 100 break, there is another beast right here, a much bigger one than Amazon. Apple looking right now to take down 150. It just bounced off 150.50 or 150.13, sorry, there. So yeah, a nice little move to the upside right here. For Apple off of that 150 mark, but I'm still looking, okay, AMD. I am still looking, nice. I am still looking at a 150 break if we get down to there. But right now, we are saying nice because of our boy right here, AMD. Nice little move back up to the upside. Long at 62 right here. So got to try to support these positions. We've done well holding things against us. So when they go for us, we need to make sure that we hold those in the money as well, just like we did on Meta, giving us an opportunity to get out there, right? So Meta right now, good trade for me on Meta, but still needs to have some work done to get back up to past 95.50. We got a piece out at 95.30, which I thought was actually a pretty decent move for me. All right, here goes AMD again. I'm just trying to cash out. We have Fed tomorrow. If there's going to be a rally, we're going to hold on to the rest of these right now for AMD. Nice move back up to the upside. And again, why did we pick on AMD? This is what we're all about, man. We're all about trying to educate and give you guys a little bit of information here. I don't know if it's going to work or not, which is why we're getting some out. We're out of more than half. We're out of 60% now on this move up. But AMD, again, was stronger than the market, started to broke the 50 period to the upside. If there was any kind of follow through in this market, which it doesn't appear to be that, then I do believe AMD can retrace, right? Just like we did on Meta right there, and just like we did, by the way, right now as I see this, as I continue to talk less, trade more. There's SoFi, man. What a great trade SoFi is turning out to be off that $6 bottom. Obviously, we always wish we had more shares, but that is the story of trading.
Who was trying to short? By the way, I'm assuming Barranquilla 2020. I don't know what that is. You guys can tell me what that is in the chat, but it's a good name. It's an interesting name. I don't know who. I'm assuming it is Sonnet. I don't know who shorted it. I didn't. My stop was at 280, the 290 long. It just rug pulled up there. So it did that double top, or at least attempted to at $3. My stop was set at 290. If it bounces off VWAP, that's great, but I'm not holding it 10% against me. That's, to me a little bit reckless. Amazon did not break 99.80, at least from what I can tell. So when it was at 90s, I actually got stopped out, but it didn't break 99.80. So I just jumped back into the trade, replaced the stop. Maybe I keystroked the stop the first time. I don't know. It's certainly possible. I can check that later. But it is now holding. I wanted to give it that 20 cents. I just jumped right back in at 100. It's up at 120. Just got to fill there. If it recovers, I want to take another leg out in front of 50s and then try to hold it for a bigger move. But as long as it's in this tight downward trend, it is a scalp trade to be sure. As Brendan's got another name for us.
Another one from yesterday, along with that SONN, ATNM was up huge on a leukemia study. Positive results from a leukemia study. Just took out that high. So another volume alert there, guys, for this one, ATNM.
The one from yesterday. I remember that one pretty well. I remember you, ATNM. I still believe there's nothing really to do with Tesla except just preach a little bit of patience. It started out relatively strong. It tried to break out. Now it's bounced off a 230 support. And it's about halfway, right to pre-market lows, in the middle, between your support and VWAP. I want to give it a chance. The market continues to go. Tesla should be able to recover back into VWAP, and I don't have much of a reason to get out of this bad boy. But that Sonnet, a pretty nasty move there on Sonnet. And when you hold those dips, when you're buying the tops of these names that can rug pull, to me, I think you want a tight stop, because if it pulls back 10%, if you like it so much, And when it breaks support, you can just wait for it to get to that halt band or VWAP and then buy the dip at that price. $10 has turned into a bit of a wall. On NEO, I keep thinking when the market bounces, it'll break here and I'll be able to get shorts in the 5 to 10 range. But look at this. It gets to 10, holds it like a dime, and then starts to roll over. So I don't think I want to hold it past the 10 even. I mean, this is pretty much exactly where I'm short at 98. So I'm going to tighten my stop on NEO. And if I still like it at 10, 10, 10, 15, I can just get back in at those levels. Just a little bit more patience there, guys. And going back over to... we forget well, I at least forget about some of these names here, at least just a little bit. And I want to go back over to SoFi. I know you talked about it there, Sean. Yeah. It's now holding VWAP. So until it breaks 635, until it breaks this lower high, I still want to favor that $6 area for buying the dip. But now that it's above VWAP, I have canceled my order. So if it breaks down, I don't want to have an order just sitting out there. I want to see what happens when it gets down to that price. So a bit of a break happening out there on SoFi. Got to pay attention to this NEO the longer it holds this channel. And Amazon, for now, still battling that 100. I'm going to hang on. I've scalped some out of this, but I'm going to hang on. If it takes out that 99.80, maybe it goes for good to said downside, but that just hasn't happened yet. It is one of the weaker names out there. So, you got to have a stop. I'm always going to have it. I'm not really averaging into this anymore. I think I've taken the stand here in front of that 100 level, and it needs to hold that 20-cent range.
All right. Yeah, so far so good, man, with all of this. So let's just watch out here because we're getting over to Apple. Oh, yeah. So right now we only are in 30% of AMD as, again, as the market fails, that's the best time to get out of your trades if they are wrong. Here goes Apple right now. So I'm probably going to only hold this about 30 cents. If it does break back down to that downside, I'm going to take too many shares to hold it. So if it does break, we're going to have to watch it back. I mean, I don't really have an idea of how far it could go. That's 30 cents right there. So I'm going to put the order in right now. If it breaks higher, man, we got to get out of this one. So this is worth the shot to me. We are going to take some shares. There it is right now. So there's the Apple break. We are now in this.
Same time as Amazon.
Again, let's just see what happens now. Hopefully a downside move, but if not, man, that's fine. This is worth the shot for me here on a risk profile for Apple going to the downside. So let's see what happens. We have Apple short. We have AMD long. Hopefully one of them can work out half decent for us. And I'm thinking it might be Apple because right now Apple's back into the 90s. So let's wait to see where it goes. There it is. Nice little flush down. We are now out of our AMD, but we're cashing in on some Apple shorts right now, down into the 70s. Like we said, this is, again, 30 cents worth of risk, worth taking some out now into the 80s just because, hey, we're close to being at that level right now. We're short at 97. So take out a little bit of profit here on Apple. Whoops, where's my screen? My screen is now gone. So we'll have to, sorry about that. You should have warned me if that was happening. We'll go back to Neil. Yeah, no, not you. Oh, yeah. I wasn't even paying attention, so yeah, that's my fault.
When we're trading, sometimes we can't see our program monitors to confirm that we're showing. But by the way, Amazon, I said the second time through might be better when it broke. So when it broke that low, I tried to hang on. That was a line in the sand, 99.80. 99.80 broke. I'm short at 79s. I got out at 78s, got in at 79s. That was a pretty fortunate fill. At least I think it was a fortunate fill to be able to get that price. It just got down to 99.5. I think 99 is the next logical level. But if that's going to start to come down in, there's Tesla again, right back off of these lows and bouncing off the lows another time. So Tesla's showing some signs that it wants to hold these bottoms. That means I want to try to reload off these lows of the day on Tesla. I got NEO. NEO continues to fade. And this is why I'm hanging on to NIO. That $10 level continues to fade off it. Can't seem to break too far off that 85. So if I get some out at 85, it's only to get back in front of 10 even the next time. As we go to Brennan for Sector Watch, yeah, I mean, the market is red, but it's not all red on that board. Something stands out there. I wonder what it could be.
Yeah, more a case of strength that we saw early on this morning kind of fading off rather than weakness overall coming in. But a couple of notable names here on the board to talk about. This ABMD jumping off the page, essentially, up 50% right now. This one over here, 50% right now. That's that buyout today. So a huge deal for them, helping the entire healthcare sector outside of this one. CTLT, they cut their full year forecast after earnings missed expectations. A few positive notes, though. Moderna's up 3.5%. Pfizer up 2.8%. They raised their forecast, if you missed it, on COVID vaccine sales. This is the tech group down here. ZBRA downside off their report, but everything else basically in positive territory. I mean, the moves are not huge, but the rest of these groups pretty positive, to be honest. Industrials, consumer discretionary, even the banks positive on the day. Communication stocks are positive. Energy also positive. Some of the producers up 3 to 4% on the day. This SEE and ECL 8% for both. Downside off of earnings. So one of those days when you get monster individual movers kind of offsetting each other, leaving everything else to sort it out, guys. Only 0.4 right now downside for the S&P 500.
Right, well,
only, he says.
Hopefully Apple can send this a little
more. Lower
yielding.
days across the board, just about everything there. Just got 99.50s on Amazon. That continues to flush. Just got low of the day again on the bid of NIO. The last long that's standing here, Tesla, just bounced again off 230, but look, the trend is still to the downside. I know it's above some support that I like, but at some point, if we make a fresh low on Tesla, I'm going to get out of Dodge there and just hang on to the shorts. I really should just be back into Intel as well. Like, I mean, I'm the same setup. I'm short on NIO essentially off this 28.20 level, which would have been like that 10 level. So if we do pop off 28 and give me a chance to get in, that's one way. Otherwise, it is just a short, breaking the lows and holding to 28 even. Intel does have some gap to be filled still here beneath 28 even. This could definitely fall another $1. I didn't think so when I sat down, but hey, things change. We have broken yesterday's bottom where I thought we'd catch a bounce. We haven't really bounced off that level, so we got to work back into those shorts. Tesla, hopefully it can hold fort for a little bit here for the last long of mine to work out.
All right, I'm just editing my script order now because we are getting out more and more here of Apple as the market just tanks in now. So good trade for me here on Apple, obviously, as you can see, the market pulling back down right now. So yeah, I mean, we talked about taking a bigger position on that, so we're pretty proud of doing that, and now into the 70s. So the funny thing is, it's actually, we'll take another bid out, man. I mean, it's actually not trading that well to the downside. I thought it would crank a lot more than this, man. Like, we're only able to get out in the 70s on Apple. I thought once we took 150 and then really held it, that would be the case, and it just doesn't seem like that is the case right now. So we are now out of half of Apple. And we could wind up losing on this, man. Like, if it takes out that 150.30, then it'll be a loser. So hopefully it'll pull back down in, and I think that we're on the right side of this trade. We did get out of AMD, of course. Good thing we did right there at 60.20 as it's trying to take down 60 right now. That was a long there. Then we tried some more at 40, then got out at 20. So all in all, loser on that trade right there. But here goes Apple, right back up through 150 again, man. Sometimes this is what happens. You get some nice little downside pulls and then a rally back up. So let's see what happens now with Apple. Looks like it wants to take out that level of 150.30 where we're going to get stopped out at. So if it does that, it does that. But the play was really the break down right there. Maybe we should wait for 40. I'm actually just going to wait for 30. We did tick as high as 20 there, but all good. We're going to wait. Maybe there's a pullback here in Apple. Nice downside pressure though, breaking through 150 today. Sucks, but that's fine. And our Meta is still holding up pretty good. That was a reload spot, but again, I wasn't going to reload Meta if we're net short Apple. So, we're going to wait on that one. SoFi is still kicking as well, up to 630 again. So good movements today. The only thing is disappointed that Apple didn't follow through a bit more.
Yeah, I would like to. I actually thought that Amazon would have gotten to 99 on that breakdown as well to the downside. But Tesla's still holding up, so the market made another bounce. Tesla held up that 230. I just got some out at 231. I think if I see VWAP this time, I take it. You know what? When we get to 232, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my order out there in case the crazy spike. But I want to see the futures because if we're still, and this is a NASDAQ here, if we're still in this channel, I take it out. If we're breaking out, I want to be holding some Tesla. That's the way I'm going to play this. If we need to break this channel for me to really like holding on to some of those longs, as we already start testing back to low. I just said I'm surprised Amazon didn't get down to 99. It's about to make a fresh low. I didn't like that 100 break for the short. I wanted to give it to 99.80. I was long in front of it twice. Didn't get the short at 100. You could have 99.99. Or 100 even short. I don't because I wanted to give the long a little more room. But either way, you're headed down to 99 even. Oh, I can't. I have to clean up that wick to be able to show you the 15, and I apologize for that. The 15-minute chart on Amazon. If we do break 99, I am looking at the 96 to 97 area for potential support. I'll be getting out of my longs if we get down to that price, but 99 is the next stop.
All right, so 99 problems. Apple was one, but now it's back down below 150 again here. So we'll have to watch out for Apple as we got our level 2 back up right now. And you can see that's kind of the damage that we were doing when it was, getting back down. We took a piece out at 150 flat there, just in case, just in case this move didn't happen. Back down, we wanted to take out a little bit of pressure on this name because like I said, we were holding about half. Now we're holding 40%, and hopefully this will come back down. My next bid is lower than this. It's in the 70s. So I want Apple to basically make a new low before we start getting out. So let's see if that happens. For some reason, the low is 149.6. I guess I just wasn't there. 149.66. So we're waiting for that. We're at 74 right now, and then a little bit lower than 66 to get another fill. So we're trying to watch out for Apple right there. Meta's pulled back as well on this move, so that could be something else to look forward to. SoFi still upside.
Let's see what's still at the high of the day.
I was going to say Uber. Is that what you're thinking about?
How did you know?
I was literally before.
I just pulled it up. That's
before
crazy.
before you mentioned it right there. I was going to go to Uber.
Weird,
still up 15% and still. But this is not exciting to me anyways, but a 31 break now. We had 30 written on our sticky notes. So maybe
now it looks good because
now maybe you can, you're holding and you're trying to take that top. So maybe Uber here does have a potential to get through 31. I actually like that trade there. I love the 30 break. The 30 break is what we really should have had, and we should have got it on a dip down in there as well. Maybe it still does do that. Yeah, but in a strong market, which is not now. I could see a world where 31 gets taken and then you run to 31.50 or something. So let's watch out for Uber there. Really strong, nice move to the upside and not really pulling back. So right there, good look on Uber.
There was just size on the bid at a quarters on Amazon. So instead of taking the next leg out at 99.10 or 99.15, I just took it out at 99.27s. So I'm going to take that fill. But Uber still, look at the daily chart, man. It's still got room. Look at how much room it has. I said this had room to 33. So if it wants to hold up like this, the market bounces. I like a break at 31. If we're breaking lows of the day, I'm not taking a top-end break. But as long as we're holding support, Uber 31 long break makes some sense to me. Aforementioned Amazon. I just got rid of this should work now, hopefully. There you go. Crazy move, obviously, yesterday. In the last couple of days on earnings, but we did have this open at 96.5. That's why I'm looking between 96 and 97 on Amazon, as it just got a leg out in front of 99. I think it could drop a couple bucks, but that's if the market takes out the low. I will acknowledge you're not getting a couple of dollars further to the downside unless we do see the market break lows. I want to be exposed to that opportunity. That's why you want to hold out something to the short side. I got the long I like if the market wants to rally. That's Tesla or a break of Uber now at 31, but I still want to hold on to the shorts as they work. Brendan, how's that US dollar doing?
I wonder why Amazon.
A little bit of weakness coming in ahead of what is to come tomorrow, guys. Here's a look at the board right now. We're back in the red for the US dollar. It was actually lower than this at one point this morning. 0.07 right now for the DXY, 111.40. I direct your attention, however, down here because this kind of jumped off the page at me. Fed Fund futures pricing in 57% chance right now for a 50 basis point hike in December. Everyone knows probably going to be a 75 tomorrow, but going ahead to December, as they've said in the past, we could see a slowdown in the rate of hikes from the Fed. So the US dollar back downside on that, we have bounced significantly since that ISM PMI number this morning. We also have yields back to the upside in a big way currently as well. So euro, Canadian dollar, both negative on the day, but only just at this point. Back and forth we go the rest of this board. Japanese yen, finally a bounce. What a chart this is. If I pull this up for you, you can see on a daily chart, it's just been absolutely destroyed. Going back to the end of last year, even straight to the downside for the yen. Everything else, not bad, positive or thereabouts, guys, including Bitcoin trying to get back to break even currently.
Hey, we'll take that. Break evens, well, the market's trending to the downside, so break even, I
Is the
suppose,
TSX
sounds better.
down, people
So
are
I'm seeing
talking?
people saying there's something wrong with the Toronto Exchange. Yeah, so the TSX might be down. I can't remember that's actually happening.
I think it's just a TSX exchange.
Oh, the exchange. So
yeah,
when you
you
go
can still trade on it. So I have it up here.
went to
So I have
CGC, right?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
weed. Yeah, it's weed. So we have weed right here. You can see it is trading, but it's trading off market, right? So you're going to get some M's and some L's and some O's here on market centers.
Can I get
so
a dime back?
no T's right there. So if it was a T, that would be the Toronto Stock Exchange. So you could see volumes really dead right now. So I guess I guess there's problems there, Brenda. Let us know if you do see that. So what exactly that issue is, I'm assuming it's a data transmission problem.
Yeah, probably just a data
for
issue.
them. All right, I'm going to take out, and yeah, I mean, we have a lot of connections at the Toronto Stock Exchange, so it shouldn't be a hard time to find out what that problem is. Apple just goes all the way down to 149.80 something there, and I just said to Neil, like, it's funny that Apple makes those, or sorry, not Apple, Amazon hits 100 and just keeps on tanking. Meanwhile, Apple breaks 150, and I have the wrong name because I can't even get 20 cents on that. But good trade there on Amazon, obviously. Let's see if Apple, again, trying to get out in the 80s right now. Brendan, more on TSX there?
They confirmed it's a technical issue. That's all they said. But it is only just the TSX gateway. This was the headline that came across. There's actually more that just came across there right now. Yeah, all issues on all marketplaces for the TSX. So you can access it through other gateways, as Sean was saying, but a technical issue, guys.
There you go.
So
yeah, we'll give you pretty much everything, like whether it's the news and an unrelated market. Some of you guys might not be trading it, but if you are trading maybe even a dual listed name, it might come into play, and that's what we're all about here. We're about informing. You ask the question, we'll be able to get it to you. We only have about 5 minutes to go here. I'm not meaning to ignore NEO. It keeps on getting to the low of the day at 985, bounces off of it, retests a little bit higher. So I've taken some more shares out at 85, and I want to reload if it gets down to 10s. Tesla, very similar story, but in the other direction. It keeps holding the low. It hasn't really broken it. I scalped out of it, but I haven't gotten the reload, so it tested the bottom again beneath 230 and is bouncing. So I kind of wait for it to test the low, bounce off the low, and then try to take the reload. Like, I'm not really getting it on the way down. I'm always trying to catch it after it holds the bottom. Maybe a little bit late this time. Might have run out of space. Amazon, that buyer at 99.25. That buyer at 99.25 looks like it didn't really matter. I got some out in front of it. It then bounced off 99. Sorry, broke 99. It got to 98.90 and then bounced again. I'm going to try and hold on to this one. As I said, if the market makes a fresh low, I think we could be 96.97. You get something for earnings here?
I was going to say Apple's about to come out here because it is ripping back up through 150.30. So that's going to be our target on that one. It's fine. Like, we noticed that there was a problem. We got out. We were bidding. We should have got out again when it took down 150 there. So mistake on that. But we're going to be out in a very quick second on Apple because it is stronger than I thought. And the man who has everything news-based also has earnings. So let's go over there and see what's up with our earnings board tomorrow. I know AMD's up on there.
More on that TSX thing as well, guys. They've now set an 11:10 Eastern resumption time. So if anyone's trading on TSX, 11:10, you'll be able to access it again, it looks like. Here we go. To come, aftermarket and before the open tomorrow. Probably the biggest day of the week here.
So what's that? It begins with an A and ends in MD. AMD, obviously,
or
in the
an
chip
NB.
space. And Airbnb, that's the other one we've talked a little bit about there. Look, there's some big name, but from a trading standpoint, those two are going to be big. Hey, we can go Canada because I think
Ferrari over there too.
Don't tell Prad that. Prad hates.
Yeah, he's not feeling that earnings report. We'll see what Ferrari's doing over there as well. Paramount could be interesting, obviously, as we talk about some media names. I don't know, man. We have a Denny's that opened up.
I was about to say, if you like runny eggs.
I was going to say, we had a Denny's that opened up near us, man, and it doesn't even compare to, like, just the mom and pop shops that are around our place. And I mean, sure, a lot of you guys have that same experience, man. I think you should have breakfast at, like, those greasy spoons. So for me.
Or at home.
Or at home, no, for sure. But if you're going to go out,
oh my goodness, you
have Mother's Day, you have things like that.
We had my wife was away for the weekend a couple weekends ago, and it was like daddy-daughter weekend, which I love. I get to make brunch and everything. So I actually tried making fancier eggs. It's like she loves cheese.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, put some cheese in
omelets.
there. I'm like, this is good. It's like an omelet. I mean, she hated it. She wouldn't touch it, and it's like, okay, so on Sunday, I just make plain, boring scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
Even, I don't add milk to my whatever, but my wife does, so I did that as well. And she's like, these are so good, Daddy. You made them just like Mommy. I'm like, I tried, man. I tried.
Yeah.
I'm like, she loves cheese. Like, whatever.
Well, maybe it's just the
I tried.
consistency. I don't know what it was.
You gotta give them what they like. So
Yeah. No, I cook all the time for the kids, so I just say, here, eat this. No, my kids are very picky as well. So,
at that age, right?
We'll wait. But now my 10-year-old makes his own eggs. So he was actually, when I was leaving the house today, he's sitting there making his own breakfast because he makes them the best. So yeah, shout out to everybody there with kids. It was really fun. We got about 120 or 30 kids last night for Halloween.
That's a good number.
So that was a good number. That was a lot of fun. The kids stayed out. My boy was out till like 8:45. I went out and got him.
After 8's late.
He's killing it with some friends. The mother was there as well,
Okay.
so all good on that one. And then my daughter came home pretty early as well, but with bags and bags of candy. So
Too much.
I told the wife, you got to hide that, man, because like if we come home and I see that there. Okay, well, last night was good. We didn't. The problem was it was already pretty late, and I don't want to be hitting too much of that too late. Oh,
what
man.
inflation? Because if there's inflation, then why am I seeing whole chocolate bars? Like,
My kid got 7 of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of full chocolate bars out there.
7 full chocolate bars.
Look, the Crispy Crunch is maybe not a good choice for kids, but whatever. I like Crispy Crunch. I got full Crispy Crunch bars. Market making a fresh low. So
why is Apple not going down?
I don't look. If Tesla doesn't hold here, it doesn't hold at all.
Starting to
but
get pissed.
there's 99 on Amazon. Once again, it continues to flush to the downside. Market's making those bottoms. The last long I got is going to be Tesla. We'll see if it can hold these lows as we are now cratering once again. And there goes Tesla. So I'll do this one. Where is it? Slap the fail on Tesla for the last time. I thought I hit enter, but there it goes. It broke the low. Third time was not a charm going long on Tesla.
I know about slapping the fails on all of my trades, man. Like, what the market's making new lows, and Apple's not even close to a new low. So,
Apple's strong.
I don't know, man. Apple's weaker than the market. It's downside, but people love Apple. Like I said, I'm jealous of not shorting that Amazon at a hundy. But that's, again, same kind of play. One works. Well, I mean, Apple works. I'm up on the stock. It's fine, but still a little disappointing there. We got close, man. We got something out at 15 there. We got out 10% at 15. We got out another 10% right there at 90 when it just came into 90 again. As we said, we were bidding lower on this name. Hopefully, Apple will crack, and the rest will be history on that one. I'm still holding on to Meta right now, but again, Meta's only 15% of it because we took a nice piece out there at 95.30 on the upside. Whoops, we can't do that again. We will watch out for Meta down here if it comes back in again to that level. But yeah, for right now, man, the market continues to be tipsy-turvy and trying to make new lows in the session, which it's actually not trying to. It's easily doing that right now, trying to break lower and lower and lower. So yeah, it's been a very, very exciting day. I feel like some good trades, man. You're still short Amazon. Are you?
I still short Amazon.
Good. Neo as well.
But Neo just held the low again. Somebody's
something?
buying Neo at 985. So we're gonna send it to the midday guys there. But someone just said they don't have Crispy Crunch in the U.S. I can't believe that to be true. I've been eating that bar since I was a kid.
I think they mean Coffee Crisp.
Coffee Crisp. We get a lot of in Canada, but Crispy Crunch. I mean,
they have Crispy Crunch. That's the red and the white.
Yeah,
show it right there.
I'll get a picture of it.
Just bring that whole thing over.
I was going to bring this over. You guys, Crispy Crunch, this.
They must have that.
You guys have that.
It's Cadbury. So.
You guys have this. It's delicious, but like the way, like it's not great for kids. But you got loose teeth and stuff like that. But I love that bar.
It's a little bit hard. It's a little bit too toffee for me. Yeah, I like it. But
I'm a fan.
It's definitely not a kid's.
We got a lot of that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I'll have to look. We didn't go through it. There's a lot of chips and everything.
Too many.
Everyone's saying nope.
No, you guys don't have it. Okay.
Never heard of it.
Okay, that's interesting.
I've been to the Cadbury factory, by the way.
I'm surprised. It's kind of throwing me for a bit of a loop there. But it's 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Ketchup chips at least.
We didn't get any ketchup chips because I don't know why.
We didn't go through it all.
Although I have some in my house. I'll be eating those on Sunday. Sending it on over to Trader Pratt and Ian. I just looked over there. Ian going to be joining you guys. Go get him, boys.
Hoping that was going to be a little bit of a surprise, Neil, but thank you for that. Thank you for introducing Ian today. Sadly, yeah, your boy Luca is taking the day off. He's not going to be on the show, but the seats are always filled. We got another person that you guys are used to seeing most of the time. Ian's in the hot seat. What's up, Ian? How's your day going?
How's it going, guys? It's been kind of up and down today, I think. I had that meta trade that Sean was talking about as well, but then I've been kind of getting run over on some other things. I'll get into that in a second, but I just wanted to look at some of these other chocolate bars that you guys don't have in the States. Apparently, caramel, crunchy, coffee crisp you guys don't have. Crispy Crunch is there.
No shot. They have arrows.
Arrow, apparently.
No shot. They have arrows.
Mr. Big,
they gotta have
Smarties.
Maltesers.
Can you guys confirm? I don't know. I
Yeah,
googled it. It
that
says
website's
like
a cap. That would do no
maybe
shot.
you
They
guys,
don't have
some Americans
arrows.
in the chat can confirm that. Do you guys have Smarties in the chat? That'd be pretty surprising if you don't, because that's like something that's super popular here.
for
Like
sure
I've
have
always seen
arrows.
Smarties and like Arrow and whatnot. A couple already people saying no. Yeah, Mr. Big White. Yeah, all Canadian candy. That's pretty surprising, but I guess you learn something new every day. So let's get into some of the trades today from this morning. Been pretty active after about like 9:45, 9:50 is when I start to get involved here. So I had the Meta long in the morning, and I'm still holding on to that one. I'm holding on to a few shares of that one. Haven't really been adding to it, but essentially it was bouncing off this like 94 area in the morning here, and it was giving some good bounces. So, you know, from seeing that early on, I kind of recognized that Meta was a little bit stronger than some of the other names in the market. So when it came back down here, it did kind of flush below and did make a new low. But sometimes you just gonna have to, you know, have the courage to build a position here and then, you know, trust your instincts on that one, you know, tape reading and whatnot. So, you know, building a position there and then essentially just scalping on the big up move. Once the market started to bounce here, you know, then Meta really started to kind of go, and, you know, 95 broke out. So I, you know, got a piece out above 95 here. I am, you know, waiting above there to see if, you know, we continue to push high a day or whatnot, but I think that's going to be out of the question now. But we are holding above VWAP, so still holding some shares on that one. That's pretty much my only positive name on the day so far. Amazon has been tough for me. I've been trying this front run here on the bounce around 100, and then that really wasn't in the books. So, you know, so stopped out here, down 3.5% on the day. It's weird because it was so strong on that earnings day. If you guys recall, obviously it got hammered. It was SSR or whatever, but it was a big bounce day for Amazon there. And in the past 2 trading days, Amazon has just been kind of fading the move, right? So we're right back down below 100 again. Unfortunately, I did not flip short on Amazon, but it seems like that one was the one that you want to be short on. I am short Apple as well right now. You know, I took the L on Apple at first, again, trying to front run this like 150 area, and that really wasn't working. So then I flipped short, but like Sean was saying, it seems like it doesn't want to go down now. It's a little bit stronger than the rest of the market. It's kind of holding above this 150. So I am scalping some of the size out. I still have half the size left, and, you know, I don't want to continue to lose more on this name. So just kind of managing this one.
Yeah, apparently arrows are not in the States, and they did have a little bit of a run of arrows in the States during 1980s. And they were trying to sell the air balls or the pockets of air as energy balls for women to lose weight in America, and that wasn't a commercial success. I wonder why, right? You're trying to sell energy as air as energy, and trying to make it look like a weight loss method by selling chocolate and sugar. I mean, we all know Nestle's, you know, product of the devil. They've done a lot of bad stuff over there in their life. Let's come back to the market. Coinbase, I'm sure Coinbase around 66. Currently $1 in the money for that position. And long Pinduoduo off of this 55, 54 area. If you pull back yesterday's chart, I mean the daily chart, you see that there's somewhat of a level around 53 based on these 3 body of candles. Notice how every single tail goes up to 54, 55, but the bodies are 53. So I'm expecting 54.5 to 55 to hold. If 54.5 gives, then I'm going to wait for 53 to come into play for the bounce long play coming in for most likely Pinduoduo and other Chinese ADRs in general. Chinese ADRs today had a positive catalyst to begin the day with, but pretty much retracing all that pre-market positivity and now down on the day for Pinduoduo. The positive catalyst basically was that the reopening, or at least, you know, unconfirmed reopening of the Chinese the
easing up of like COVID restrictions.
Yeah, thank you for helping me. Easing up of COVID restrictions in the area might help out Pinduoduo and Baba with their or any Chinese ADRs like NIO and Li Auto.
Yeah, I saw those all kind of gapping up and, you know, doing decent volume. But like, here's the thing, like I feel like they're flip flopping back and forth like every day. Like every day there's like a news article that comes out and it's like, we're easing up COVID restrictions. Oh, we just locked down a whole bunch of stuff. And then it's like 2 days later and it's like, oh, we're back down again, right? So I don't know. I haven't really traded those names in a while. You guys know NIO is kind of on my like do not fly list or whatever. So I haven't really traded that one too often the past couple months. Kind of just waiting for like a bigger catalyst, more specific to those names, right? And then you know, potentially I'll kind of get involved in those ones. A couple of people mentioning AMD. AMD earnings is tonight, guys, after the bell. We have to confirm what time exactly it will be. But you know, it is going to be something to watch for sure. I went into the day today thinking that, you know, if AMD earnings is tonight, do we really break out of the range, right? And you know, just looking at the daily, we are kind of trading this range between 62, and then we kind of broke out of this upper range here, but the range is essentially like 59.50, 60 area, so 62.60, and then, you know, to the downside here, 56, but I doubt we get back down there today. But essentially, you know, we're not really, you know, if the market was going to, you know, really break out before FOMC, then maybe. But again, I doubt that. And then same thing with AMD earnings, right? No one really knows what's going to happen, obviously, with AMD earnings. We've seen the big moves kind of coming after market for these tech names. When they launch their earnings reports. So, you know, you don't really want to position yourself or get too heavily invested either direction here because you never know what's going to happen, right? But that being said, I don't believe that we continue to break out this range. So that's why I've been trying to build along. And I got stopped out here at low a day. I was trying to go long here in front of 60, added to it, and then, you know, got stopped out again. I am going to give it one more try, though. I'm going to give it a little bit more space, sizing down on this one, just in case, you know, it does end up being another loss on it. That's something I've been trying to work on as well. You know, if you do take a loss on something, don't hammer it with the same size. Don't hammer it with like double the size or something like that. That's kind of irresponsible, I think. You know, maybe size down a bit, and then if it starts to turn into a better winner for you, then you can kind of scale into it and add to it. So, you know, that's what I got to do here on AMD. Still have that meta short. I think I'm just going to leave that one alone for now. That's not really doing anything here. You know, I think I'm comfortable with how much I've taken out of this trade. You know, I've taken a good chunk of profits on it, and I'm just going to kind of let it ride now. Unless it really starts to break down VWAP, then I might pay a little bit more attention to it. Or if it comes back down to this 94 range again, 93, 80 range, then, you know, maybe if the market's bouncing or something like that, or come to a support, then I might start to add to this one again. But this one's kind of just managing itself.
Yeah, about that AMD earnings report, I think it's around 4:05 Eastern Standard Time today, same time as Airbnb. And those are the only two names that kind of stand out for today after market. And you know, Brando will show you the earnings board later on, probably into the closing show, to show you exactly where some trades might be coming into the after or before market, sorry, tomorrow. The implied volatility move for AMD about 7.1% to either direction, up or down. So either we go to $55 on AMD or we go to 7.1% to the north side, which is around $64.26. If Stop Console Wars is in the chat, I just want to let you know that your boy did officially buy some GitLab shares today. I also have an order to buy more Google. Most likely that order got wicked into. Let's go see. Yeah, for sure that order got triggered in. I had it sitting at 93 and it's at 92. So buying some shares of Google, GitLab on the long-term portfolio for myself. Yeah, market had a negative catalyst to begin with, you know, higher job report numbers, which means the economy is still booming, and obviously JPOW is going to have to do the 0.75 rate hike tomorrow. If tomorrow 0.5 comes out, you guys heard Luca talk about it. If 0.5 actually ends up being the story, we're launching to 4K tomorrow. That would be a monster move to the north side. Go ahead with your bad self, Trader Pride. Not sure what that means, Stop Console Wars, but I'm thinking that you're saying, you know, congratulations on adding GitLab to your long term. Then if that is what it means, then I thank you for that. But yeah, coming back to what we're expecting for the FOMC. The 2 o'clock move, the 2:30 move, the 2 o'clock, the algos come in, 2:30. Fed Powell chair himself will be coming on and having the meeting that he usually does, the conference call, the meeting, where reporters will be asking him questions, and we'll be able to see exactly how much harder they plan on keep on raising hikes, how many more hikes they keep on, they want to have at least, and so on. People are also saying 100 basis points. I don't think we're going to get 100, guys. because the CME rate tool, the Chicago Mercantile Rate Tool, is currently at 16% for a 0.5 and 83% for a 0.75. And this update's live. So here, I'll refresh it for you one more time. Ooh, now it's at 11 actually. So I didn't refresh it from yesterday till today. Now it's at 11% and 88% for the 0.75. Unless something changes from today's 11 o'clock industry numbers and the meeting that they're going to be having from today going until tomorrow till 2 o'clock, unless something changes, I don't see them pivoting towards the 100 basis point. They've been hanging at the 0.75 for a while now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty locked in. That 0.75 is going to be it. A lot of people kind of pricing that one in, and I think the market is pricing in as well. I think that's going to be a trade. Like if it does come up 0.5, then obviously the market's going to rally. You know, that's going to be a potential big trade of the day sort of thing. Yeah, I don't think we get 100. A lot of people are kind of betting that it's going to actually go to a 0.5 for the next rate hike in December, right? So, you know, obviously time will tell on that one. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, you know, the big trades this year have really kind of centered around, you know, FOMC, CPI, those sorts of like big economic you know, policy changes and whatnot. And, you know, we're going to look for that one again tomorrow. That's going to be at 2 p.m., guys. And then obviously Jay Powell's going to talk at 2:30 and do his thing. A lot of people saying he's going to be super dovish this time. Who knows? Maybe that's just a lot of hopeful thinking from, you know, the general masses here. Someone was talking about Tesla is potentially going to rally off of those numbers as well, thinking that's, you know, due for a big up day or something like that. Tesla has been grinding up, guys. You know, Tesla's been super strong since their earnings. You know, that $200 really came into threat here. I think it touched a low of like 198 something, like 198.50. So, you know, for Tesla, $1.50, that's not really too exciting, right? So, you know, we're right back here at 230 again, guys. So, you know, we're testing the upper end of this range. You know, obviously, if the market rallies or something off of tomorrow's Fed day, then, you know, what do you think is going to happen to Tesla? Tesla's obviously going to go up. It's going to, you know, it's a beta stock. It's going to, you know, move with the market and whatnot. But I don't know if it's necessarily due for an up day, guys. But yeah, no trades for me on Tesla. You know, basically this whole week, I traded Tesla a little bit during their earnings last week, I believe it was, but then that's been it. AMD, it worked there for a brief second. I made sure to get some out there. It was like 15 cents in the money on that one. You know, 20 cents in the money on that one. So, you know, scalp out a little bit on that one just to make sure that I am taking advantage of a move in my favor. You know, the market is slightly bouncing here off this 38.60 area, but I don't believe this is like any sort of key level of interest. So, you know, if we are going to get little bounces like this on AMD, you got to take what you can get. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here on that one. You know, I punched into that one and then right away into the profit. I got to take some there. But I am willing to add to this one if it, you know, it seems like 59.80 is kind of interesting. It bounced here. It bounced here. This is the 5-minute chart, guys. So this is what kind of initiated me to, you know, try this position again, is that you had this candle here, you know, it bouncing off of these lows and you know, kind of reclaiming the 60 area, right? So back long again here, willing to, you know, build into this one if it continues to work for me. I said I wasn't really going to look at Meta. I'm not going to look at that one again. Apple, the other position that I'm in, guys, look at this. If you talk about something that's just barcoding, and surprisingly enough, it's Apple, not really doing anything around this 150 area, just kind of bouncing around. I'm not adding to this one. I'm not willing to add to this one just because I don't know what the market's going to do. And, you know, Apple's kind of shown that if the market is going to push lower here, Apple isn't really going to give the same sort of move, right? So just kind of being patient with this one, but I'm not really willing to add to that one. Apple is painful to watch, like a decision as to which way you're going. I'm not really sure what you mean by that one. Canadian market is still having problems. Is it? Yeah, you know, we sometimes trade TSX. A couple people saying TSX is back on. Did we? No, we didn't really get the update yet in our group chat here at work. So, you know, we'll update with you on that one as soon as we get it. Netflix, a good short depending on tomorrow. Let's quickly look at Netflix. I had a couple trades on Netflix the past couple of weeks, again, like with their earnings and whatnot. But Since then, it's been kind of not on my watch list really. Bouncing off this $300 area. I don't know if this wick was real. Did it actually get up to 317? I can't remember, but maybe a good short potentially. Yeah, it seems like we are up this like resistance area now. It is struggling with this 300 area. So if the market does pull back for whatever reason tomorrow, you can expect Netflix here to pull back from this 300 area and maybe test lower to like this 260 area.
I like what Greg just said right now. Trust the process, my friend, and the PNL will take care of itself. So yeah, guys, keep that in mind. Always got to trust the process. Build a process. If you don't have one, then you're just running around in the wind and getting blown around by the wind, whatever direction it blows you in. So build a process and trade around it. Have a rule set, have a system, have a playbook. I want to quickly shout out once again Alex, Be the Trader Alex, for having me on his podcast not too long ago. The episode finally did get released. I know I was talking a little smack about myself yesterday. I was like, I don't think I did well or whatnot. But a couple of the traders behind me over here and some of you guys who've actually watched it came up or at least messaged me saying that it did help you guys out a little bit. So as long as it helps, that's all that I care about. Just looking to help people expedite their process, their career, and their trading journey a little bit by using my own experiences and hopefully things that people have taught me around this place, kind of bleeding into that interview. So if you have not seen it already, go check it out. Hit that thumbs up like button on that episode, but also make sure you check out Neil's and Sean's episode that they recorded too. I'm pretty sure it's just a quick little search box that you can do in there, and theirs will show up too. And while you're hitting the like button for that show, make sure you're hitting the like for this show, because that's the most important one for us. All the likes and the subscribe buttons and everything help us with the YouTube algorithm. I've been wanting to go Google long for a while, but since the long on the day trade account didn't work out, I said, screw it, I'm gonna go long on the long-term account instead. Might be the wrong idea, because Google only $7, $8 away from the 100 area. We'll just have to wait and see if Google does manage to do what Intel is doing for myself and what Apple is doing also. I want to talk about a couple positions that we are in and ring the cash register for that, baby. Cha-ching for Coinbase, still $1 in the money with 80% of our size left. I'm just going to take out some size over here just to make sure that we are realizing our profits in case the market doesn't give us these same profits once again. And Ben Franklin Resources. I like how the logo for Ben is basically Ben Franklin himself. Not sure what they do, I'll be honest about that. But it popped up on my radars as a stock that was getting pushed down with relative weakness. Turns out their earnings date was today, pre-market, and I'm guessing that they missed because obviously they're down 4% on the day, and they were already down when the market was down to begin with. So here's Ben Franklin getting pushed down much further to the downside today. So around this 23 areas where I wanted to build into a short, missed out my trade, and then I saw it was popping above 23 and actually trading above 23. So I said, no, I don't want it anymore. Later on, when the market was breaking down, I immediately flipped over to Ben Franklin over here, punched into the short, and I started going to the downside. Sean was giving you Ben Franklin vibes yesterday. Ooh, actually, I think that's something that you could pull off too with that hair that you had yesterday. Oh, yeah. Color it white and pull off Ben Franklin. That's something.
You look like a turban, man.
No turban. No, far from a turban. But I think you can pull off a turban too. Let me know. I'll wrap a turban for you, all professional and whatnot. We'll be down for it. I've learned it once for my brother's wedding, but I'm pretty sure forgot it. I mean, come on, YouTube teaches you everything. Go long for that reason.
I got a question. Did you guys wear that to work, those outfits, or you put them on here?
They drive to work, so they could have easily.
I put mine on.
Okay. No, I loved the outfits yesterday. I walked in first thing in the morning. I'm usually like one of the first guys here, and then I was like, "You guys Pulp Fiction?" I recognized it right away, so that was a really cool. They kind of nailed that one. I'm long Uber here, guys.
Where were you yesterday, buddy?
I was a day trader yesterday.
You're a day trader.
Well,
yesterday?
I was trying to be.
You're a day trader every day. What do you mean?
A good trader. I was trying to be a good day trader yesterday. Let's send it to Brendan at the big desk for social sentiment.
We saw a pretty red board to kick things off this morning. I'll give you an update here on what is being discussed on social media so far to this point as we head through to midday. A little more green popping back up on here, including Yeah, SoFi nicely positive on this board now. There's Tesla and Meta, obviously, as well, back in positive territory. And when I say positive territory, I simply mean sentiment-wise. If you're seeing this for the first time, guys, this is just showing you a visual of what is being discussed on social media and the direction of the comments that are coming through. Mullen, downside. SPY, downside. Qs, yeah, downside. AMC, Amazon, Apple, all still in the red. GME went red to green at some point this morning, along with some of these Chinese names. BABA still very positive. This Uber very positive as well. But a mixed board, to say the least, guys, once again, for social sentiment.
Uber's on an absolute tear today. I mean, I'll be honest. I tried to take the $30 long in pre-market, and since it was pre-market, I said no, I'll wait for the open. And then off the open, just didn't have the faith in the stock to keep ripping past 30. Maybe to, I wanted more than just 31 as a target. And thankfully, I made the right decision of staying away from Uber. Already up 13% on the day. The stock has been having a little bit of a weak move in it all week for. I believe, at least if I remember correctly. Let's actually pull back the daily chart here. My daily chart got corrupted. Let me uncorrupt it. There we go. Bang. So we have been, pushing down more often. We consolidate, push down, consolidate, push down, consolidate, push down. And then finally, today off the earnings report, we actually get a nice move up to the north side. If I remember correctly, Uber had its first profitable earnings report not too long ago, right?
Yeah, it was like maybe last one or the one before that.
Profitable, says Neil in brackets. Quotations. So hey, just give it a while for them to start doing their Duber thing, right? Duber will for sure bring in them profits. I alone will be the sole reason. I'm already taking Ubers twice a day just to get home and to work. Once they start doing Duber, I'm not. What do you mean I am? You want to see my receipts? I get like 2 emails every single day saying your Monday morning trip and your Monday evening trip, your Tuesday morning trip and your Tuesday evening trip. So I alone am helping them turn profitable over here a little bit. 13% to the north side today for Uber. Since I did miss the Uber trade, I was also looking at Lyft for a sympathy trade, but the same idea kind of bleeds into this one, which is if I'm not expecting Uber to go too far to the north side today, I can't be expecting Lyft to do the same thing. And Lyft last earnings report came out a little bit weaker. So if Uber's not taking off, I don't think Lyft really has that oomph to take off in it, based off of the last earnings report that he came out with. So today, Lyft only up 7%, leeching a little bit off the move over there. But Uber, as you see, is currently still above VWAP. Well, slightly under VWAP now, but still above the $30 area that has about 300 lots of size on there.
Yeah, so not much size there. I did punch into Uber on this little flush down to 30, and it looks like it just quickly broke there. I want to give it a little bit of space. Obviously, Pratt said there wasn't, yeah, I am long now. Yeah, so I was long from 30, 10 here, quickly scalped out a couple pieces here. Once it popped up to the 20s. And, see that, guys? You see that flush there? And that's why you can't necessarily put your stop at the 99 when there isn't that much size there, right? Because sometimes it just needs that little bit of size just to take it out and, just for some liquidity so it can go back, back to the upside, right? So that's exactly what happened there. So, the ad right in front of 30. Let me, so I just got a piece out there at 30.14 again. So, kind of just working this position now, a few cents in the profit. But, waiting for, a bigger pop essentially back up to VWAP. And, that's why I have my offers ready here. But, I like this 30 area. I missed the 30 long in the morning. And it kind of broke out in pre-market and then flushed below. Essentially, I think this position, you got to give it risk down to this 29.80 area. Obviously, Uber's a little bit stronger today. This 31 area is very interesting. It rejected this 31 area basically 3 times. This is a 1-minute chart. Let's condense this chart a little bit so you can probably see a cleaner. Yeah, there you go. So like a clean double top essentially at this $31 level. So if it gets back up there, that's obviously going to be the key profit-taking area, or potentially to get involved in the short here on Uber. But yeah, obviously having a strong day. It's up 13%. SoFi also had their earnings today as well. I haven't really traded this one, but just look at what I noticed here on the daily. It looks like it's rejected the 650 area. I don't think it broke out there. Yeah, so high exactly was 650. But it hasn't broken out here. That's where this high was back in September, and that's where it really struggled again, right? So obviously huge gap up today. It's up 13%. like Uber is, but couldn't really do much with that 650 high, and it's been a short all day essentially. Not sure where to get long on this one. You gotta wait for like this 565.80 area. I guess you could have went long in front of 6. I'm not sure. I wasn't watching it, so I wasn't sure if there was a lot of size there. Maybe if some people were trading SoFi in the chat, you can kind of call out what your plan was today. AMD working a little bit better now. I'm watching that one still. I did add to this one again on the dip below 60. So, trying to build a decent position for an up move back up to VWAP again. The market really isn't really, deciding what it wants to do, though. It's kind of fluctuating, not doing too much down around these prices, 38.60. Obviously, the big down move today. But again, guys, the big day leading up to tomorrow, are we really going to have these big 1%, 1.5% moves here in the market? Time will tell, of course, but I'm going to bet no.
Yeah, I mean, SoFi monster move today. I'm loving it. Now I'm only down 75% on SoFi instead of 90%. So let's go, baby. That's the long-term account I'm talking about. But more importantly, I'm so excited for Dogecoin. I know a lot of you are excited for Dogecoin too. That coin has been absolutely launching to the north side. Let me reopen my chart that I just closed. It's that one. There you go. And let me show you Dogecoin. Dogecoin up again 11%. That's because Elon Musk tweeted yesterday his dog. I forget what his dog's name was. Maybe someone in the chat can remind me. Was it just Shiba? No, right? His dog's name is called not Shiba. Floki. Floki, the Doge himself, the Shiba Inu himself, got tweeted with the Twitter shirt on. So Dogecoin today launching itself to the north side one more time, and now only down 9% on Dogecoin compared to what 70%, 60% on the BTC and everything. Imagine Dogecoin will actually end up being the savior of cryptocurrencies. That's going to be something to talk about when it does happen, or if it does happen. Currently, I'm looking at CAR, Avis. Avis had a pretty good earnings report in it, but someone in the chat said, what's going on with CAR? Why is it reversing back to the downside so hard on a good earnings report? You would have probably expected it to keep ripping like it did the last few days of last week and so on. We had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight, well, including this one, 7 straight green days, breaking out of that range of 189, ripping all the way to 260. I'll be honest, part of me, even reading the earnings report and the catalyst for it, felt like CAR would be a stock that would be sell the news, buy the rumor type of move, because we were buying up the rumors over here for CAR right before the earnings report, and now it just looks like someone is dumping it all on the liquidity off that positive catalyst, because people can, whoever soaked up all the flow, or not all the flow at least, but soaked up most of the size on this move over here, can use that earnings report as a reason to bring in more buyers and then offload his shares or their shares onto these new buyers. So CAR just looking like a little bit of a sell the news move action coming in, hence down 8.4%. I heard Carvana be talked about a little bit too from the morning show. Let's pull up Carvana here real quick. It was on our watch list. Trader TV watch list. If you're not signed up to that, you're making a big mistake every single day before the open, before 9:30, before 8:30. You guys get a curated list of stocks that Neil, Sean, and Brendo are taking a look at, and why they're looking at those stocks and exactly what the catalyst is behind them. Basically doing your homework for you, allowing you to sleep into your bed a little bit longer and be ready for the market, even if you wake up a little bit later. Look at Carvana, though, doing a damn good job today, holding above $15.20. I keep hovering my mouse over here to look at the pre-market high. So pre-market high 1530, which is exactly where the 50-period EMA is currently on the 5-minute chart, moving back towards VWAP and pushing maybe back towards 16. At least it's trying to, Carvana. We're now only 75 cents in the money on both of our shorts, on Ben Franklin and on Coinbase. So the market moving up is taking away some of the Benjis away from our blotter, our P&L blotter. But at least that means Pinduoduo getting ready to move to the north side. We already took our first profit lot, only 20 cents in the money. So just offloading some size over here in case Pinduoduo wants to turn back red at one point. But now Pinduoduo up 0.86%.
A couple of things here, guys. I'm just reading through the chat, and a couple people are asking when's the next CPI. So the CPI number for October will be released on November 10th. That's next Thursday, guys. Next Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. So keep watch on that one. Something just happened there. Let me just drag out of that way.
Real quick, 6 minutes ago, China denies it's easing restrictions, says Barron's. Barron's is probably another reporting service over there, I'm guessing, right, Brendo? Yeah, so another reporting service coming in, kind of like Bloomberg or Reuters or whatever it's called, basically saying that China, Reuters?
Reuters.
But it's spelled with R-E-U, man. How's it Royd? Listen, I don't agree with this. This is polar bear all over again. We're not dealing with this, okay? No, but China does apparently deny that they're easing restrictions. So Pinduoduo longs are a little bit more scary. Let me take off some more sides to be safe.
What did you say last week? It was like algebra too? Yeah, so, we already kind of know that Brad's English is kind of suspect, so don't be surprised if you mispronounce
something. It's correct
something.
if you live in India or China.
That's fair. I'll give you that one. Uber is really starting to work now here. I'm really liking this one. I had these orders here, these offers layered at like 23, 27, 34, and they all got kind of taken out in one shot. I was like, oh, okay. I guess, good thing I had those offers there because it's right back down 10 cents. Right, so it's still in the money for me, but that's I guess why you have your offers there and just let your offers kind of just do your work for you. So if it gets there, you're not necessarily paying attention. On the show we have to a little bit distracted doing some other things. So it's a good thing to have them there, and then if they hit, they hit, and now you're taking profits on the name. So Uber is continuing to work for me now. AMD also working for me, and I'll get to another one that I want to talk about as well, but. Yeah, AMD working for me as well. Just same sort of thing. I think my last take there was around 30 or so. So that one's starting to work on the second leg of this up move potentially. A couple people in the chat were mentioning Apple short. Okay, so guys, I was short Apple. First I was long Apple. Then I was trying to short Apple, and then it came back down to like my price around like 150.10 area, and then I kind of just got impatient with it. I'm like, okay, look, like the move hasn't really happened with Apple. I think I'm just going to cover, get out of this trade for flat. Obviously took the L on it a little bit earlier, but I don't want to continue to lose on it kind of thing. It did flush down to like the 70s area, so if I was a little bit more patient, I would have got out there. But who's to say that I wouldn't have just held that one for a bigger move because I took this L earlier. So I'm okay to get out flat here. It's right back up to 150 anyways, right back to my price. So opportunity cost wise, I don't really think I really lost anything on this trade. Obviously, the short was in the morning, but Apple wasn't really on my radar to short up here. So trying some things around 150, and now it seems like 150 is trying to hold up. Let's send it to Brendan. Okay, let's hold up on that one. We were going to send it to Brendan real quick there, but for now, we'll hold off on that one. Meta trade for me, like I said, guys, I'm not really doing too much with that one. I don't have enough size in that trade to really scalp it out anymore. So if it does come back down below VWAP here, but it's holding up VWAP very, very nicely. So, clearly Meta is relatively stronger on the day. I'm not sure, Sean, are you still holding that Meta trade that you had this morning too? Yeah, so he's still holding that one as well, guys. That one continues to work. When your price is like so good down here, I think my average price is 93.63, right? So like, I don't want to add to this one and ruin my price, so to speak, around VWAP, because it can easily just kind of flush down below VWAP. But now the market is kind of getting a bounce. Meta is really starting to hold above VWAP as well. Maybe push it to this 95 area again.
You still want to do it?
Obviously, been struggling with that 95 area. Okay. Been rejecting it throughout the day. So that's kind of going to be like an inflection point here on Meta. But for now, not really doing too much with this one.
Right on, my friend. Sorry for that interruption over there. We were going to send it to Brendo, but we had to, reschedule that real quick for a second. Doge will probably touch 25 cents. That means I'll be 5 cents in the money. Let's go. That'll be sick. That'll be awesome to actually have a cryptocurrency go in the money for us. Pinduoduo at one point was 80 cents in the money, but I'm gonna get out of this long. I'll be honest, guys, because if that China news was just a rumor that came out in the morning, let me go quickly see if our watch list tells you exactly who the rumor was coming from. In here. Does it say from who it's coming from? No, it doesn't really say who the rumors were coming from. But at the end of the day, where do they go? Social media event, unverified notes circulating on social media that the Chinese officials planning a reopening from strict zero COVID curves. But then right again, we got another catalyst saying, no, we're not doing that. This sounds like a Fugazi catalyst overall. So let's just stay away from Pinduoduo. You know, we had a good moment of time where we just had to stay away from BABA, NIO, DD, and all those stocks because one day they would come out and say, okay, we're not in delisting fear anymore. And then the next day they would come out and say they're delisting fear again. And BABA actually is a pretty good price right now. Trying to see if I can get some shorts on BABA. There we go. It's at a pretty decent price around VWAP. If I can just give it that risk of slightly above VWAP near 67.60 or so to see if we're wrong on this trade, basically around 20 cents past our entry for a range trade, right? I'm just continuously looking to capitalize on the weakness of the sector by constantly going short on the higher end of the ranges and then scalp out at the lower end of the ranges and then maybe hold some for the bigger dream move in case BABA also wants to become Pinduoduo at some point and turn red on the day, because Pinduoduo did turn red at one point, and if I remember correctly, PDD was also up 10% or more at one point. So PDD giving away almost a 10% move. Maybe it was not 10%, maybe it was like, you know, less than 10%, but the idea is turning a pretty big green day into a red day and now trying to survive and stay green on the day for itself. Something to keep in mind, guys, is the UVIXI. Still negative on the day. This is the third day in a row where the market kind of goes red and UVIXI stays red. Not sure what that entails. Maybe
Which one, sorry?
like, you know, UVIXI usually is positive when the markets are negative, right? But for the last few days in a row, UVIXI has stayed red as long as the same time that the markets have stayed red too, which is kind of like, you know, I'm not sure how to really decipher that or read into it. Might have to have some conversations with my mentors, you know, Greg, Neil, and Sean, and so on, as to see how they decipher that info. But here we go. Now UVIXI trying to turn back green slightly by heading back towards that important $10 level that yesterday that we were bouncing off a little bit until finally giving in. Apple down 2.2%, Amazon down 4%, Google down 2.4%, Meta up 1.3%, AMD up 0.2%, XOM up 0.34%, says Dan in the chat. Thank you, Dan, for my chat ticker board.
Yeah, I want to bring up the SPY here because I wanted to touch on that, you know, that question that's Prad just kind of asked me there. And, you know, look at this uptrend here. You know, it's been a pretty clean uptrend since last CPI. So last CPI was October 13th, right? And if you guys recall that day, you know, there was the initial really big down move, and then the market proceeded to rally 200 points to the upside.
Well, market new low day.
Sorry, which one new low day?
Market new low day.
Market new low day, yeah. So, you know, obviously the market has been uptrending really strongly since then, and now we're kind of starting to pull back a bit. But I think, you know, overall, the market has kind of been pushing up towards this FOMC day, and, you know, maybe now with the FOMC, if they come out, you know, 95 or something like that, or 75, and then the market tanks off of that, or potentially 100, but, you know, I highly doubt that, then, you know, the market will, you know, kind of pull back from here. It'll be pretty clean. Yes, the market is pulling back quite a bit now. So, you know, we're watching that come in. I was looking at Meta because now that's kind of getting hurt below VWAP now. You know, of course, right when I decided to, you know, maybe I should get some more out of here, and then it just ran away from my offer, and then, you know, tanking a little bit. You know, regardless, my size in this trade isn't anything substantial, so I'm not too worried about it. But, you know, I just noticed the move here in Meta, you know, flushing below VWAP, and it hasn't really done that, you know, at all, right? So until this little market move here. Let's take a quick look at Apple, because I know Apple was struggling with that one. Okay, wow, okay, so Apple really started to push now below this 150 area, and now testing 149.50. Let's quickly look at Amazon, because that one's probably been the weakest of them all, you know, as it cracked down below 100, and now we're testing below 98, right? So, you know, I don't think that trade around 100 was necessarily clean to take that short, because it did kind of, you know, do its thing, you know, settle itself above and below and touching all sorts of prices. So I don't know if you could have taken that breakout for size or anything like that, but, you know, here we are now, $1.20 in the money if you would have got short at 100, let alone short at like 104 this morning. This 104 area has been actually quite interesting, and I want to bring it up here. Let me do a couple things here, and let me do this. Let me do that so we can actually just see what I'm actually talking about here, this 104 level, and then there's a bad wick there. So I have to clean that one up, but you guys can kind of see here, this 104 has been tested the past couple days, so I believe this was on Friday there, so we kind of topped out at 104. Yesterday we quickly broke out 104 and pulled back from there, and then today, you know, we obviously rejected 104 pretty heavily, and now we're back down to 98. So, you know, that 104 area was a pretty clean inflection point, I'd say. And then, you know, here we are now down, you know, quite a bit. So clearly, Amazon is very, very weak after that earnings. You know, I thought it was going to give a little bit more of a bounce, you know, continuation the next 2 trading days afterwards, but it just wasn't in the books.
Right on, mate. Just trying to set up my trade ideas charts over here a little bit. To see if I can work with them a little bit better. Yeah, guys, if you guys want to use, you know, scanners that we have going on by Trade Ideas, use code tradertv.live to get 25% off in case you missed out that 30% deal that we had going not too long ago. On the scanner right now, mega cap losing scanner, INTU, Intuit is popping up on the scanner, Intuit on NASDAQ. $400 stock with a relative volume of 1.61 and apparently getting absolutely beat down. Look at that big nasty volume candle to the downside. Big volume candle with a big drop in price too. Almost $15 in that 5-minute candle being given back. Looks like we're trying to bounce slightly in front of 400, but I would reckon that 400 level break short would be something to look forward to. And look at... All right, I'm fine.
You good?
I'm fine. Baba over here, 15 cents in the money. So that Baba trade trying to work out for us too, and see if he goes to and he goes down. Reckon, yeah, okay, chill out, guys. But yeah, you know, Baba over here trying to push to the downside for us and work out as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ did make a new low a day, which was amazing to see happen. Sadly, though, I did have a future short today that I traded pretty poorly. I would say I traded it poorly. Maybe some of you would not say that. I'm just trying to find the chart. Let me find the chart. It's not the executions are not showing up right now, but I do have a chart here somewhere. No, that's not the full chart either. Either way, I could just tell you exactly how the trade happened. I got in around 39.09. I waited for the 10 o'clock number to come out. When Brendo mentioned it, got in at 39.09, added on the break of 38.90, and then it started going back up. So I covered that trade pretty much. I got back in at around 38.80 over here, and then when this pop started happening, I gave everything back that I made on that 39.90. Then I just waited for you know, the market to pop up a little bit. Got filled around this 38.86 area. Then I got out closer to somewhere here, making a pretty good chunk of money on that trade overall. But as you can see, if I just held on to that trade, a lot of hindsight is 2020 action coming into play here, right? If I only held this, if I only did that, if I only did this, lots of if there's and there thens. But even on Pinduoduo, I had a Pinduoduo short off of 59, and I got out at 58 saying, okay, I'm good enough with this trade. But boy, was I wrong, because Pinduoduo managed to go to 54. Thankfully, I did manage to get a long out of that. But you know, I'm not trusting that trade anymore over here. I hear Sean saying, wow, Apple, let's go. No shot. I should have just taken everything off when we were at 156, and gotten back in at 145. This is insane. With Wealthsimple too, there's no fees or anything, so like I could have just done it for absolutely free. But imagine if it didn't come back down, though, then I'd be feeling like an absolute idiot to be getting out at 155, 156. At the end of the day, though, yeah, Apple having a little bit of a bad day today, but this is the #1 company in the world. It's too big to fail, honestly. The price of the stock might go down, but the company's too big to fail. Anytime it goes below 140, I think it's just a no-brainer, go long on this position. So even though I did transfer some money into my account today, which all of it is already used up, I'm gonna transfer more money the second this Apple stock goes below 130.
Yeah, that's kind of frustrating. I can feel Sean's frustration on that one. You know, when we're in the short, Apple's not doing anything, and then now, you know, continues to flush a little bit more. So, you know, clearly that 150 level is kind of just giving way. A couple things here. I got out of this Uber trade. It broke down new lows, so, you know, I'm out of that one. This 30 level bounce was good while it lasted. You know, now I'm really glad that I was taking these profits out. I did have one last ad there, and, you know, obviously I wish I didn't have that ad because it continued to break down, but it is what it is. You know, you got to trust your stops, and that's exactly what I did here. I put my stop at low day there. It was like 29.78, 29.79. So it stopped me out, and now that trade's done. So probably going to look away from that one. You know, clearly I think the trade of the day here was that short off of 31. That one was pretty clean. When I was looking at it, there wasn't like that much size there, but you know, it is what it is. So off that one for now. I did punch a little bit more into Meta here. There was a little bit of size at 94 again, but again, guys, it was like 107 lots, so you know that got taken away super quick. But then it quickly reclaimed 94. So you know, off that move, I added another piece there. You know, got a little bit out around 94.20. So you know, kind of building another position here, a second trade, if you will, on Meta. In front of this 94 area. Again, guys, you know, Meta seems like it's relatively stronger on the day. So again, guys, it's like kind of like a double-edged sword that, you know, if the market does bounce, then Meta is obviously going to rally a little bit harder than you would expect. And then, but then if the market just continues to fail, then, you know, arguably Meta has a further way to fall. So, you know, that being said, this 94 continues to work, and, you know, we'll keep trying it until it stops, right? AMD, I also added to this one. I also added to this one because the 60 area now is continuing to hold up, and you know that one's fluctuating around 10 cents, 15 cents in the money for me. So I'm probably just going to continue to churn this position, just manage that accordingly, and then you know try to hold a piece for a bigger move on that one.
So INTU, I said if the 400 area breaks, you know, we could probably look for a short there. I didn't throw my order out, and we missed out on a $5 flush. But I got in on the way back through. Looks like that's going to be a wrong decision over here, as we're instantly $3 out of the money on this trade. Thankfully, I kept my size pretty small and allowing myself to give it that $5 worth of risk to the north side to 405 or so. The stock spread itself is almost $1. Not almost, it is $1. So you got to be careful. The spread will open up pretty quickly, and it will probably go up to 405. And you got to be able to give that risk on a stock so expensive. So $400 stock with the spread opening up, my size is very limited, very tight size on this position compared to how much I've been trading on Coinbase or Ben or Baba or anything, right? So that's just a quick little note for those of you out there who are trying to learn about how you know, position sizing and risking and everything comes into play as a day trader on a prop firm. Since we're only 10 minutes away from lunchtime, let's take a second over here to talk about the like button. You know, hit that like button. Already at 1.8K likes with 5.5K people watching at the moment. So I think we can at least get up to 2.5K to 3K. Yesterday, Neil actually rapped, right? If I have to go watch that rap. I saw it, but we got posted on Instagram or YouTube. But the whole idea is, yeah, we have milestones every week, every day, which is at least 2K to 3K for the morning show and another 2K for the closing show. Neil usually raps on Fridays if you guys do that. So smash that like button, hit that subscribe button too. So, it's actually disappeared for me at the moment, not sure why, but there should be a subscribe button right here. Oh, there it is. They moved it. They are moving things over here. Okay, I see you, YouTube. So yeah, smash that subscribe button. In the chat, there usually be people with green colored names. If you're wondering why they have green colored names and how you can get yourself one, click on the little join button right next to subscribe. You'll see a pop-up window coming up with Brendo explaining to you exactly what it entails being a member of the Trader TV Live family. 356,000 subscribers now. Not too long ago, we just broke the 350,000 subscriber mark. So already 600 subscribers above that. It's a pretty big jump from previous jumps, I think. So at least I'm guessing over here. But thank you for everyone who has been sharing the channel with your friends and your family members and whoever it is that's wanting to learn more about day trading. If you want to rep the merch store or the merch for Trader TV Live, let them know what amazing community you belong to. Go click. What? Why is everything just a white t-shirt? You see that?
Yeah.
Everything just a white t-shirt. But yeah, click on the merch store over here. That might just be a bug from Teesprings, guys. But if you click on these hoodies over here, the hats, or any of these merch, it will show you all the other stuff we have, like all the mugs and everything, even iPhone cases and masks for those of you who want to wear them. A lot of options for you to pick through. Eventually, some of these items might not be in the store anymore, as we are going to revamp the store with the help of Shopify. I think at least that's where we're planning to go with. So if you do want to buy the hoodie, the OG, the varsity hoodies, not varsity, but the vintage hoodies. That's the word I'm looking for. The vintage hoodies. This is time's ticking for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I got a couple of things here, but would like to get some overstock if we're not going to sell them no more. That would be cool. Man, this meta trade
You're gonna flip them on StockX?
Yeah, imagine the resale value on them is just going to skyrocket. No, that would be crazy. Yeah, this meta trade continues to work, man. Like off this 94, this has been like super money now. You know, I had a couple ads there, so I'm glad I've managed this one accordingly. Less size than in the morning. Of course, you know, I want to size down going into the rest of the day here. But that being said, you know, I've had Meta's number. You know, yesterday I traded it really well as well. But, you know, now it's right back at VWAP, guys. So, you know, pushed up 50 cents in the money for me very, very quickly. Waited about like 10 minutes on that one. So, you know, that trade continues to work, right? So, you know, clearly some good relative strength here in Meta. And, you know, if you guys had that long as well, congratulations. But I am taking most of it out here in front of VWAP. You know, if the market can't really push back up, then, you know, Meta obviously isn't going to have the legs in it as well. But if we continue to go, then, you know, I'm all ears for it. And, you know, we'll continue to hold this piece, hold this trade a little bit longer. You know, I reloaded half the size. I'm back down to half that size now. So here we go, you know, holding a little bit of a pace here in case it continues to push up and, you know, test that 95 again. So watch that one for now. AMD is 30 cents in the money. You know, same sort of thing here. I really like that in front of that 60 area. That 60 area was really holding up nicely. So, you know, added to that one again and, you know, scalping that one out. Let me condense my chart here a little bit so you can see it a bit better. But again, just essentially just playing this range between like 60 up to like 60-20 and now 60-30. So we are continuing to make some higher highs here in the latter half or in the middle stage of this trading day here. Around 12 o'clock. So, you know, AMD maybe potentially has found a bottom here at the 60 level. Again, guys, you know, my thesis going into AMD today is I didn't really expect it to really break out of its range heading into earnings, right? So that range I was looking at was 62 to around this like 59, 50, 60 area. But, you know, that continues to work now. So that's exactly what I'm playing. Someone said Amazon has maybe found a bottom. I don't think so. I was like trying to, when I read that comment, I was trying to bring it up and kind of look at it. I always kind of looking at this, right? So obviously Amazon, losing name for me today. But look at this, like this is how you know like you were wrong, right? Like I was trying to long Amazon in here at 100. And here we are at 97, so that's like the halfway point of where we are, and it continues to push lower, right? So, you know, maybe you thought that Amazon's potentially found a bottom here at 97.50 because of this, you know, I guess, what do we call those ones? Is that a doji candle when it's like kind of in the middle there, you know, where it closed or opened or close exactly where it opened sort of thing. So, you know, it did close a little bit positive, a little bit of volume spike there. So going to be watching this one. I'm not necessarily excited to kind of jump into this one, try to catch another bottom on Amazon, although it is now down 5% on the day. Last 2 days it was SSR. Today it isn't SSR. So, you know, maybe people potentially trying to short it a bit more today and kind of get their hands in on that one. Someone's telling you to go long on Apple now. So, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's take a quick look at Apple. Has it really bounced? We're right back at 150. Wow, this is incredible. So, you know, Apple is really glued to this 150 area. For a second there, I was really hating myself for covering my short early as it dipped down to 149. But I guess, you know, after Brad did his spiel about, you know, go long Apple, Apple's a great company, you know, clearly some people went long Apple and, you know, right here, right back at 150 once again, right? So, you know, I'm not willing to really trade around this 150 area just because it's touching all these prices so many different times. And, you know, there clearly isn't like any, you know, significant size around this area. So, you know, until we really start to pick a direction, I'm probably going to be hands off on Apple for the rest of the day. around this 150 area because I just don't want to get chopped up anymore. You know, I tried the long there, tried the short. You know, if you try both ways and lose on both ways, then I don't know what to tell you. I think it's probably time to stop trading at that name at least.
Not sure if you saw my my Instagram meme that I posted yesterday with Joe Rogan. How many times you're gonna try that trade? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times. 9 times is usually when I'm gonna try that trade. But no, it's better if you just have a system where it's like 3 times. I'm going to try this setup 3 times. If it doesn't work, I'm done. I'm looking for a different setup at a different price. Will probably save you a lot of money going in the long term if you think about it.
Tell me what you think about this. Like, I've been kind of working on this. Like, so, you know, 3 times, like you said, you know, give it 3 shots essentially. So first time, whatever, that's like you really love the trade. Second time you lose on it. Second time you take it, maybe size down a bit. Third time, size down again. And then, you know, if it doesn't work that third time, then I think it's probably time to stop.
Yeah, generally, yeah, sizing down with it. Unless I'm very, very confident on the trade, it's very rare that I'll actually size up on my second time or my third time on the same level, on the same setup for a stock. But yeah, I agree with everything you said over there. Taking more profits on BABA when they're being offered. BABA was 40 cents in the money, now only 30 cents. Like I said, I'm just scalping the range, constantly going to keep looking to get back shorts. And get back out of those shorts to the downside whenever the opportunity does show up for ourselves to take advantage of. And INTU is now in the money about $1 almost. So INTU flushing once again as the market's actually going back up north though. The NASDAQ bouncing off of S&P 500 bouncing off of 3850, and NASDAQ looks like it wants to bounce off of what's that low over there, 11,322. Now currently above 11,350 for the NASDAQ market. So markets are clearly trying to push back up here while we're talking about it. Wells Fargo crawling back up, WFC on NY. Let's go check out WFC. Obviously, SoFi today with the earnings catalyst that they came out with was very positive. So I'm expecting some banks to do something similar over here. WFC up 1.3%. XLF in general most likely up on the day. I don't think SoFi is actually in the XLF. Could be. I'm not sure. I would have to double check on that. But XLF today up only 0.12% and staying green even though the markets did turn red and are currently still red for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. People in the chat saying, let's go SPY. I'm guessing you guys are long off the lows, so congratulations for catching that long. But it kind of could be playing with fire over here, right? You're trying to catch a falling knife. It's probably better to just short the pops when they do show up. For example, right now, I think shorting this pop on the SPY will be something that I want to look into as we are just popping into the range high over here. If that range high breaks, I'll get out for a tiny little loss and walk away from it. But if that range high rejects again and we pull back to the south side, then I'll be scalping profits for the shorts on the market.
Yeah, I mean, guys, clearly the trend is down today, right? So clearly, you know, what I've been trying to do is obviously I've been in a couple longs, right? So that being said, when I'm trying to play these bounces, I'm scalping them out fairly quickly, right? So, you know, it's always size dependent, guys. And, you know, if you're taking a size that, you know, 10 cents, 15 cents in the money doesn't necessarily mean much to you, then, you know, obviously try to, you know, trade your own book, hold for a bigger move, whatever. But, you know, for me, you know, I'm going to scalp out these positions if I'm like 20, 30 cents in the money for sure, just because the overall trend is down today, guys. So, you know, unless the trend really starts to break out and, you know, maybe we push back up the VWAP or something like that, AMD reclaims VWAP, then I'm going to continue to hold a piece for a bigger move. But for now, I'm comfortable scalping it out and kind of managing the position that way. Let's send it over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, still chopping around here. Let's get you caught up to how things in North America are shaping up right now as we head into the lunch hour. Still in the red, unfortunately, but a little bit better for some of these than we saw initially. The S&P 0.45, the Dow about 0.5% right now. The Russell 2000 specifically did try and go positive there, but back downside just ever so slightly right now. Still about the NASDAQ 0.63, 0.71, the composite in the 100. Leading as far as negativity is concerned. There's the TSX. We mentioned that brief outage, appears to be back to normal at this point, but positive anyways here in Toronto. There's that note on the Chinese ADRs, or the government anyways, coming out saying that Yeah, they have no plans to lift any of this zero COVID policy. There wasn't much movement, surprisingly, in any of these. That's Alibaba still chopping around. Here's Li Auto. There was EV delivery numbers out of China overnight as well that were a little bit better than expected, trying to get back to the upside for LI right now.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, a couple more things I wanted to talk about here, and I'm just reading in the chat. There's some good conversations going on, and some people are saying, trading options as a beginner, is that where you start? And then a couple people disagreeing. Options are not for beginners, guys. I think, I can kind of confirm with this one, Brad, and I'm pretty sure I know is that when you start trading, a lot of people do gravitate towards options. I know I kind of did. I'm pretty sure Prad kind of did when he started as well. And I think it's because there's like that illusion that you can use less money and then make more money potentially with options. But then obviously, if you have no sense of risk management, no strategies, obviously you might get lucky a couple times, but then likely you're just going to lose and blow those accounts up. And, I'm sure we've all been there sort of thing. I think, the best way, if your terms of like actually learning proper risk management is obviously trading very small size in shares, obviously paper trading when you start, that's where we all kind of start as well. And kind of just developing that strategy and, getting a feel for the market. Don't hop in directly to options and, it's a quick way to just blow up your accounts very, very quickly and, you're going to start losing money and whatnot. But yeah, guys, that's my kind of 2 cents on that conversation going on in the chat. I want to talk about XOM as well. XOM had their earnings the other day. I believe it was on Friday morning there. It was very, very positive. A decent gap up. It's been positive for the past couple days, but it's been kind of fading these moves, right? So it always kind of gap up in the morning. So today it gapped up to a new all-time high above 112.50 area and then kind of faded the move, right? And we are kind of getting a bounce here in front of like 110.50. But I don't know, it seems like the short has been more so the trade on XOM. And, I'm going to look here. This is yesterday as well. So again, the shorts off of those 112.80 area again. And this is that first day off of that earnings. I guess it was like off that 111 area, right? So, they did come out with that little bit of a news catalyst yesterday that Biden might be imposing, a bigger tax on some of these energy companies. But, that's just kind of a conversation. That's just kind of in the talks, right? In the works. There's nothing cemented, so to speak. Obviously, these stocks kind of made a down move when that announcement or when that news kind of came out. But, right here, back again, we're up. Having another positive day for XOM today. This person was asking, XOM short question mark. I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all, but I think we got to wait a little bit more, for 112.50 area to come back into play and kind of trade that range again. Now, if, we short here, we're shorting clearly an uptrend here and we're trying to pick a top. So, just be patient with that one. Maybe if size pops up on the offer or something like that, then we can jump in short. And kind of build a position on that. I don't mind that trade at all, though. I'm going to keep it up on my side screen.
Someone in the chat, I think it was Jeff Ross, saying, what does Apple have that Google, Amazon, and Microsoft don't have? Nothing. I would disagree with that. Apple has a cult-like following, and that cult-like following is very important. Look at Elon Musk. You don't get to sell burnt hair and make $2 million, $3 million in the span of weeks without having a cult-like following like Apple does over there too, right? So you got to realize that you might not be a fan of Apple products, like I'm not a fan of Apple products, but you gotta, if you're a techie, you know how user-friendly they are compared to your Androids and so on. It's very, very user-friendly. They come out with leading-edge technology and software all the time that usually other companies have to leech off of and steal kind of their ideas, right? Like the iPod, they revolutionized music with the iPod. They revolutionized phones with their phones in general, and most companies had to steal that. Even the GUI, which if you guys know what a GUI is, graphics user interface. Apple's part of the reason why the computers have the GUI that they do now. I mean, Microsoft's the big reason behind it too, and Microsoft actually helped out Apple on that case. If it wasn't for Microsoft, Apple would have been still struggling on the GUI part. but they are not a joke. Apple's not a joke. You got to realize what they are. They're an absolute behemoth in the tech giant spaces, and I see someone in the chat saying Samsung is definitely easier to use. Yeah, I guess maybe, but I would disagree with that, because Samsung, usually installs a lot of bloatware onto your phone when they're giving it to you. Right now, though, let's deviate away from that topic, as the market's actually trying to push north to the higher side. Goes S&P 500, launching past that breakout raise that I was talking about, and now a couple of our positions that were $1, $2, $3 in the money are trying to whip back against us too, with the help of the market long. So the market's is ripping absolutely to the north side. What the hell is a Samsung? What? Pretty sure you've heard of Samsung before. But yeah, they install a lot of bloatwares on your phones, and bloatware is basically excess garbage software that you don't really need on the phone. It just takes up memory space and takes up extra RAM on there. That's why Google phones are more and more popular, because A, they don't have excess bloatware. Two, they're the fastest to get the Android updates than any other company out there, because it's their own software, obviously. And three, Samsung is also partnered with Android basically these days. I mean, their wearable OS, their Pixel watches uses the exact same software that Samsung uses on their watches. So that's part of the reason why Samsung is kind of more appreciated, I guess. But at the end of the day, man, Apple, even you don't have to be a fan of Apple or their products or the company and how they run it. You just have to recognize the cult-like following that they have and understand that.
I'm just trying to search around for potential shorts or fade shorts in the market here, because the market is pushing up. I am in a couple longs, but I want to continue to participate here. Meta is now reclaiming VWAP, it seems. That's working for me. Still have a little piece in that. AMD as well, I took out a piece here above VWAP, so still holding a little piece here for this potential move here. Not going to make back everything that I lost on it earlier, but I am going to make back a good chunk of it, and basically almost flat on that name. So, that continues to work. I think I'm just going to trail my stop on this one and, hold it potentially for a bigger move. So let me put that in there. Trail that stop. Okay, so there we go. Now we're set for this one. This one can kind of just manage itself here. I was looking at XOM because we were just talking about it, and I was thinking, okay, do we short here? It looks like this 112 area kind of just rejected. It was up in the 80s. I didn't really see any size there, so I wasn't inclined to punch in. But now that position would have been 20 cents in the money there. So if it comes back up there to test again, maybe that's the name that we do jump in short on. And I was also looking at Amazon as well, and it looks like this one was kind of struggling with this 98 area. We just pulled back from there and we're right back down at these lows again, right? So, that would have been a good short as well, but maybe it has now found a base at this 97.50 area. But, that looks pretty clean, actually. If the market maybe pulls back, let me actually do that. So if we break down from this 97.50 area, maybe I'll jump in short on this name, and we'll see where this one goes here, because that's now basically a pretty clean base, right? So if the market pulls back here, let's say we reject VWAP, reject this 38.80 area, and pushes back down to the lows. Amazon is obviously one of the more weaker names on the day, so maybe that one continues to push lower. I am kind of going to be shorting lower day, but that's okay. If Amazon is going to continue to be weak, what's going to happen is going to continue to push lower. So, going to jump into that trade. It looks like we're very, very close to that one. Getting triggered into that one, it's going to be at 97.50. We're getting very, very close to that one. So probably going to get triggered. And there's 310 lots there, so a decent amount of size, but that one's probably going to get eaten up. So, likely going to be punched into that one. You guys still going on about Apple and Samsung. I had a Samsung phone briefly there for a little bit, but then I just changed to Apple. I feel like Apple is just a little bit more simple. And then when you're like interconnected, you got like the MacBook, Apple iWatch. It just kind of just takes over your world, right? And that's what Apple has really been able to corner their market on and whatnot, and really expand on, and that's what makes them so great, right? So, that Prad's not wrong earlier when he was saying how anytime this dips really like the 140 range, 130 range, Apple has been the strongest stock on the year, right? It's been hurt the least, so to speak. So, you know, it is a buy basically on all these dips, right? And that's exactly what happens. It always rallies off of these big down days on Apple. The other day on their earnings day, I believe it was on Friday, they had their single best day like ever. That's what I read, right? So, you know, obviously Apple, you know, relative strength in comparison to the market. Today, probably not so much. You know, we're down 2% on the day. We are kind of reclaiming this 150 area though. Meta, I see Sean there say Meta working. Yeah, it is, right? So that one is the one trade for me that has really been working very, very nicely. I'm glad I was able to add to that 94 area there when we dip back down. Guys, you know, sometimes when you get these levels and they just work for you, you kind of just have to spam it until it doesn't work, right? You know, spam it until it proves you wrong, right? Until the market proves you wrong. So that's exactly what we did here on Meta around this 94 area. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And, you know, Meta continues to work.
I'm going to take a SoFi long here. What is going on? Why can't my keys work? All right. Okay, that's awesome. There we go. Yeah, SoFi long off the $6 areas. Obviously, SoFi with the positive earnings catalyst today, up 11%, was up more than 11% at one point, but gave back a little bit with the market pulling back to the south side off the open a little bit, and now holding the $6 area, triple bottom, double bottom coming into play. Just leading off the $6 area off of SoFi here, and we're currently long at 605, so about 5 to let's even say 7 pennies with possible slippage of the $6 break. And there's not much size on 6 anyways. There's more size on 5.99, so it looks like there's stops actually at 5.99 and below 5.99 for the most case, and buyers coming in off the positive report too. We just have to wait and see if this trade will end up being a positive one for us the way INTU is. INTU now $5 in the money. Let me just quickly take more profits over here. Bang, take that profit out and see if we could hold some size for a bigger move to the downside. $5 in the money on that bad boy. Coinbase $1 in the money. Ben Franklin 75 cents in the money, and Baba, you know, still offering us the same range. I did not add when Baba popped up to the north side. You know, I went for a quick little break over there, but you know, I had the opportunity to add if I wanted to when the market popped up as the catalyst is still to the downside, even though they started off with the rumor a little bit saying we might reopen and everything for the Chinese ADRs over here. But at the end of the day, the negativity still carries on. Baba up 5%. I think we're going to try and fade that 5% move for the rest of the day by continuously shorting Baba.
So I guess I didn't put my my order correctly or didn't cross enough or something, but I didn't get triggered into this 97.50 break. So I had to kind of get in after the fact, and I feel like that's going to probably bite me in the behind here, because now we're starting to really bounce. It seems like the short, the initial entry was good because it gave you, we touched like what, 97.16 on the low. So, you know, that was a good breakdown trade if you would have got, you know, triggered into that one. I didn't. And now we're kind of out of the money. So let me actually tighten up my stop here. I don't want any part of this if we rip back essentially above 97.50, right? So that was the thesis in the trade. It was making a base around this 97.50 area. I was watching the tape. There was a little bit of a reserve there as well. So that made the trade even that much better. There was a little bit of size there. I saw someone trying to sell 160 lots there on the offer. There he is. There the person is 97.40, and that's on a lit gateway too. That's on EdgeX as well. So that's a real order. We shall see if that gets properly tested. But it does seem like there is selling pressure here. But we aren't breaking new lows on the market, right? But if the market continues to pull back here, probably in a good position on Amazon. But again, don't want to give it too much space, as you know, my execution was kind of off on that one. But now we are short once again on Amazon. I was looking at this SoFi long as well, and I'm thinking like I was thinking about taking it too. I think you got to give it back down to like this 95 area, because the low earlier was 598, right? So we have already broken down this this 6 area. So maybe that's why you know, there are some orders you know, at the 59 or 599 area as opposed to right on that 6 area. Let me actually pull this down so we can see it a bit better. So there's the fat order there at 599 on that gateway there. So I am long now, but essentially I'm going to risk off of 595 to see if that breaks down. Then I'm going to be cleanly out of the trade. But now we are long on SoFi again. A smaller position again midday. Don't want to give away too much of the day here, but I do want to participate if we do bounce here. There is some decent size on the bid. So clearly some buyers here for SoFi. SoFi, big up move on the day, up 11%, off of their earnings report. Can we get a move back up to VWAP here and, sort of a reversion trade here? And that would have been 20 cents in the money. So, that's what I'm basically going for on that one. That Amazon trade continuing to kind of just fluctuate around the 97.20s, but it is working. So, liking that one. Right back at around 94, guys, on Meta. So I'm going to bid closer to 94 here. Try to add to this one once again. But again, guys, my size is progressively getting smaller, right? So, worked the first time really great. Worked the second time pretty good. The third time, I don't want to get too ambitious with this one. But, like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Lucas, can you check your phone real quick? And see if you can do that for a quick second. But a lot of people in the chat are basically saying this right here. What happened? You didn't put no snake oil today?
Yeah, okay, so guys, like
I
forgot earlier, but I'm kind of in the in-between stage with my hair. So someone sent that?
People in the chat are basically saying you're Halloweened up one day afterwards.
I might.
You're good? All right, so we'll put it up on the show here exactly what it's supposed to say.
Oh, my God. That's pretty good, but
that's pretty
yeah, I don't know
good.
what I might do with my hair. I am growing it out. It's obviously I got to trim the sides and get that proper fade again, but I don't know. I might perm it. We'll see. I'm kind of growing out the top, but yeah, obviously these in-between days. I think Neil was talking about it earlier. They had a friend that was like growing their hair out, and for like 6 months he just looked like a clown, and then that's kind of the stage I'm in now. Okay, yeah. So I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it for Halloween or anything like that. I don't know what I'm doing here essentially. But yeah, I've been wearing hats a lot in the office, but obviously on the show, can't really wear a hat. So here I am. Yes, perm. Yeah, Ian is going to come in one day with a mullet. I don't know about the mullet, but maybe a perm. Maybe a perm.
Guys, now we are $8 in the money on the INTU short. Like I said, it's a little bit more expensive position, obviously, $400 stock. I had to give it $5 of wiggle room to see if I was going to be wrong on the trade. Thankfully, I didn't have to see it get punched out. It did go almost $3 against us at one point, and now we're $8 in the money. So a little bit of a 2-to-1 risk to reward trade showing up for INTU. Holding last few shares to see how big of a trade can we turn that into and hit that money again, as Coinbase is still $1 in the money and not really doing anything for us. So we're going to just take some more size out. Ben Franklin wants to once again push this outside, and now 84 cents in the money. We're going to take some size out of that one too. Coinbase and Ben, we still have 40% of our position left. And Baba, sadly, only about 15 to 20% of our position left over here, as the range still holds. So if the range is still holding, we're going to take some size out. I'm going to throw an order back to get short at those range highs, just in case we do get a pop. We're not missing it this time. And SoFi, sadly, not doing anything for us. NASDAQ and S&P 500 pulling back to the south side, as NASDAQ is only a few points away from 11,350, and S&P 500 slightly below 38.70 at the moment, and looking like it wants to go down on the 5-minute chart. The last 5-minute candle closing red. The new 5-minute candle looking like it wants to also close red. We'll see if this market will give us another lower low, which would be a new intraday low, or do we get a higher low coming in with the higher low with the lower high at the same time? So a little bit of a lower high, higher low play pattern coming into play maybe for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 markets. Amazon is a bargain, saying chat. For a long-term account, maybe, I'm guessing. I mean, the post-split, wow, Amazon has just been on a straight downwards move today, not stopping at all. pretty monster. But look at the size on 97 for Amazon. There's about 1,900 lots on the 97 area as we're watching right now. I'm going to try a quick little long off of that. You know, I'm not giving it too much of risk. If 97 breaks, then I take a loss and I move on from it. If 97 doesn't break, we end up with an amazing long over here in terms of risk to reward areas. Give it 5 cents of risk for a possible. There we go. Instantly 1:1 trade as we're 5 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get more risk to reward ratios coming into play off of this long on Amazon. Now look at the tape also. The tape is actually heating up to the long side a little bit. I'm going to filter it for 99 shares. I'm also going to filter the level 2 for one lot, which is basically 100 shares. Anytime you see 1 or 3 or 5, just add 2 zeros next to it, whatever number you see on the level 2. That's how much size is actually on the book. So it looks like that long is going to work out for us. Play that J. Cole song, "Work Out for Me."
Two different things here. So I am trading Amazon as well. You guys know I'm in that short in the 30s, right? So I saw that size come up at 97 on the bid. So instead of flipping long like Prad has done, well, he wasn't in the short to begin with. I took out most of my profits now in front of that 97, right? So, you know, you saw it there briefly. I'm going to pull this down. I'm actually going to filter this so maybe we can see a little bit clearer. When we get down to that 97 area, close to that area, you'll see that bid on 97 pop up. Like Brad said, there it is. So about 1,200 lots there, 1,300 lots on the bid. So that's nothing to shy away from. I am going to add to this one if we break down. So hopefully the order triggers this time. I think I'm crossing enough this time. But if that breakdown happens, I want to add to the trade again and really kind of parlay the short here. Since it's continuing to work, right? Amazon is down 5% on the day. I saw a couple of people asking, is there news on Amazon or something? Why is it so weak on the day? It's been weak basically the past 2 trading days, right? So it had that big bounce day after.
Ever since earnings.
Yeah, ever since that earnings, right? So, obviously down, it gapped down quite a bit after their earnings and then kind of had a little bit of a relief rally. But then the past 2 days has been, been kind of fading the entire move, right? So right back down here at 97 again. Clearly someone really wants to buy here. The front run continues to work a little bit, but we are seeing closer tests down to this 97. So I really want to see it properly get tested and see if there's like a reserve there or something. I want to see the size get
2,000
hit.
lots now.
Yeah, now the size is starting to grow, right? So, I'm still comfortable in this short here. I'm 20 cents in the money here.
I'm going to add to the long.
Prad's going to add to it there. So, there's 2 ways to trade this, right? So since I'm in the short, I am kind of partial to it. Let me take out a little bit more size. I'm still going to get involved if it does break down. I'm still going to be into the short. But if this starts to really push off of this, I don't want to get caught out sort of thing. So, if it comes back up to my price, 97.30, it looks like we are pushing off of there. So, good long on Prad there and good out on me to take out a little bit more on that one. If it pushes back up to my price in 97.30, I'm probably just going to stop out the rest for break even. It looks like it is pushing up quite nicely off of this 97.
Yeah, woo, baby. Bring in the cash register, hit the awesomes, hit the oh my gods, all that right now as the long on Amazon actually looks like it wants to bounce up a little bit. That's a classic front running size. For those of you wondering what that setup even is, you look for a good level, like an even dollar level like 97. You see if there's any size on there. You also assess how much of a down move or up move the stock has had on that day. The stock's already down 5%. I think it's a little overextended, but that's just your opinion. The market doesn't care about your opinion if it's overextended or not. So we're gonna try a trade. We're also applying proper risk management on there, which is not giving it too much of risk. 5 cents of risk to the downside. If that size breaks, I'm clearly wrong on it. If that size is legitimate, which we can see that it is legit, and if buyers keep jumping in front of that size, we're going to see that the demand keeps going higher and the supply runs out. So the market will start pulling up higher to the north side, taking Amazon with it to match the supply for the amount of demand that's showing up around these prices. But if that demand's not there and the supply was there, then obviously we're going to break it, go much more to the downside, instantly 15 cents in the money on that long. I think it would be stupid not to at least scalp some size out on this long already, as we're 15 to 20 cents in the money. Sorry. 15 to 20 cents in the money on the Amazon long here. The market also looking like it wants to bounce before actually going to the lower days. So if the market moves to the north side over here, that's going to help us out on Amazon and maybe on SoFi also. And I did jump out of INTU because I don't want to watch INTU go back to the north side after being $8 in the money on that position. Took my profits at around $5 per trade. I think my best exit was for $6 per share. So pretty happy on that trade overall to begin with. I hear claps going on. Not sure what they're clapping for over there. Maybe a trade that's working out. But right now, you know, most all of my trades are in the money except for SoFi. SoFi slightly out of the money. We're still waiting for how that 5.99 level plays out for SoFi, and for Amazon, we're trying to see how this 97 level plays out for us.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just watching this Amazon trade here. Just because that's the one big thing now that's kind of popped up here on our radar. You know, I am still long Meta. I was trying to add to this one, but it kind of ran away from me there. I bid a little bit too low, so maybe I was being a little bit too, you know, greedy with my price there. I didn't want to ruin my price too much. But that being said, you know, we're right back here at these highs, 94.70. So, you know, clearly Meta has been the bounce play, so to speak. To trade today, and if you've gotten a couple times here, it seems like it's worked the third time. Didn't really quite test to that 94 area once again, but I guess that's a good thing, right? Because technically we're making, what is this, higher lows now? So let me condense this chart a little bit. We can look at it. So yeah, so the first low here, so we are making higher lows for sure, and we're right back up at that 95 area. We're right back down at 97 again here on Amazon. So here's that size again. It hasn't really grown from last time. So guys, here's the thing, right? So, you know, Prad's been doing the front run on this trade. Is it really going to work the third time? I don't, you know, that's the time when you probably have to lay off, right? So, you know, it works once, works twice. Don't get too greedy on it again. We are testing a little bit lower now. The low is 97, so it has been hit a couple times. And then it holds once again, right? So, you know, you really have to go off of the strategy here. And, you know, like Prad said with the front run, you know, you got to get a price as low as possible, close as possible to this 97, so you're not, you know, assuming that much risk. And it's more of like a size play, right? You get that 10, 15, 20 cent pop, and then you kind of scalp it out. It's a scalp play, right? It's not necessarily, you know, hold for the rest of the day kind of move, because easily Amazon can come back down here and, you know, stop out all these orders here at 97. But it seems like for now, it continues to hold. I'm going to get more short. If this 97 breaks, and man, there is a lot of selling though. There is a lot of selling. I'm seeing a lot of red hitting the bid here at 01.
But it's iceberg at 01 though.
Yeah, it does seem like that, right? It does seem like there is an iceberg at 01. So there's someone iceberging the order in front of the size at 97. Maybe if that iceberg at 01 goes, then, you know, it's really just going to blast through this 97 and it won't look back. So, you know, I'm going to keep an eye on this one.
But like if there's an iceberg buyer at 01, there's also a big seller that's offloading a ton of size into 01s and then also to the midpoint. So someone's buying midpoints here, obviously, and also buying the 01s, right? This is just time of sales reading over here, TOS reading. So look at all the mid-prints coming in. Look at all the 01s coming in, all the reds, every single one of them 100 shares. And we're actually breaking to the downside. Did I get flipped into a short there? No, I did not get flipped into a short. Well, that sucks. I had an order to flip me into a short in case that did break, but it looks like my level 2 is kind of bugged over here. Let me refresh that. Now you'll see that there was a big enough of a seller. Eventually the iceberg stopped refreshing and the seller just hammered that 97 area, 97.01 area. And now with Amazon breaking that level, we might actually see the market move a little bit more to the south side. Amazon is what, like number 1, number 3, not number 1, but number 3 at least, if I remember correctly, in the markets. That's not the page I'm looking for. ETF.com, there you are. And in here, we quickly go over here. Okay, we already got QQQ up, so let's quickly check the QQQ. What? They changed their website. Okay, there you go. Amazon at the third most weighted stock in the QQQs out of 100 stocks at 6%. And for SPYs, SPY ETF, I like how they changed this website a little bit. It's a little bit more cleaner. And for SPYs, it's also third at 2.7 almost 3% out of 500 stocks, right? S&P 500 is the portfolio that we're looking at. Something that stands out: the market's not really pulling too far down. Was this just a stop hunt? And then they run it back up? But don't keep in mind though, we're watching the time of sales over here. There's still tons of selling coming in around these levels. We're just waiting to see if buyers step up at some point. I did see a big 1,000-share order buy come in, but instantly there are two different orders of sell of 1,000 shares also.
There's someone trying to sell their 480 lots as well at 94.
At 94s, yeah, 500 lots now. So there are sellers over here clearly on Amazon. Amazon getting absolutely schmackarooski to the downside today.
So I did add on the short there. It kind of stalled out though in the 80s, and we're right back here in the 80s here. So I took a couple pieces out. I am bidding at 82 to see if this can continue further a little bit down. There was that seller at 94 and didn't really get tested. There is some buying coming in. Now that seller's gone, right? So there's a few lots there in the 90s to get short, or maybe it's people offering out if they're long trying to play this bounce. Why am I not getting triggered on that one? Okay, there we go. So another piece out there on Amazon. So this one now continuing to work for me. Adding to the short on the breakdown, right? So sometimes you just kind of have to stick to your guns, right? So I was already in the short. I saw the size at 97. Make sure, I'm not irresponsible with it. Make sure I take some profits out because that was a decent amount of size, right? So it was bouncing off of there. So make sure I take some profits out. And now I'm kind of structuring the trade a little bit different on the breakdown trade. So, my stop is clearly going to be if 97 breaks out. Once again, I don't want to be participating in this trade any longer. It looks like it is struggling with this area, really struggling to get through the 80s. I think if that 80 area breaks down, if we make a new low, you might start to see Amazon continue to crack lower, but now we're participating in that short. SoFi just broke 6. SoFi just broke 6 there, and we haven't, broken this size at 599. So we talked about this one earlier, how the size was actually at 599. There, now it's starting to get hit. Versus traditionally you'd see it right at the $6 area there. So that size just got completely destroyed. So probably going to stop out of this one if 595 starts to break down. Didn't really have that much size on this position. So
SoFi broke that level?
Yeah, SoFi broke that level. So I'm not too concerned about this one. It was basically to see if that bounce was going to happen. It didn't really happen. You see, I didn't really add to this one in front of that 6 area because it wasn't really doing anything, right? So now there's a decent size on the offer. But guys, obviously the stock is only $5.98, $6 stock. These lot sizes don't necessarily mean as much if you were to see them on the likes of Amazon or Apple or something like that. A little bit more expensive, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. That's why I didn't really, I sized appropriately for this trade. I didn't really put that much size on it.
I like how the chat's trolling me saying too many tabs open. Man, if you think these are too many tabs, then you've yet to see my computer at home. It's just like the tab sizes are so small you can't even see the logo of the tabs. I just know, or you can hover over the tab to see exactly what tab you're looking for. It's not that hard for me, honestly. And all of these tabs are important. I basically look at these tabs every single day throughout the day. So it's like, why would I close it? I click on it. I have exactly the tabs that I need for trading, for Tarkov, for New World. Even though I don't play New World anymore. Might have to get rid of that tab. Even for movies, maybe I should close these 2 tabs over here because a little bit. Anyways, moving on from that, you get the idea. The trading tabs are important for me, man. It is what it is. I have a system. I stick to my system. That's all that matters. Okay. Let's quickly show you guys a stock that got announced today for. Where is it? ABMD. Here we go. ABMD is going to get acquired by Johnson & Johnson for $380 and also has a contingency that they could ask for an extra $35 per share based on certain milestones that are achieved. So ABMD today jumped up 50% off of that catalyst. Because on Monday, Coinbase going even more to the downside. That means the market's pulling back. So Coinbase now $1.71 in the
Money, 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 money,
So
money,
let's take
money.
some profits out on Coinbase over here, and then show you ABMD. ABMD has been, rejecting 380 for the most part today. Since the open, we did get a little bit of a pop past 380 all the way up to 382. Keep in mind, if you are thinking that the stock should reject 380, you might get hurt sometimes trading that setup. You have to keep in mind that the stock has milestones that could make it worth anywhere from 380 to 380 plus $35 on top of that. So just be a little careful when you're touching this. INTU, ouch. Don't tell me ouch. That means it's going even more to the lower. I would have been, what, 10 bucks in the money now on that short? That 400 short would have been so clean. I did say, I think my words verbatim, where I reckon the 400 short would be a really good spot to enter. And looks like it was a good spot to enter for INTU. What's that?
Both of you guys just said reckon today.
No, it was just me. Oh, it was just it was just me. As I reckon, I've been playing with this Australian guy a lot recently, and he uses that word a lot. I pick up on a couple words here and there every time I play with these international buddies that I have. It's actually StarCraft 2. Timmy, if you're watching, I don't know why you would be watching. You're in Australia, probably enjoying your weather. But if you're watching, hello, Timmy. And also, hello, Ali. I know Ali's watching for sure. Prince Aladdin.
Guys, I've been churning and working this Amazon position here, so it doesn't really seem like it wants to reclaim this 97 area. Every time it popped up to the 97, 90s. Okay, there we go. So it's really starting to flush now. So let's take some more out there. Yeah, so every time it was really starting to push up to 97, 90 area, it was, sellers were really starting to set up. Okay, so, this is really starting to continue to pour in to the downside now. Let me make sure that I have some orders to, take profits on this one, some bids, to, make sure I take my money when it's offered to me here. So now, bidding into the 50s here, there are some bids there at 61, 60, but the sellers have been kind of pouring in. So anyways, I was trying to build a position, add to it, scalp it out in the low 80s, scalping out for like 10, 12, 13 cents or so. And then now we're getting more of the flush move. So, I'm trying to hold a piece of the move, for a bigger move, and that's what I'm getting here on Amazon. That's what I've been trying to do, really, is trying to manage the position and keep building it until, it really starts to tell you that you're wrong. So my stop out was 97.01. If 97 got reclaimed, I would stop out of this trade, and that trade would be over. Obviously I was short up here at 97.40, 97.50. It was, that initial breakdown. So potentially that's where you have to risk too as well. But this is a different trade, guys. I structured that trade as a breakdown trade, and this is another breakdown trade from that 97, right? So where am I bidding? Why am I not getting hit? Oh, I'm bidding at 54. And wow, I'm really a sucker for collecting fees, eh? Like, it's testing 55 and kind of bouncing off of there, but it didn't really hit my bid there. So, maybe I should just I'll be patient. I'll be patient and wait for that one. But 96.54 is where I'm going to get a little bit more out here. But now this Amazon trade really starting to work. By any means, since I've been sizing down later into the day and later into the afternoon here, and I've already taken a couple of L's on Amazon earlier. I'm not really willing to put more size on this one. But that being said, some of these positions, some of these shorts now have been pretty good. I'm watching AMD come really closer to my price here. I haven't really paid attention to this one. Let me condense my chart. But yeah, I haven't really paid attention to this one, but we are pulling back into the 60 area. I'm probably not going to add to it. It looks like it bounced off VWAP there and really couldn't do much with it, and we rejected it, right? So, clearly AMD was a little bit strong there for a hot second, but right now, right back here again at the 60 area, I'm less inclined to add to this one because it hasn't really shown me the bounces like the likes of Meta has. Let me check back on that position here. Again, that one is also struggling with VWAP as well. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes it works obviously great the first time you catch it. Okay, great. You catch it the second time, it works good, but then the third time you're probably going to be less inclined to try it. So I'm probably going to be hands off here the rest of the day on Meta. It's my best name on the day by far, and gotten two really good bounces on it.
A couple people in the chat, people saying that they're actually from Australia, and it's 2:30 right now. Matthew Morgan, Dan K. We also got Tickle Golems who's saying it's 2:30 a.m. right now in Brisbane. Man, that's crazy. You guys are still up and watching the show at that early, and you probably have work to go to afterwards, unless if you are day traders and you stay at home. Obviously, no, you don't, and this is your job, so it makes sense. But shout out to you hard workers over there who are still up at this time and watching the show, hitting that like button, and everyone. And appreciating all the hard work that we're doing over here absolutely for free. So we appreciate all the hard work you're doing over there by hitting the like button for us. But look at Coinbase right now, baby, $2.15 in the money, taking some more size out over there. And BABA, 66 cents in the money, not really having the opportunity to reload on BABA, but I think I'm taking my profits out here at 60 cents in the money for BABA. And Ben not doing anything for us either. Ben has been just trading sideways for the most part, even when NASDAQ made a new low a day just now. So I think I'm going to jump out of Ben and only hold on to Coinbase. To see how much of a bigger trade can we make here on Coinbase. Pretty profitable day for ourselves. We have 4 negative stocks on the day. SoFi, SPY, I believe SPY was a long, yeah, SPY was a long. That one, no, it was a short. That one failed. Google, what did we try to do on Google? I forget. I think we tried a long on Google. Yeah, that one failed too. And QQQ, yeah, I think that was a long also. Yeah, that one failed also on us. So 4 trades, all of them were longs and they failed. And only the shorts have been absolutely working out for us on the day today, thankfully. INTU, Coinbase are my best trades so far. Everyone in the chat, if you have not hit the like button already, go hit the like button. The market's actually going back up right now, so maybe that's the opportunity to look for some longs somewhere. You said Meta kept bouncing, so let's quickly head over to Meta to see what Meta's looking like. Meta's actually up 1.4% on the day, whereas the markets are down big on the day, so pretty confusing over there.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at this Amazon trade. There was size at 96.50 area. Obviously, you're not going to see it now. We're far away from that price, but there was a few hundred lots there. So gladly I took that bid out, and then when it really couldn't push below the 60 area again, I took out another piece. So I'm still holding some shares, but most of the position I'm out now. But it's kind of fluctuating, testing back to these 90s again, right? So the market is trying to push up here. It looks like it rejected this 38.60 area, or bouncing off of it, if you will. So if Amazon really starts to reclaim this 97 area, I'm going to stop out, and this trade's going to be done. But some decent winning trades here on Amazon. Had the short here at 97.50 on that breakdown, and then again here on 97, actually building a decent position. A nice position.
Meta just launched.
Whoa, what happened with Meta?
Meta just took off right now. Not sure what's going on. New high day coming in for Meta, actually up 2.63%. Did Zuckerberg just say he's buying Twitter also or something? Not sure what's going on over here. Monster move coming in. Look at that volume candle too. Higher than the last few full volume candles that we've had. It's in our work chat right now. So FCC commissioner says government should ban TikTok. Obviously, that's going to be a positive news for Meta and for Snapchat. Let's quickly head over to see if Snapchat's making a move off of that catalyst also. Yeah, look at that big volume candle on Snapchat. Snapchat now up 1.9% on the day, clearing that $10 area and up 10 cents above $10. What's another media stock that we can take a look at? Maybe Pinterest? Pinterest probably bouncing off of that also. No, looks like Meta and Snapchat are the only 2 social media stocks taking advantage of it. Obviously, TikTok is very close to Instagram, which is owned by Meta Platforms, and also Snapchat, which is owned by Snap Inc. And hence, both of them are an absolute spike to the north side.
Oh man, I think this is the second time now I've been caught in like a news trade on Meta in my favor.
Let's go.
It was like a few weeks ago where I was like randomly long Meta, and then it just popped up like $2 in my favor. Here we go again, another $1. Unfortunately, I didn't add to it, but if it's gonna pop up here like this on this volume, I'm gonna take some out, and it's made a new high a day. I'm holding one piece left, and I'm probably just gonna hold this one until the rest of the day and see where it goes. But man, what a trade on Meta here. I'm kind of speechless on this one. That has happened to me once again. There are some people trying to sell here. at 97.50. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. Maybe if I filter for size. Oh, no, it's just going to be blank. Okay, then there we go. So there are some sellers here around the 50 area, but those guys are getting taken out quite quickly, right? So, you know, this is like a rumor. It's not. Well, they said that they should ban TikTok, so it's not anything.
True.
It's not anything like super official that it's getting banned. Okay, here we go. Now it's really starting to take off.
I think it's real, man.
Do you really think they're going to ban TikTok?
Yeah.
Well, clearly Meta thinks so.
No, I 100% think they're gonna, ban TikTok. Like it's just the most logical sense to go through, especially with everything going on. Like look at Snapchat buy orders coming in, 5,000 shares, 10,000 shares longs at the moment, and the sells only like 500 to 100 shares maximum. So Snapchat is launching right now. There's so much buying coming in. These are all liquid gateways too. T is the NASDAQ gateway, liquid gateway. And big buy orders compared to how big of a sell orders are coming in. And now Snapchat's at $10.20. I was hoping Snapchat pulls back to 10 for me to look for a long over there, but looks like no opportunities coming in and absolutely launching. But coming back, it's the FCC commissioner. It's the commissioner of the FCC coming in. Isn't FCC like the same company or the same regulatory board that controls like what you can't say on the TV and everything? Yeah. So if their commissioner is coming out and saying that the government should ban TikTok, they either are helping the government do that, or they clearly know exactly what's going to go through. And I was coming back to Huawei for a second, with everything that happened with Huawei and being banned in America. My dad actually came back from India recently with the Huawei phone. He was like, "Oh, how can I use this?" I was like, "You might as well throw this in the garbage because you can't use it in these countries and they're pretty much useless for us." And he was like, "No way, that's not possible." He tried to use it, figured out that it's not going to work out. So the same idea over here, FCC. Is the government, says Bob. Okay, I mean it's part of the government. Yeah, it's a federal communications commission. So yeah, it's like FBI, not CIA or anything, but the federal bureau basically for communications over here coming in and looking to block TikTok from all social media platforms, or sorry, all app stores to begin with. I wonder though, maybe you could illegally download TikTok from here on out if the ban does happen by jailbreaking your phone or something. I've never had TikTok. I'm not gonna miss it. So goodbye to TikTok.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. I saw some size there on 96. There was like a few hundred lots, and I was like thinking, like, do I go short here? It seems like that was the play. Yeah, there's some sellers here, but it is kind of hanging around. So I think if that breaks out, I'm willing to add on the breakout. Now that I've missed a short fade, if you will, off of that 96 area. If it breaks out, I think I'm going to take that breakout long as well. I was trying to see like if I could do a play in Snapchat, for that short, but it hasn't really moved anywhere, right? So I was trying to see if there was any sort of like inclination of size that could steer this in one direction or the other, and there wasn't really anything on Snapchat, right? So we are testing near the high of day. We haven't really broken out that high of day. 1031 is the high of day, but it's kind of struggling with this 21 actually. 1021. It hasn't really been able to get above that.
What stock we actually haven't looked at is Twitter.
Out.
We haven't looked at Twitter to see how its stock's moving based off of that news. You mind pulling it up?
It's delisted, man. Twitter's delisted. It's not trading anymore, guys. It looks like Meta is really testing that 96 area once again, right? So let me filter here the level 2. So you can see it there, a few hundred lots at 96. So, if it breaks out, we are going to get triggered more long into that one. And it's probably essentially just going to ruin my average because I'm adding a lot more size on that 96 break. But we'll see. It doesn't really look like there are buyers here. There are buyers here, and we are going to test it. But oh man, are we going to test it or not? Did we come all this way not to test it? It looks like the short continues to work.
Snapchat.
Snap.
Nice.
Okay, nice. Yeah. So
long Meta too.
Meta too, nice.
But that's from before, right?
That's from before, it's 94.
Yeah. So a couple things in play now. The afternoon continues to bring us some decent opportunities.
Yeah, gotta love it. Usually at this time of the day, markets are dead. Nothing really to do other than make jokes at each other and provide some entertainment to you guys. But gotta love it when you're watching Snapchat come in with 5,000 share longs, 10,000 share longs, and only 2,000 share sells coming in on the time of sales. Snapchat now at a new high a day, around $10.30, and we're waiting to see if it can continue past that level. The tape has obviously slowed down a little bit. It's not as hot as it was earlier, and now we're watching more selling coming in around these high a day levels instead of more buyers. So a little bit of a waiting decision time, I guess, to see if Meta wants to run past this and take Snapchat along with it, or vice versa. Does Snapchat run along and take Meta with it? Pretty sure Meta's got to be the ringleader, though, however, for the social media platform. We've seen Snapchat come out with their earnings report and really struggle on their earnings report back to back. What do you guys think about Lucid? I know Ian actually loves Lucid and cares about them a lot, so I'll leave that question to him. But I want to talk about Netflix for a quick second, and even INTU popping up on the scanners one more time. Looks like more downside coming in for INTU, and without me, so sucks to be me. But let's quickly go to Netflix, as Netflix and INTU are currently battling each other to see who is relatively weaker on the scanner. Oh, why bringing them to this side? There you go, Netflix and INTU battling each other to see who's going to be weaker today. INTU already lost 4 races, and it's the biggest or the most races win, or I mean loss means the scanner is scanning the weaker stocks, but it's the more races that the stock wins, it means it's more relatively weak. So INTU over here, relatively weak, big time today on the day, and Netflix trying to battle that position as Netflix also makes a new low a day around $1.69. Looks like Meta Platforms pulling back a little bit over here along with Snapchat. So let's send it to Ian because he's seeing something.
Yeah, I flipped short, so I was a little conflicted because I had that small position from earlier on Meta. But sometimes you just have to cover that and get it out of there, so to speak. And then I took the proper trade, which was the short. A fade essentially off of Meta here, and that's now really working nicely for me. So quickly hopped out of the trade, flipped short in the 80s there, high 80s, and we didn't really test 96, right? So I am also short on Snapchat, and that's working for me as well. Let me make sure I take out some of that position as well. So kind of double down on the short, if you will. Snap, I noticed, was a little bit weaker there, but now Meta kind of flushing off of that 96, and that was a big trade, and made sure to take out a lot of the profits on this flush move. And right here, we're right back once again, right? So essentially, the way I'm structuring this trade now is if that 96 breaks out, I'm going to be out of that trade. But for now, there are some buying here, though. There is some buying. There's some people on the bid there, but getting flushed right back down. And now there's a seller there at 80. So maybe if this comes back, maybe I add to this once again here. Let me try that. Let me try and offer out. If it comes there, we'll add to it. If not, we'll just continue to ride what we have to the short side. But able to take advantage of Meta both ways here. Pretty good day here for me on Meta now.
Yeah, Meta actually getting ready to win the race to the north side for the first time of the day. Looks like it's pretty rare to watch Apples and Metas pop up on the scanners. But here's Meta trying to win that race. Also, another stock that's popping up right now is going to be, don't tell me this is Hycroft. Okay, good. It's not Hycroft. It was Hydro Farm. HYFM. I think I'm thinking about HYMC. HYFM is currently popping up on the scanners, a low float scanner to the north side, and here it is, up 8% on the day, moving towards the VWAP once again, closer to $2.84, I think, or $2.83 or so. We'll see if it does come into play. I mean, only a couple pennies out from there, could very easily come into play. But since we did bring up Highcraft Mining Corp, HYMC, if you guys remember the hype that this stock had when it got bought out by, or at least not bought out, it had a stake from AMC, which allowed it to get pumped up pretty far to the north side, and now all the way back down to 69 cents. What happened, Neil? Did you see something? Someone said, "Oh wow."
No, I think that was the guys.
That was Luca. Okay. But yeah, Highcraft Mining Corp now big time to the downside and not looking good. Couple other stocks that we can look in the same basket is going to be Cryptide. Is the company name Cryptide? No, it's Winkle Ventures, and and their platform, the secondary platform, which is supposed to rival, that's something we should have probably taken a look at, which is TYDE. TYDE maybe got a pump off that catalyst because their platform is actually a rival to TikTok, but obviously not enough people on it. Looks like Tide not really doing anything. BBIG not really doing a whole lot from that catalyst either. And we can also go take a look at Rumble maybe. Rumble maybe took a little bit of a positive note off of that TikTok catalyst. Let's go see. Nope, no real move on Rumble either.
So quick things, guys, here. So 96 did get run. And then it flushed right back down. So, when that happens, sometimes you just have to jump right back in. So I jumped right back into the shorts and, stop right back at the high of day, essentially there again. And it's still struggling with this 96 area. So I'm still liking this short here. Sometimes your stops just get run, and that's just how it is. But if you're convicted about the trade, then why not just hop back in? So that's exactly what I did here on Meta. And now it's about 10 cents in the money once again. Let me not get too cheeky with it. Let me take some out there. I did just get stopped out of Snap. That's unfortunate. I added to that position. That's really running. Wow. Okay, so yeah, so Snap is really starting to run to the upside. So good thing I didn't really add on that one too aggressively there. But
you got to be careful for Meta then.
Yeah. No, my stop at Meta is right at is right at 01 once again, right? So, clearly there's something funky going on with this 96 price. There's been some reserves there, so I'm basically shorting off of that one. I'm barely out of the money, so at 96, I'm 10 cents out of the money. It's not really going to hurt me too much, but if we get another flush move, I'm probably going to take out most of the position here. I wonder why Snapchat now is pushing up more than Meta, right? Like usually Meta is going to be like the leader per se, the industry leader, if you will. But Snapchat now really starting to work. So okay, so I just got stopped out of Meta there. It is what it is. I took my shot. It worked there for a hot second, and then now it's starting to break out. And no, there's some buying now. There's a lot of buying now, and yeah, man, Snap is all 10.50. So Sean literally put that trade on, gets up, leaves his desk, and then he's gonna come back and see his positions 30 cents in the money. That's crazy.
Yeah, Meta is actually taking off, now up 3% on the day. Meta actually might be the reason why this market's holding off instead of going to the downside a little bit. And other tech stocks are probably ripping it too. Look at that dark pool candle that just came in on Meta, that $98 or something ridiculous like that. Obviously, that was a print from back in the day, not today. I really doubt that was a print from today. Coinbase now $1.86 in the money, but honestly, all eyes on Meta at the moment to see if we can find a trade coming in, if there's a big seller or buyer that we can identify. 96.40 at the moment. We did see some size over there, about 70 lots, but immediately got wiped out. Not sure if there was a little bit of a spoofing order or if it was a legitimate order because I didn't see the size being printed at all. And we saw the stock print up slightly above 96.40 all the way up to 96.46 or so here. We'll come in to see one more time. Yeah, I don't know if that was a real order. And if that was a real order, they just ran through that order. Now coming into play, $97 for Meta platforms. Wow, it's still going. It's not stopping. The buyers are clearly here, guys, and people are also scalping the crap out of the trade right now because of the increase in RVOL and the increase in volume and liquidity that randomly showed up. Look, the market was doing no volume today for the most part. The highest volume on the day today is not going to be, okay, it is a 3 times leverage ETF, but if you ignore the 3 times leverage ETF, SoFi is going to be your #1 most volume with 117 million shares. Then you got SONN with about 80 million shares. And then you have, well, why did my scanner just change? Then we have Uber with 66 million shares. Then we got 2 more 3 times leverage ETF. Then Amazon at 84, and then Meta with 59. Relative volume of 2.48 on Meta. If you're wondering what relative volume is, basically how much volume the stock is doing this very moment compared to the last 14 days. Like this minute, compared to the last 14 days, and according to that, lots of volume coming in at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
I'm trying to figure out what to do with this Meta trade, and after getting stopped out there at 96, I'm kind of being a little bit more hesitant. I saw some similar price action at 97. There was a few hundred lots there, so obviously nothing to brag home about, but here we are rejecting it by 50 cents, right? So, clearly that front run worked briefly, but am I inclined to, try it on the retest? If we even get there, like, I don't know, right? So I got run over on the second attempt on that short against 96. So maybe, try to find a way to get long. Maybe the 96 resistance that was holding earlier turns to support. So, gonna keep an eye on this one. It's kind of, doing its thing around here in the 50s, but this is definitely the trade to be, watching right now. Let's send it to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, I'll give you a look at oil markets here. Pretty exciting day for oil as well. Just seeing a note though, Upstart going to lay off 7% of their staff. So that's just coming across there again for UPST. Watch out for a move down on that. Here's oil. Trying to get back to the upside, though, taking out this high or testing this high right now. From about midday, there was a big volume spike that came in right at 12 o'clock. Sent this thing down through 87.50, but right back up, as I mentioned, trying to test that original high. 2.5% right now for crude oil. All about weaker dollar today. We had an initial move lower for the DXY, but we have bounced since, offsetting some China concerns. Again, COVID-related shutdowns possibly to come, lowering demand expectations for energy markets. But overall, a positive day. Once again, 2.5% now for crude, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendan. I quickly brought up Upstart here, and it looks like it didn't really make a move. Like, there was a little bit of a volume spike here around 12:51, so I'm not quite sure when exactly that news article came out. But there was a little bit of a flush move, but now it's just kind of doing not too much, right? So 2.7 mil volume traded on the day. Obviously that's not anything too exciting, but clearly some negativity surrounding Upstart. What we haven't really talked about, guys, is what have you guys been trading in the chat? I've been so busy kind of trading my own things here. I haven't really looked at what you guys have been trading on the chat. So, if you guys want to talk about any particular trades that you had today, if you want to do some quick reviews on those ones, feel free to toss them in the chat, and let's see what we can look at. I want to welcome a new member there. I'm gonna mispronounce your name for sure, Marcus Memes, maybe. But welcome to the Trader TV Live family, for becoming a member, guys. If you haven't already, and no, I'm not just watching myself the entire time. I have the show and the channel up, obviously. Smash that like button, guys. 2.1K likes, 4.7K people watching. Smash the like button if you guys haven't already. Join the team, like our newest member just did. Subscribe as well. 356K subscribers, guys. That 400K is coming up very, very quickly. I remember maybe it was like 2-3 months ago. We were only at 300K, and we were kind of celebrating that. So the channel is growing pretty rapidly here. As always, guys, if you like, you can explore the channel. We obviously live stream every single day, but we post content all the time, whether it be pre-markets videos with Brendan, the week ahead as well. We've been posting those as well, and then some educational content over the weekend also too. So don't miss out on that. Hit the subscribe button so you don't miss out on that. I know Prad mentioned the store as well. One cool feature that I always like to mention is here, the search bar. If you click here, and you could search whatever you want, and then a bunch of videos pop up in regards to that topic, guys. But we wouldn't be at this level if it wasn't for you guys. So we always thank you for your support. But as always, if you haven't, smash that like button. Is Meta pulling back now? I see a couple people talking about it. It's still trying to figure out what it wants to do, essentially, at 96.50. So I am watching it. On my side screen, I haven't really made a decision on what I want to do with it per se. I think the short off of that 97 was really, really good. But if it comes back up there, if it screams back up there, I don't know if I want to, necessarily step into or in front of a freight train, if you will. So probably going to be hands off on this one. But now it's really starting to pull back to this 96 area. Maybe it's potentially going long at this 96 area that held as resistance before, and potentially going to hold as support here.
You heard that emoji spinning around because I'm actually short off of that 96.50. Currently 30 cents in the money on Meta. Meta pushing back down. Let's see if 96 actually breaks. If it does, we can think about adding or taking more size out on that liquidity on the break of stops. You know, people probably added on the break of 96 to the north side. They probably have a stop to get out on the break of 96 to the downside. I also have a Google long, which looked like it wanted to work out, but now Google right back to the low a day and taking some money away from us. Only 14 cents out of the money over here. I think I'm going to add to Google over here near the lower days to see if we can work with this trade a little bit longer, and Meta Platform just trying to decide, as Ian said, what it wants to do around this 96.50 area. Even Snapchat having a little bit of a pullback, but look at that. Snapchat wants to consolidate off the pre-market highs, and if Snapchat ends up consolidating, most likely Meta Platforms will find some way to stay above 9. Sean just came back to his desk. Sean, take a look at your Snapchat trade, my friend. That one's absolutely taken off at the moment. Did you have headphones in? Yeah, take a look at your Snapchat trade, buddy.
Way down.
It's killing it.
I have offers at 50. Oh, they should have hit
They
then.
should have hit then.
They should have hit then because, yeah, it ran up quite nicely there.
Yeah, he says
nice.
he's loving it. Oh, nice.
47. If that's not the definition of like what the ideal trader is like, you know, you place an order, go leave, get a coffee.
Go grab a nice iced coffee.
Come back, it's like, oh, nice.
throw on his little what's that jacket again? The Meta Panda. Yeah, throw on his NFT Meta. Yeah, but the Meta Panda NFT jacket, NFT jacket, and go get an iced coffee. Next thing you know, he's in the money on all of his positions, just absolutely rolling in profits. Meta now at $96. Let's take some more size out just to be safe because the market is looking like it wants to go up. I don't want to be stuck with all of my size going back to my average price on Meta if it wants to continue holding 96. I mean, like clearly buyers are still here and so are sellers, and the battle is what we're trying to decide what or at least be part of.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with this. Would you say Apple is bear flagging? Let's take a quick look at Apple. I was just actually looking through my orders and I saw that I had like a script on Apple, so quickly cancel that one. Is Apple bear flagging? I don't think this is necessarily a bear flag. You know what? Let's just draw it out. You know, let's do the trend line thing here. Draw it that way. Do another one down here. I mean, maybe. You know, we are making lower highs, but we also just made. You know, we're kind of bouncing around this 150 area. So I think it's more so like, is there an interest around this particular price, right? So
ooh, Meta,
I don't know
let's
if
go.
there's. Okay, yeah. So now Meta is really dumping. So clearly that short was correct. But yeah, is there maybe like options expiring around 150 maybe? But clearly there is some sort of you know, interest in this 150 price here on Apple, and we're kind of just, you know, basically trading like a buyout around this 150 area. But I guess, you know, technically, yes, a little bit of a bear flag, but what you'd want to see is, you know, for this 150 area to really break down. But if the market's not really going to break down, you know, it's tough to say that Apple will do that. You know, I saw, you know, obviously I was in the short earlier on Apple, and it wasn't really doing anything for me, right? Even as the market was pulling back. So, you know, I'm probably just going to stay away from Apple on this one. BABA short. 66.72. Let's take a look at BABA. I haven't personally taken a look at BABA. I know Praz been trading it a little bit here. Okay, so I guess you're probably taking you know, the breakdown of this this level. I don't mind that at all. You know, it's up 5% on the day. This is clearly a shelf here. If this shelf is going to kind of give way, you know, BABA or oh my God, I said BABA.
I haven't heard that in so long.
I haven't said that in a long time, guys. Excuse me. But BABA clearly has, you know, a little ways, you know, to go to the downside. You know, just looking on the daily, the 65 area is probably the next area of interest. But you know, you really want to see this start to break down. There hasn't really been much volume in it during the afternoon session here. You know, obviously some decent moves in the morning, but the volume has kind of faded off.
One of our coworkers in the work chat when we were talking about FCC threw in a lyric, which is actually something that I can recognize for once. You know, it's this lyric. I'm pretty sure most of you can recognize it. So the FCC won't let me be or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me.
What song is that from?
Wow.
I don't know that song.
Wow.
What song is
Wow.
that from?
Hey, if you guys are yelling at me for not knowing tracks, bring the shoes out, bring the belts out, bring all that out. You're looking for the lyric? Here's the lyric. It's Eminem without me. Because I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you others are just imitating.
Well, I know that song, but I just don't know the specific lyrics. My bad on that one. Neil's giving me dirty looks over there from across the studio. Usually I'm pretty good with pop culture and whatnot, but I kind of dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah, just that was a good FCC related lyric over there. But I'm circling back to that catalyst for TikTok and so on, because Oracle apparently weak off of the TikTok story. Oracle was rumored to supposed to be buying TikTok a long time ago. Not sure why they would be getting beat down though. They're not buying them, right? So. Not sure if Brendo has anything for us on that side, but Oracle weak on the TikTok story, apparently down 1.4% now and continue to break the low at day 77, just recently breaking on Oracle. Let's see if there's any more continuation on it. Not like, but like I was saying, not sure why Oracle is getting beat down off of this catalyst.
Okay, Meta giving a little bit of a pop, 297, and I missed.
Whoa, I need to get out.
I actually got in short there. Off of this 97 area, the risk to reward on this trade is a lot better. Obviously, with Prad's position, he was short. What were you short? Like 96.50?
Nah, this is going up. I'm
I don't know, man. Okay, so I'm quickly in the money there, about 10 cents. So let me take out a little piece there, to kind of manage this position. But I don't know. I like the risk reward up here closer to this 97 area, although there is a lot of buying now.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Also, Google's popping up. The market's going back up north here. My Google position now 13 cents in the money. I added to my Google long too. And if the weak stocks on the basket like Google, Apple, Amazon are all going up, the only thing I can expect is a stock with the positive catalyst behind it, like Meta and Snapchat, maybe going for another leg up north here. Here's Snapchat at 1050, trying to rip past 1050 one more time. Well, maybe rip is a wrong term to be using because it's not really doing what it was doing earlier, but at least the buyers are still showing up. So hence, I'll jump out of my Meta short, take my quick 20-cent loss on it, and try to win that back on Google, G-O-O-G-L. There we go, bang. So Google longs, we had to add them a little bit to the downside, still giving the same risk of the low a day. Now, as profits are showing up, let's start scalping some profits out here just to make sure that we're not holding all the size back down in case the long over here fails on the market. NASDAQ market trying to push up north off of that 11,350 area. Here's the chart. And S&P 500 also trying to push up north off of 3860, and pretty clean longs coming in. Now 23 cents in the money on Google. Let's take some more size out over there just to make sure we're not holding 100% of our size and risking the whole. Well, not risking the whole day. We're up pretty decent on the day, and even if Google breaks the low a day, we wouldn't be turning red on it. But the whole idea is to take profits when they're being offered from the market. Let's quickly go back to Meta over here. Yeah, I think that 97 breaks eminent.
So here's the thing, funny enough. So I was offering like 90, and I was getting part fills the entire time.
That's a good.
So usually when I see that happen, it's like a signal that that order, that price might be good. But that being said, I can get quickly run over, and this 97 can rip my face off, so to speak. So clean out. These are trades I really do like, these front run trades, just because you have a clean out if the level breaks, right? So you know exactly where you're going to get out. And it's easy to kind of manage your risk and also predict. Oh, there's actually decent size there. Did you see that?
There's no size there.
There was 1,900 lots.
There's no size there.
There's 1,900 lots there.
There's like
on the offer.
300 lots on there.
No. Maybe you didn't see it there, but I saw 1,900 lots there on the offer. Maybe it flashed or something. You didn't. That person took it away.
Lucas saying 1,000
lots. Maybe 2,000 lots. So at 97. So clearly, there is some interest here at 97. So now, okay. So I see it here on my other. Okay, so there you guys see it. 1,900 lots there on
I only
96.99.
see 300 lots. What gateway are you seeing that on?
On Arca, 96.99 was the size there. So interesting there that it's not on 97.
Yeah, what, you guys didn't give me all the gateways, or what is this? Like, how come I don't see this Arca book over here?
Yeah,
but
maybe you need to
clearly I'm
update some of those
missing
entitlements.
data.
But you know, I like this front run a lot more now. If there is more of an interest here, some selling at these prices for Meta, so I don't mind that ad. In front of this 97 level here, but I need to flush. I need to give that flush move, and I know Luke is waiting for that flush move as well to kind of, you know, get that, take these profits out here. This is a big position for me now, so I really want to see it flush 10, 15 cents in the money, and I'm going to start taking it out.
Yeah, just everyone's most likely just watching over here how Meta trades around this 97 area. There's a nice little flush coming in. Let's see it go all the way back down. Come on. And this is why we took profits on Google too, just to make sure that we're protecting our capital when the trades are working out for us and not letting it turn sour. Don't let a winning trade go sour for you. Don't let it turn red. And always take profits when they are showing up. They're called ECNs. Yeah, gateways, ECNs, same things. Doesn't matter how you call it. Potato, potato. At the end of the day, if you understand what the idea behind it is, we're paying for different gateways, different fee structures for every single gateway. Will allow you to see exactly how much size is sitting on certain gateway and ECN and so on. Apparently, there's about 1,000 lots on Arca. Neil and Ian and Luca saw that. I just didn't see it. So that's going to be part of the reason why I don't have that trade on. I'm still waiting to see how the market reacts over here. Honestly, if the market pulls back, that might be a good reason to jump back into the Meta short for myself. But if the market keeps going up north and wants to go test with the 50-period EMA on the NASDAQ to the north side on the 5-minute chart is exactly at 11,400. So maybe we do get a pullback to 11,400 on the NASDAQ before we see any proper selling coming in. Hence, I'm being very careful with my shorts right now. I'm looking for longs. I hear Luca talking in the back, so let me quickly pull up to Meta. Yeah, see, I only see 2 gateways. We're bang, and now we're breaking 97. We're well past 97. Look at the sheer buying volume coming in off of this break. This is insane. 4,000 levels just punched in. 4,000 shares just punched in long on the above the ask over there. So they're just ripping this position. They're taking it to the moon. And if Meta, which is number 3, number 4, number 2, I forget. Number 3 is Amazon. Number 2 is Microsoft. Number 1 is Apple. I think Meta is like 4 or 6th or something on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. So if Meta's ripping this way, maybe it actually brings in some relief rally in the market, which in return brings in some relief rallies for myself on Google. But what we're watching right now is this tape slow down a little bit. It's not as hot as it was earlier on. So now maybe we could look for a possible short somewhere. We're just waiting for the tape to tell me exactly where. I'm still watching a lot of above the ask punches coming in, basically a lot of aggressive buying. The yellows are aggressive buying, and the blues are aggressive selling. And we're still watching aggressive buying coming in. Look at that, like 4,000 shares aggressive buying to the north side. That's insane.
Yeah, so I got stopped out there on Meta 97. I got a pretty bad, I got slipped there to 97.09. So, you know, it is what it is. You take that L. But now I think I got to be hands off on Meta here, just because I've tried the short twice after being in the long from the morning. You know, I don't want to, you know, continue to give back my entire day. So, you know, I'm going to be hands off on this one. I'm still long on AMD. I have yet to kind of add to, why didn't it load the chart there?
Bless you.
Let me do that. Let me actually condense this so it looks a little bit cleaner. But yeah, so the 60 level continues to hold here. So at least this trade's working for me. I don't have that much size on it anymore, but you know, it's still kind of struggling with VWAP here. But the market is kind of pushing up towards this 38, you know, back towards these highs again, like 38.75 is where we kind of got the pullback last time. The 50 EMA, the 50 period's right around this 38.77 area, right? So, you know, I'm gonna look for that to be an area of interest. But for now, you know, I'm gonna be a little bit hands off. I'm taking a couple L's here off of Meta and Snapchat. So I just want to make sure that you know, I don't proceed to like tilt trade or something like that. So if you guys, Amazon question mark. Let's take a quick look at Amazon. I've been watching that one kind of on the side here. It does look like that 96.50 area really held.
This is a short here.
On what? On Meta?
Meta.
Yeah, potentially, right? What off of that 97.50?
Yeah, this is a short here. There's like 500 lots that I saw on 97.50, and it's more regarding how the tape is changing. The characteristics of the tape were a lot more yellows and whites and greens, and now I'm watching a lot more blues and the share sizes on the yellows are lighter than the share sizes on blue. So just being careful. Ooh, now as soon as I say that, we got 6,000 shares longs, 1,000 shares long, 2,600 shares long coming into play. So being very careful, obviously not giving it too much of risk. I have about a 10-cent risk over here off that size on 97.50, and if Meta is actually cooling its jets off and getting ready to pull back to the south side a little bit, I think this entry might be something to look at. But something that I did recently while Ian was talking was go take a look at the S&P 500, sorry, not S&P 500. Yesterday's high on Meta. Yesterday's high on Meta at $99.32. So if Meta wants to really rip towards $99, I think it could do so very easily. Hence, you want to make sure you're giving it the proper risk management. Hey, look at that though. We're 20 cents in the money right now on the short. Let's take some size out. Be careful, as we were only risking 10 cents to the north side. We're 20 cents in the money, so a good 2:1 risk to reward already. If we do get a bigger flush to the south side, we'll take more profits on that. I don't really plan on adding to the trade if it does pull back up. NASDAQ and the SPYs are trying to go north. Google 17 cents in the money on the long, and Meta 17 cents in the money on the short. Obviously, both of them in the tech basket sector and the NASDAQ tech basket, but one of them is a lot weaker on the day than the other. So just different trades, different setups, different ideas. I got my tissue ready. What you got your tissue ready for? Oh, Winkle Venture shorts are gonna crying BBIG because we're at $1 at the moment. I think that's a good short, man. Leaning off the dollar, the risk to reward off that is pretty ridiculous if you think about it. But like I was saying earlier, Winkle Venture should start catching some traction with the ban of TikTok, and looks like we're actually doing that a little bit later. Winkle Venture's now closer to $1 than we were earlier. We'll just have to wait and see if they do manage to get back above $1 or not. Meta Platforms now 30 cents in the money on the short. I'm going to take some more size out just to be careful. Once again, you don't want to watch these shorts go back to the north side and burn you. When you're only risking 10 cents and the stock is giving you 30 cents to reward 3:1, those are the type of trades I always go for. I try to look for those trades. While we're waiting to see if this 3:1 can turn into a 5:1, let's send it to Brendo at the big desk for Sector Watch.
Yeah, meanwhile, guys, a slow improvement underway here as we try to get back to break even on the day for the S&P. Here is how things break down right now. 0.21 to the downside still, but there is a lot more green starting to pop up here, including this side of the board. Energy, industrial, and communication services, much improved over where they were earlier. Some of these moves, it's pretty amazing when you get a 50% mover, a 6.3% move for both Paramount and Fox. Doesn't really look like a lot, but 6% on the day for Fox and Paramount. Match up as well nicely, 4%. Warner Brothers, all the streaming names having a pretty good day. Warner Brothers 3.5%. To the upside, energy strong with oil prices up 2% as well. There's a couple of names downside here in the consumer discretionary. Worth a note, Amazon 5% under pressure, but some of the other retailers helping to offset that weakness. Travel names are very strong. We talked about them if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. Casinos specifically with Wynn leading right now, 5.2 LVS, about 3%, NCLH 2+%. To the upside, ABMD, that's a buyout. CTLT, they cut their full year forecast after earnings missed. LLY downside on an earnings miss as well. Tech kind of chopping around. Was positive at one point. We are downside right now. INTU and ZBRA, both off of reports. Under pressure today, but these two, the big ones, obviously, guys, we're down, but only just about 0.3 now for the S&P. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendan. I want to address one thing here in the chat. just because someone was saying, why are we shorting Meta when Sean is long? So I actually had that long at 94. Meta has been considerably weak. Meta has been really weak the past few days, obviously since their earnings, right? So, we're trying to short essentially against these levels at 97, 98 area, right? So, we had the long off of the bottom here at 94, and Meta made a nice base there, right? So this is a 30-minute chart, guys. I'm gonna look here at the 5-minute chart now. So essentially, it was longing off of the bottoms there, and that was working very nicely. But now, this is the thesis. I think we're at the top end of this range, right? So obviously, Meta with a positive news catalyst, so that's why there's been so much buying.
Meta
But if there's
also
going
at
to be
its ATR.
That's true, right? So Prad just said Meta is also at its ATR, so that's something to take into account as well. And then when you start seeing sellers pop up at certain levels, then then you're just going to be more inclined to kind of trust these resistance areas, right? So I took a lot of profits here on Meta. You can see the little scroll thing on the ticker board or whatever. So Meta has been a good name for me to trade today. But that being said, it's also, I've had good shorts on it as well, right? So the short off 96 worked very, very well for me. And then, the 97 short worked briefly as well, but that has broken out now, right? So, Prad said there was size at 97.50, and that's why he went short up there. That's in the money now, 30, 40 cents, right? So, you can make money on it both ways. But, if you're not long from the bottoms, from the bottom of this level, then are you really gonna hop in long now? I think that's a bad play too. I think that's kind of like a FOMO play, right? So, and Sean just put there in the chat now, 96.75 is his out for Meta, right? So that being said, now he's trailing his stop too, right? So he's trailing his stop on Meta now as well, right? So don't FOMO into the long up here just because you see us or see Sean long from it down there. Trade your own book. Do with it what you will. But I just wanted to kind of address that.
Yeah, I had to jump out of my Google long there. I couldn't trust it anymore. With Meta also pulling back, Meta breaking 97 slightly earlier to the downside and then came back above 97. Just now did that again. There we go, breaking under 97, but then holding 97 for a split second, and now actually looking like it wants to. Well, look at that. There's so much buying still coming in under 97. Like 3,000 shares long, 1,000 shares long, 2,000 shares long, like ridiculous. I'm going to take more size out over here just to be safe. I don't want to get trapped out by these buyers trying to battle the position back to the north side. Clearly, they have a lot of buying power. Like 1,000 shares at 96.91. That's like what, 96.91 thousand. That's like $96,000, almost $100,000 just coming in at random prices over here, and people just trying to prop up the position just like that. Once again, back above 97 for Meta platform. So thankfully, we only have 60% of our size left over here. Let's make that 50% of our size left. With 44 cents in the money off that short. Both of my trades on Meta today were the shorts. One was working and then we got stopped out. The second one is working currently. Let's see if this one can continue being a bigger trade instead of just a 50-cent trade. Maybe we do get to scalp at $1 on it as the market is pulling back. And I'm happy with jumping out of my Google long because Google would look like it did not want to push up to the north side. So that one looked a little painful. Had to take exit stage left as soon as possible. He needed a calculator for that. Yo, listen, we already talked about this. I'm not good with geography and I'm not good with math, okay? But what I am good at is very, very, very small set of things. But I'm very good at those set of things. And that was a little attempt of saying the taken part, and I completely butchered that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say. He has a very specific set of skills.
Thank you. Very specific set of skills. That's
and
true.
he's like not afraid to use them or something. I don't know. Taken's such an old movie now, but great movie.
He still looks the exact same old. Hey, Liam Neeson. I've seen his recent movies on Netflix. I think it's like Ice Road Truckers movie. I was like, yo, you look the exact same right now. Almost as the same as from the back in the day where he played Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You know what movie?
No, he didn't play
Qui-Gon
Jinn. Yeah, he didn't play Obi-Wan.
He played Qui-Gon Jinn.
Look at this nerd. Okay.
I'm a Star Wars nerd through and through.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a Star Wars nerd through and through. Yeah, no, this meta short is really starting to work now. Unfortunately, I don't have it, but Prad's loving the shorts. He's short 96.50 area there. But see, this goes back to what you guys were saying. Why are you guys trying to short meta? Well, here's the reason, right? So, sellers pop up and you try to take advantage of it, right? And you have a clean out. If you get stopped out, it is what it is. But now, Prad's celebrating over here, and I would have been celebrating too if I had that short on. But we'll see. We're going to be patient, and we're going to wait for it to come back above 97. I don't want to FOMO into the short now. But that being said, if it comes back up to those prices again, maybe now it's kind of made a top, and I'll try to get involved there on the short. But just going to be patient on that one. Nerd card punched in. Yeah, exactly. I see a couple people there in the chat now. You guys like Star Wars too? Oh, I wanted to talk about since you're talking about like actors and whatnot. I recently watched the new Matrix movie on Crave.
The fourth one?
The fourth one or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Don't say anything.
I mean, like it's not good. It's not good.
It's gonna be good for me no matter what.
It's the original Matrix trilogy was like obviously amazing, but the reason why it reminded me of it is that you said Liam Neeson looks exactly like the way he does like back in the day. Keanu Reeves like literally looks like exactly the way he has for like
Keanu
2 decades.
is a legend, man. Keanu is
He's
an
Canadian.
absolute legend.
He's Canadian
yeah,
too.
Canadian. Matrix. A few scenes were actually shot in Toronto. You know that that scene where those ghosts. The ghost characters, I forget, the bad ghost characters, the twins, when the twins are going through cars and everything.
The second one there?
Yeah, the second one. That was shot in Toronto. And a lot of scenes are actually from Toronto. Even the movie Speed, I think, was shot in Toronto, if you remember about that movie. Keanu is an absolute legend. I know a lot of people hate on him a little bit. Even that movie Ronin, I enjoyed that movie Ronin, 47 Ronin. But a lot of people hated 47 Ronin, 41 Ronin, whatever it was. I can't wait to see if he's making a new John Wick or something. Now, those movies were something else, eh?
I thought there was. Isn't there like a John Wick 4?
I think there was being talks about a John Wick 4. Not sure how many he wants to release it. Maybe he's competing with Vin Diesel for the most franchised movie ever created. That's like, what, 13 now, 15?
For what, Fast
and Furious? Pretty insane franchise over there. Always long Vin Diesel franchise movies over there, no doubt. Coming back to the market, though, we're only at 51 cents in the money, and looks like Meta is not going to stop Sean out just yet because we have not broken. Didn't you say 96.50s? 75. Okay, never mind. I thought you said 96.50s. So Sean did get stopped out on his longs over there. Where we wanted to see if we can turn this trade into $1 per share, but looks like I can only at best get 50 cents at the moment, as buyers are still trying to prop the position up and keep it above $97. I think it would be a good pull. Ooh, look at that. A little bit of a seller on the ask, and he got taken out. That's going to be my exit sign right there. The seller shows up, and you're going to just punch above like that to just wipe out that level. So clearly there's people who want to take size on this trade and are not afraid to do so by punching that size. So we're going to jump out of there right quick. We're going to be out on a profitable trade. Meta is going to be our 1, 2, 3, 4th best stock on the day now.
I quickly had that short, and I quickly just covered it right away when that size got taken. I want to see it closer to 97.50. I said I was going to be patient for it, and then I preemptively just hopped into the short. So, good thing for me, I guess, to just get out of that one. But if there's that size at 97.50 still, then I'm going to be more inclined to hop back in the short. But for now, I think if I short down here, my R&R is just going to be off. So let me just be patient with that one on that front. I want to look at Amazon to see.
They debated me, eh?
Yeah, apparently. They also debated me, too. I think I was
They
short,
debated me, dude.
at like 97.12 or something like that. And yeah, wow. Wow. So clearly, there's still some selling there. Now back down to the 96.70s area. So, good stop out for Sean on that one. And, this one's going to continue to
You never heard of
fall.
debated? Just wait till your kid starts playing Valorant or something. You'll start hearing a lot more around the house. Yeah.
Meta just touched.
Yo, we got so debated on this
Meta
trade.
just touched 96.30 there. There's a buyer there at 250, and that order got pulled.
No,
I
they
think.
pulled that order. They didn't even fill that. That got pulled.
Yeah, I think that got pulled. But man, what a short on Meta. It seems
Now I'm
like
upset.
yeah,
50,000 on my head.
I punched into the short and then I just let it go because
Debated.
that's gonna get added to the Trader TV slang dictionary right there.
now Sean loves the word debated. I love it. Let's go. What was the other word before that? Was squoze. You guys used that word for a little bit. Squoze, debated. Yeah, I actually did get squoze a little bit off that short, but at least it was for profit. Looks like I did want $1 per share, and now I'm not gonna get it. Hopefully, some of you got back in or re-added, or maybe even got out for profit off that short level off 97.50. The market's now pulling back once again to the south side for the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. Nasdaq down almost 1%. S&P 500 almost down 0.5%. Watch the tape. I mean, yeah, if you were watching the tape, it was clearly looking like for a second it wanted to go up. When the seller came in, they wiped out that seller. They immediately pushed above to 97.20. But the same thing that happened earlier, 97.20 and 97.30 happened again, which is the tape stalled out. The characteristics of the tape changed. No more above the bids, or I'm sorry, above the ask punches were coming in. It's pretty weird how there's no trading happening exactly at the ask or at the bid. A lot of the trading is happening above or below because of the lack of liquidity, right? So when people are throwing orders 2,500 share longs, they're going to wipe out a couple levels to the north side and to the south side, and hence you're seeing a lot of trading actually happen above and below the bids and nothing really happening at the bids. If you look at the tape properly, which is unfilter out the nonsense levels, or the nonsense shares, right? Look at these 80 shares, 20 shares trades. We don't want to look at that. We want to look at 499 shares or higher, and based off of that, you get to see where the real money is being transacted and where the big stack bullies are trading the stock at.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and I wanted to address that comment as well. This person said, I don't watch the level 2, I only watch the tape. You got to use both in conjunction, right? So one of our mentors said to us one time, the chart shows history. You can't really make decisions off the chart. You can find levels off the chart, but the chart won't show you what's actually happening. That's like a reflection of the past. The level 2 shows potential, right? So if you see a fat order on the offer or something, maybe there's a seller there. Maybe someone wants the stock to go down, sort of thing. So you can kind of generate, expand on an idea. But the tape is exactly what's actually happening at this very second. The orders that are actually coming through. So obviously reading the tape is a skill that you have to get really good at and you have to develop. But that just comes with time, right? That just comes with time and experience, screen time, and just kind of practicing it all the time. One thing that we always kind of encourage here, Greg always encourages, is like record your screen. Record your screen because obviously when you're trading, you only have one sort of chance to look at it. Like we're seeing it live, right? But if you watch it over and over again, now you're getting exponentially more reps and you're getting that much more experience as well. So that's something that I always suggest if you guys haven't done or haven't started already. Maybe that's something you should do as well. But yeah, some good comments rolling in there from the chat.
Here's Sean's Apple trade. Shorted Apple at pretty much double top, almost 150.35s, writing it down to the north side, south side, 149.80s, and still holding. I'd be guessing if Sean is or not. I would have to ask that. But yeah, it looks like that short's working out pretty well as the Nasdaq and the SPYs are still red on the day and pulling back to the south side. Do you guys have a video in your library on reading the tape? I'm pretty sure we do. Let's go actually check about that live. We have lots of educational tools for you guys to look for. Click on that little search box right there and just type in level 2, and you'll see that we have the ultimate level 2 guide from Neil coming in, level 2 basics again with Neil and Sean, and Brendo I think is in that video too, and tape reading. Not sure if we do have a tape reading one. No, but they might create one in the future for you guys. But what? Time and sales. Okay, let me do time and sales. That's a good question. Time and sales or time of sales. Time and sales. No, don't really see anything on that one. Time of sales, maybe time of sales. Yeah, no, it just shows up level 2 reading over here. But it looks like we found a good topic to record for the next time. Eventually, to keep on lookout for it. Make sure you ring the notification bell. That way you get notified anytime those educational contents come out. You can also go to the homepage, click on playlist, and look at all the free educational content, the guest interviews, the day trading tips, and so on. My favorite playlist is the Trade of the Day playlist, because every single day, without fail, we have a Trade of the Day coming up. And in that, you actually get to understand the idea and the setup that Neil and Sean use. That's basically 345 separate videos of them talking about their setups, why they found the trade, what's the catalyst behind the trade, and how they structured their profits and their entries and so on. If you have time, I mean, there's no excuse. Everyone should have some time to go home and study the videos of your own trading, but also these videos over here, and use that as a great educational content tool for yourself. And also what Ian said earlier, which is record your screens. By recording your screen, it adds an extra benefit, because let's say you were thinking about taking the trade for Meta short at 97.50 like we were, right? But you were too scared and you didn't really understand how to read the tape or the level 2, and you didn't want to gamble. Good job on you not gambling to begin with. But if you were recording your screen, you'll be able to constantly watch the tape again and again and understand exactly how the volume is coming into the north side, how the volume to the north side slows down, and then how the volume to the south side starts ramping up, and then they start pushing the stocks to the downside. You'll also notice how the level 2 pops up with size, and if they take that size, if they don't take that size, are they spoofing the size, and multiple things behind it. Best system to record, a lot of people in the chat might say OBS. Our computers over here are a little on the lower end to be using OBS. You know, my computer lags out a bit, and OBS, I have noticed that the recording have been freezing sometimes. They freeze frame on you, so OBS doesn't work out for me the best. The thing that we talk over here about on the show, not on the show, on the floor, sorry, is this software right here. Let me just pull up the Microsoft Store for you guys. Go to Microsoft Store and type in, come on, don't lag, and don't show my email too, please, thank God. Okay, it does that sometimes. It shows my email, and then you know what people do? They sign me up to Weight Watchers, and they sign me up to Roku. Like our viewers are not playing around. When they get a free chance to troll you, they will troll you 100%. But guys, go to Microsoft Store, type in Free Screen Recorder Pro. You'll see this one right here. This one right here looks like that. Not sure exactly how to explain it. This is the one that a lot of traders on the floor use. It's absolutely free, created by, I believe, by Microsoft themselves, and a pretty great tool overall.
Yeah, that's the one that we pretty much all use as well. Just on the topic of like tape reading and level 2 reading and whatnot, I saw someone say like, you know, time of sales, level 2 does not matter. Big players hide their orders. If you see size on level 2, it's for pure manipulation purpose. You know, for sure, right? For sure. But you kind of have to also recognize that, and that's why you have to trade it in combination with time of sales, right? So, for example, you know, obviously Upstart isn't moving too much, but you see here on 22.27, there's one lot, right? If on the time of sales it was printing just 22.27 on the offer repeatedly, you know, and wouldn't really break it, then that's how you identify something called like an iceberg or potentially a reserve, right? And that's those hidden orders that this person was talking about here in the chat. So, you know, you can kind of make plays off of those potentially. If you like front running things, you can front run it. If you like taking the breakout, you take the breakout, right? But you have to kind of look at combination of these two things and, you know, create trade ideas around them. And that's what you always try to do here on the floor. Someone said snap long. Obviously, Snapchat has been going off here with Meta as well. You know, being able to buy these dips potentially, I think it was struggling with like 1030. 1030 was that previous high a day, and now it's kind of reclaimed that area and bounced off of it nicely. So I don't really hate that long, but also we've moved up quite a bit here, right? So what really is your R&R? Like, you know, maybe 30 cents to the upside here for sure. Of course, you could say the moon, but like, you know, that's unrealistic. So maybe 30 cents upside, but, you know, we have a ways to fall, like just to back where we were before this news story came out. that's a 50-cent drop, right? So, you know, you kind of have to weigh out your R&R. You know, for me, probably going to stay away from the snap long. I am short on Meta, but a much smaller position now on Meta, just in front of this 97. I want to give it some breathing room, and, you know, furthermore, see if there's actually still size there at 97.50. And if there is, then I'm going to start adding a bigger size to this position. But for now, you know, I am going to be short in front of this 97 area, a smaller size to begin with, and, you know, plan to, you know, kind of scale into it if, you know, I find more evidence that there is going to be more selling up here at these prices for Meta.
I'm just reading up on this whole TikTok commissioner FCC thing, and looks like it's been the harshest language he has ever used, or the strictest language he's ever used in terms of banning TikTok. Obviously, FCC has no power directly or authority to regulate TikTok, but, you know, previously the Congress coming in with the whole delisting DD and even TikTok banning and even the Huawei dealing and everything so on, he's urging the government to really push for it. So like as Ian said, you know, there is no 100% guarantee that this might actually work out, but I'm pushing for it. You know, I would technically like TikTok to stop existing. I've seen a lot of not good stuff on there, man. Just not good stuff on there. So I would push for that moderation at least. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. But at the end of the day, you know, that same things are on Instagram and on Snapchat too, which is exactly part of the reason why I've been looking at Instagram and Snapchat less and less going into the future over here. Coming back to Meta though, off that catalyst, looks like Meta constantly looking to reject that 97.50, kind of making lower highs at the moment. You know, each high has been lower than the previous high, but each low kind of has been higher than the previous low also. So a little bit of a wedge pattern coming in, maybe, I guess, and a breakout of either direction. I think Meta could easily go up to $99 today, just because I know I said the ATR for Meta is here. I was actually wrong about that. The ATR for Meta is $7, and Meta's only up $4 on the day today. So still has a lot of room to the north side if it wants to go. I mean, look at the sideways channeling it did all day when the market was going down, and all it needed was one positive catalyst to absolutely rip up to the north side. I think 99 could come into play also because 99 is yesterday's high. 99.32 is yesterday's high on Meta platforms.
Yeah, you know, Meta obviously has been the kind of the talk of the town this afternoon. Someone asked what program were we talking about earlier. That was the Screen Recorder Pro program. I believe you can find it in the Windows store. You know, you can just quickly search that up. If you are on a MacBook, I'm sorry, I'm not too sure what screen recording program you can use, but Screen Recorder Pro is free, and, you know, that's the thing we use here. It's pretty simple to use, and, you know, records good video and whatnot. A couple people saying Apple can't figure itself out. Let's look at Apple again. You know, I had that short earlier at 105 or 150 there, but man, look at Apple around this 150 area. It's just been kind of just diddling around it the entire time. I know Sean had that short on the pop above 150, and that was nice, but right back here again at 150. So. You know, clearly it's just kind of gravitating towards this price and kind of just chopping around. And you're right, it doesn't really know what it wants to do here. So I guess, you know, the market is kind of also at an inflection point as well. Probably since about, you know, I want to say like 1231, the market hasn't really done too much either, right? So we've just kind of been trading this range here. Obviously, there has been individual movers like Snapchat, like Meta here, but the rest of the market kind of just remaining status quo. I want to look at Amazon before as well. We were trading that one before. And what has that really done? It has reclaimed this 97 area. So it does look like, you know, at least a temporary bottom, maybe a bottom for today at least, has been put in at 96.50. There was some decent size there. And, you know, I had the short from 97, scalped that out in front of 96.50, and that worked really well. Eventually stopped out on the reclaim of 97 there, and now it's really held above 97 nicely. So, you know, potentially bottom is in, you know, at least temporarily here for Amazon as well. Amazon has been getting beat down quite a bit. Let's expand this chart a bit here. And, you know, obviously there. So that was Friday. Obviously the huge gap down after earnings, rejects 104, and then today once again rejecting 104. So that's going to be a very, very key level of interest, I think, moving forward. If we get up there again, we probably will. I believe in the Amazon here. But obviously it's got to deal with these lows for now, and it seems like they've been put in.
You could also record using like the Xbox game bar or whatever. I've just never been a fan of Xbox on my desktop. So the first thing I do when I build a desktop is go disable Xbox game bar and all the Xbox functionalities. But if you have them on by default, you don't even need any recording software. So you could just use that Xbox game bar record. There's some shortcuts on your keyboard. And I think Apple already has some on there for you too, for those of you who use Apple products. I'm sure you guys can figure it out. Google's got your back on that one, guys. Just find something that you could use to record almost without causing you issues during your trading. Because if you're using software that's going to slow down your PC, and then you're also trying to trade on that PC, that's a little bit of a question mark over there, right? Meta Platforms now pulling back to 96.70, 96.60s. Looks like we have a little bit of a battle between 97.50 and 96.50 to the downside and to the upside. So we have to just be careful over here, watching the battle happen. I don't want to diddle in the middle of this range. I'd rather take the breakout short of 96.50 to the downside, or take the breakout long of 97.50 to the upside. At this point, I'm just going to keep my profits that I made on Meta and not give it back. We only have 10 minutes left. I didn't even notice that. Wow. So let's do a quick run through of the YouTube spiel, which I've only done once today, unless you did it already.
I did it once there, but we can do it again.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Let's do it before the end of the show.
2.3K likes already with how many people? 4,200 of you still watching. I'll be honest, I don't like this new layout of YouTube. The subscribe button and join button here was way better. Is that where yours is right now for you? No, yeah, for you it's over there too. I'll be 100% honest. I'm not a big fan of that change. That change is a little weird, to be honest. And the join and subscribe buttons are small. These buttons need to be a little bit bigger.
I guess they're trying to consolidate it towards like where the actual publisher is, but I don't know.
I don't know. I don't like it.
It was more big though.
Yeah,
it seems like it's so small.
The buttons
now.
were way bigger before, and now they're smaller. But yeah, hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. The 32% of you. Hit that like button. Thank you to every single one of you who did hit that like button already, allowing us to get to 2.3K likes. But let's see if we can get in the next 9 minutes, 10 minutes over here, as close to 2.5K or even 3K if we can. We do have the Trader TV discount for trade ideas still going on. It says 15% over here, but I believe it's still 25% by using code TraderTV25. If you are interested in signing up for trade ideas, feel free to use that code and get yourself a discount. We also have every green name in the chat over here. Yeah, every green name in the chat over here is family of the Trader TV Live family. Hit that join button. You'll get a pop-up box from Brendo to tell you exactly what that entails. And last but not least, we have our YouTube merchandise store. Make sure you go check that one out to see if you're interested in any of those items over there. A couple things that I forgot about absolutely are going to be super chats. I apologize for that, guys. Really quick, going to run through some super chats over here. Happy November 1st. I am tweeting about Elon and Hempco, says Ronnie. Happy November 1st to you and your family and everybody else in the chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's make some money today. Good trading, everyone. Thank you, WebMonkey. Hopefully today went out great for you. For us over here at Day Trade the World, every single day is a great day. As long as I wake up, that's a great day for me, honestly. Sony going crazy, SONY. Okay, we can take a quick look at that $2 super chat from Top Notch coming in. Have you guys ever been on the opposite side of Trader Live? Of a Trader TV live trade, I'm guessing is what you're asking for. We clearly can't go opposite of our own trades. That would be kind of a little bit of a wash trade, a legal trade. So we don't go that, but not sure what you mean on that side. Maybe the inverse Pratt ETF is what you're talking about. That's something that I do know people in the chat sometimes joke about. Damn, Ian, AMD long. Get the puts ASAP. It's over. Question mark for the AMD long. A little bit late for this one, obviously. It's at 1 o'clock, so it looks like the trade might have been done.
I made money on that AMD long. I don't know
did?
about you guys. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did make money on that AMD long. Ian actually killed it on the AMD long. Let's go. Yeah. And he trailed the stop out on the last few minutes, so it looks like inverse Ian ETF would have hurt you today for sure. Thanks for the news just in time, and thanks, Sean, for the long. Let's go, Cassie. As long as you're making money, we're all happy. And even if you're not making money, if you're learning some new things along the way and getting, improving by even that tiny 1% for the next day and getting better, being the best trader, being the best Cassie Schulz that you can be, that's the goal right there, baby. Once again, thank you all the super chats, all the renewal members, and everyone who's out here supporting the crap out of Trader TV Live. We love every single one of you, even that 32% of you who is not subscribed.
Yeah, guys, hit that subscribe button. There's no reason not to be subscribed. You don't want to miss out on all the content streaming every day, 8:30 to 4, plus all the content before and after market and on the weekends. Let's welcome a couple new members here, Noel and Simone. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. And also another super chat here that just came in from Ron. Good job, guys. Thank you, Ron. I really appreciate it, and really thank you. Really appreciate all the support. Yeah, we love you guys as well. What time does the market move tomorrow? I think the market is going to move at 2 o'clock and 2:30, like Prad just said. Obviously, it's Fed Day, so the Fed this is the first day for their meeting today, and they're going to conclude their meetings tomorrow, and then they're going to announce what the interest rate increase is going to be tomorrow at 2 p.m., right? Or not. Imagine they just came out, no interest rate increase. The market would be on a rocket ship.
All-time highs.
But no, that's probably not going to happen. But yeah, 2 p.m. tomorrow, guys. Tune in. They're obviously going to be covering it on the closing show as well. But expect a big market move there, and then expect a move as well at 2:30 when JPOW takes a stand. It's going to be interesting for sure. Someone was begging us earlier to take a look at Win. So Win here, they said they're in a short position. So Win is up 6% today. Obviously, the R&R on this short, if you just kind of hopped in short, I don't mind the R&R as well, but at the same time, you are shorting against the clear uptrend. Just looking at the daily, the past 3 days for Win have been super strong. Kind of reclaiming some new levels and breaking out of this consolidation, 58, 54. That consolidation was lasting for pretty much all of October. Now that's broken out, and we're going to be testing the levels of the likes of like 68 and 70, right? So, you could short against those levels, but at the same time, you're also trying to pick a top. So just kind of keep that in mind. Maybe, manage your risk accordingly. Scale into the trade or something like that. But yeah, just kind of be careful with that one. Up 6% today, and it looks like it's proceeding to make higher highs on the day.
Still watching Meta over here and Google, just waiting to see what I want to do with them. But part of me is kind of just hands off until 3 o'clock, honestly, guys. As the volume is going away from the market one more time. The volume did come in a little bit around 12:30 when you guys saw the TikTok news catalyst come in. But sadly, nothing really going on exciting for the time being right now, as the market has just been trading sideways for quite a bit now. It's been S&P 500. Sorry, this is NASDAQ. NASDAQ down 0.95 on the day, and just sideways ever since, and S&P 500 down 0.4 on the day. It did start making a higher low range around 3860s or 3862s or so, and using that as the bottom instead of 3850 as the bottom. So I guess that's a good thing. Part of me did expect 3800 to come into play today, but I guess that would have been too big of a downside move. And tomorrow around 2 o'clock, we're going to have FOMC. That's when, and also keep in mind, tomorrow going into the closing show, we will be jumping in 15 minutes earlier into the closing show, and that will be in order to give you guys the outlook of how Neil, Sean, and Brendo are looking to set up their trades, what stocks or what positions they're looking to move around, and exactly at 2 o'clock we'll cut to Brendo. Well, Brendo will have the transcript out for you, explaining to you exactly what words are different from the previous transcript, and then disseminate that information for you, and then possibly put on trades and show you exactly how professional traders with over 30 years of experience among them look to damage the FOMC at 2 o'clock. And then 2:30, you also have the reporter event where Papa Powell will jump on and talk about or answer questions and so on, and that should bring a little bit more move. And usually we do see the 2:30 move has a little bit more strength of move behind it, either direction, whatever direction it is. The 2 o'clock move usually has a lot of robots and algos punching in in and out and moving the stock around or moving positions around. So usually it's good to be careful around 2 o'clock. 2:30 will give you the better trades and the better opportunities. Also, keep in mind for today, going into the closing show, to smash the like button on the closing show also. It's a brand new show. The like counter starts all over again, fresh. And these guys are going to be too busy to remind you to hit that like button. So I would like to take this moment to ask, beg, plead to hit that like button. Everything we do over here is absolutely free, guys. And the only way only thing we really ask you is to hit that like, because it helps with the YouTube algorithm. The more people go out there, look for those trading tips and how to read a level 2 or whatever. We want people to go to the right sources of education instead of those sources that make you pay money for a Discord channel, right? Pay me $100 of Discord a month and I'll show you how to trade. They're not really showing you how to trade. You know, this way at least you're saving yourself $100 and all we're asking you to hit the like. And also, we do have a free Discord. Do / Discord in the chat. Join our free Discord. Tons of content over there, not only about trading, but also pep pictures, movie talk conversations, sports conversations, and around the day conversations about trading and futures levels. So join up over there. Hang out with our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi. Ian and I will be done for the day. I think Luca will be back on tomorrow.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that. Go have a great time on the close and have a great day.
See you guys.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock, a couple hours left to go here on a pretty eventful first day of November. We are still in negative territory, but we're heading in the right direction, to put it mildly. Here's a look at how the markets are shaping up as we head into the final couple hours of the day here. 0.5% for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ, there or thereabouts. TSX